Hello. Okay. Sisters and brothers, we're not going to open it up yet, but we just want to direct you to your tablets. I reckon I need a tablet for the headache I've got. And Sarah's going to do it, so we're not formally outing. This is just to assist directing you to where your documents are, so that when we do open in about 5 minutes, you know, you got your handle on all the motions and where the business of the day is coming from. Sarah?
Thank you, Paddy. Good morning, brothers and sisters. I'd like you to look at the screen, please, which is behind you.
You sit here.
And I'd like you to get out your tablets from your bags so that we can be ready to use the tablets to follow the motions debate. If you look at the top left-hand corner of the screen, and you can see the arrow is there now, the URL is itfcongress2014.org/documents-agenda. So you need that URL. That links directly from the front page of the website. This morning, we're going to be looking at motions. And you can see on the screen now that we're rolling down to motions until we get to today's timetable.
Can you see things there?
We've got to Friday, and you can see the arrow moving to motions. You've got two options there. It's either for a laptop computer or for a tablet, and if you press on one of those, the motions document will appear. In conjunction with that motions document, you will also need the report of the Resolutions Committee. It's the second report of the Resolutions Committee and is right at the bottom of the page. You can see it appearing there. If you have a tablet or mobile device, you would want to click the top link. That report has within it the new motions that have come since the motions document was circulated and other information from the Resolutions Committee. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy using your tablets.
Rightio. How are we going, sisters and brothers? Ready to kick it off? Pretty big day today. It was a pretty big night last night. So you reckon we're ready to go? So Sarah's made a announcement or directed you to your tablets. And if you need any help with your tablets, then you grab one of the wonderful working men and women with the red t-shirts on that are out and about, and they'll give you a hand to work your way through it. We're going to deal with motions today. It's a pretty important part of the business of our family. We've adopted the theme document, which gives us, if you like, the undercoat to our policy settings, and it doesn't pick up on all the specificities of what may be required in the next 4 years, and indeed things will come up and the Executive Board will deal with them as they do, things that could not be identified here in Sofia. But these motions are important motions in that they, I guess, highlight and bring forward some of the very specific areas that need attention. Some of them are going to be controversial and they're going to attract debate. Two in particular from Palestine and about Cuba. Of course, this is a broad church, if you like, a broad house of views, and many views come here. And we're not asking to have a single voice, we're asking for a consensus about how we best may deal with that divergence of views in a way that takes our transport workers' organisation going forward. Very many of the resolutions are positive and aspirational, and we're seeking and reaching out to things that may or may not be attainable, but notwithstanding that, we need to set our course with those aspirations and that determination that we can make a better world and make a better workplace. If we get through all the business, we will then go into the sections, young workers, women transport workers reports. But I do, notwithstanding that, as I indicated on Monday, that I intend dealing with the issue of the election of the Acting General Secretary, so that while the House is full and before our last function tonight, we can make a determination about that leadership going forward. I'm not sure what we do if you don't elect him, because there's no other nominations, but notwithstanding that, we have to formalise and complete our job consistent with the Constitution. On my right and left are the wonderful team that I've worked for and with. We are genuinely equals, and I said that when I was in Mexico City, that we would work as a team and that we would consult and discuss. It's not a hierarchy, trade unionism, it's a collective. Starting from my far right is Brigitte Paas, is just a wonderful human being and an inspirational woman. And we did many things, including going to China, many of the debates. She has been constant and unrelenting in her support for all of the policies that came out of Mexico City, and I ask you to put your hands together for Brigitte. Lars, everybody knows Lars. He's bigger than a Mack truck, and he's got a heart as big as that. He's the president of the ETF, and out of the many of the divisions that came out of Mexico City, particularly in Europe, the strength of that big hand of his on the wheel of leadership and his ability to consult and bring people to the party in his inimitable Swedish way. He could be a Swedish diplomat. He's very firm, he's very fair, and everybody trusts him, and he has been an enormous part of the repairing and reconciliation that's gone on in our family since Mexico City, and in fact, in this incredibly important section of our family, Europe, where most of the money comes from, affiliate money, where organisation is pervasive, where challenges also are numerous, and we're here, no one understands that more than Ekaterina, and the challenges of melding the European community and the great contradictions that are involved in that. Turkey, for example, and we've been through DHL. To have a person of his strength and capacity truly gave me the confidence of getting through all of the work over the last 4 years, and I ask you to put your hands together for the great international trade union. John Baker from the ILA, he follows a long tradition of North American leadership. John Bowers was there. The ILA seemed to continue to percolate to the top, regardless of the many challenges from a relatively small North American union, the ILA. John's has seen leadership change there. John Bowers, who passed, then Richie Hughes, who was the next General Secretary or President. Now it's we have a new General Secretary over there who, with enormous challenges, particularly of the contracts, and Harold, who can't make it. John's support in the continuous leadership that's come out of this quite remarkable and interesting, and may I say it, John, colourful union. He's also been inspirational. He's a calm man, a man of family. He lost his brother, and it's very interesting, local Cleveland, recently, and he also, his son Michael, is here. He's a generational transport worker, and he also brings to the table the great strength of the North American movement in rounding out the types of teamwork and perspective. In reality, the Vice Presidents play an incredibly important job because they bring to the table the perspective of their own region. And we know, and we've had determination over the last 4 years, and we've reinforced through constitutional change and the makeup of the board, that regions and sections may be the totality of the organisation, but have to stand independently and strongly in their own right. And I thank you for representing the North American affiliates in such a way, John. And my great friend Severino, that I met years ago when his English wasn't so good, he always apologises for his English, and he shouldn't do. He's remarkably fluent in being able to communicate ideas. We had a wonderful debate about, and Severino said, that if you put a tiger in a bag with a cat, the outcome, the tiger eats the cat. And he's the tiger of South America and Latin America, Caribbean. He has views and progresses them and articulates them, regardless of, that they may upset or they may support. He brings the great courage and the great strength. When you think, and Alicia's going to get a gold medal today, he came from a whole generation of the Disappearos, where they rounded up young Argentinian men and women that were never seen again. One of the most disgraceful political acts comes from a region where we hear about what's going on in Honduras from Victor Crespo, and we reflect on Pedro Zamora and our friends from Guatemala, where, death as a labour activist still punctuates their life every day. To have a person of the strength and courage and tenacity and independent thinking of Severino to continue to direct me and help me on my way forward has been a remarkable and continual resource, and it's part of the reason that the House is so strong. Severino, it's been a pleasure to work with you. Put your hand up. Zenzo, of course, finally, and I won't say too much about him because you always say nice things in front of people, not have other people report them. But he's so busy in the consolidation of the enormous needs of Africa and Pan-Africa. And I was out with the Nigerian sisters and brothers the other day, had a remarkable and memorable and uplifting, I'm not prone to exaggeration, but it's Africa is industrial epiphany. It's a point in the road, our road to Damascus, where, you know, we have to make choices. All the tremendous contradictions, you know, the pandemics, both in medical and political, all of the opportunity and the potential of the massive resources, the most populous continent in the world, more countries, diversified by colonialism in the most brutish and obstructive fashion, and drawn together within our family to create a real and aspirational future for all those working men and women under those terrible constraints need people like Zenzo and his great union Sitawu in South Africa, and his also focus and determination. And I know all the other vice presidents and the secretariat would join them together to say has been one of the big and most important ways that we have been able to greatly accelerate our commitment to ensure that Africa not only is reintegrated fully into the economic, social, political and industrial environment that they've been excluded from for so long, but in fact should be part of the leadership. So Zenzo, I'll have to record it for you and send it to you. I'll also join with you in congratulating you and your union and all of these great international leaders that have given them the time. They are real leaders. They have their responsibilities to their rank and file members. They have the pressures and they have the attacks that all of us have. But they reach deeper, and their unions reach deeper, and their families reach deeper to allow us this extra dimension of building our international family. So again, all of the vice presidents, can you put your hands together? We wouldn't be here without them. We've made a decision that the President comes from a region. I come from Asia Pacific, and previously in the Constitution that we kept the Asia Pacific. If you came from previously it was Brother Randall Howard, before that Brother Purohit, and we go back in time, that if the Vice President was elected by the Executive Board to be a President, that was vacant. We didn't think that was right. In the spirit of being able to have proper representation and the importance of the region, that you'll have a constitutional amendment before you this afternoon, that if someone comes from a region and is usually the President, Constitution doesn't determine that, but usually and not unexpectedly, the President comes from one of the Vice Presidents, and we intend then backfilling that region, and we will have an additional Vice President so that the collective team will be strengthened even further. And I'll be very looking forward to that debate and that discussion. I don't think there'll be much debate, but there may be discussion. A couple of other things while I'm on colonialism. Not a big favour of colonialism, particularly British colonialism, Steve. Not that I'm blaming you for it. I've come from Irish background. I often said to Richie Hughes, who was the leader of the ILA, about the Irish diaspora into New York and into Australia, I said to Richie, the difference between the Irish in New York and the Irish in Australia, you had a choice. We went down there in chains. So as convicts, and Richie said, no, Paddy, he says, we were just a little bit faster and we got away. So, Indian independence today was a celebration of freedom from colonial shackles of the English, and let's celebrate that. And we'll be dealing with some things about sovereign and national rights today, but there's no dignity for sovereign people, Indigenous people included, if you can't make your own decisions independent of any other political external force. And the Indian nation continues to reassure us that democracy is real and palatable and alive in the world today. And Mishra from the All Indian Railway Union, it's his birthday. What a birthday to have it on Indian Independence Day. Good on you, Mishra. The one thing about it that no one ever forgets it. Okay. So that's the business. And the introductions. There's 3 minutes. We have to get through a lot of work, so please respect that. A lot of speakers, feel free to get up. I think many of them are non-controversial, and there will be affirmation after affirmation. I think at some time collectively we've got to assess that we're all in favour of it, and give ourselves the time to move on to the next piece. If you can keep that in. I'm not seeking to limit debate, in fact encourage it, but also temper that with the responsibility to get through things in a timely fashion, including applying those same restrictions to myself. There's also the, we're going to have the demonstration of the documents, Sarah, or you're pretty happy with where we're at? Go and see Sarah. So we're not going to do a demonstration of the documents, are we? We are? Are you going to do it?
No.
He says, no. Is someone going to speak to it?
No, that's it. It's up there. So she did it earlier.
Okay. Okay. So the motions are also before you, and there's a whole series of things that happen with motion. You need to submit them by a certain time. Then amendments to the motion needs to be submitted by a certain time. Then emergency motions needed to be submitted by a certain time, which was Monday at 5 o'clock. I have to say this and underline it. There's no possibility to amend a motion from the floor. These motions have been before you in one way or another for a long period of time, and you had the capacity to submit further motions. You would understand that would be impossible to try to amend a document, change it, put it into languages and amend it from the floor. The only thing before us today is to accept or reject. And so when you direct your debate, in the event that there isn't total consensus about a certain issue, the only option before you is to accept or reject for the reasons that I've outlined. And please, in debate, I don't want to intervene and stifle the debate, but if it goes in that direction, the point of order will be amendments aren't possible, they're not constitutionally valid, the Constitution doesn't allow for them, specifically doesn't allow for them from the floor of Congress. You can only accept or reject. Okay, and finally, Mark Dickinson, who is always also a great internationalist and leader of the Nautilus, a truly international union that just doesn't represent British seafarers, but also seafarers from the Netherlands and inland boat navigation sections in Switzerland and elsewhere, has done a remarkable job. And again, he is a very, very busy person. As they say in Australia, he's busier than a one-armed paperboy. And for him to be able to make that contribution has been an incredible contribution, not only by himself personally, but by his union, Nautilus, and I'll ask him to come forward and give the overview of the Resolutions Committee. Mark?
Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, Paddy. Viva ITF! Thank you. We're well versed in that now, aren't we? Good morning to everybody. So this is the second report of the Resolutions Committee. I'll deal with perhaps the most important issue that we've been dealing with this past week or so, and that is in respect of Motion 7.8 and Paragraph 5 of Motion 9. As reported to Congress in the first Resolutions Committee report, discussions were held with the movers of Motion 7.8. Am I getting feedback from the... Discussions were held with the movers of Motions 7, 8 and 9, Paragraph 5 in particular, with a view to seeking a single motion that would enable their withdrawal. The text before you, in Annex 1 to the Resolutions Committee report, which the President will introduce, is the result of that consultation, and Motions 7, 8 and Paragraph 5 of Motion 9 have thus been withdrawn. The committee also noted that Motion 13 had been withdrawn by the mover. The committee referred the following emergency motions attached as Annex 3 to the report, which had been received by the deadline set, referred to the Congress plenary. Emergency Motion 4, ITF position on the Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, known as TTIP or TTIP. Emergency Motion 5, condemnation of vulture funds' actions to undermine Argentina's economy. The committee agreed that 3 other emergency motions that had been received by the deadline did not meet the criteria of being of a truly urgent nature and would therefore not be discussed. The committee noted that following discussions with the movers of motions number 6, 12 and 26, some changes to the text had been agreed. The revised motions are annexed to the report as Annex 4. The committee agreed to mandate the chair to deal with any other matters that arose following the second and final meeting of the Resolutions Committee. Consequently, I dealt with an urgent matter, a truly urgent matter, concerning the right to strike in Argentina, and agreed to add Argentina to the list of countries referred to in Para 16 of Motion number 1, and add a number of Argentinian unions to the list of supporting unions. Now, if the Argentinian affiliates will please forgive me for my absolutely awful pronunciation of the names of their unions, I will, Chair, if I can, read out their names. So we have the Asociación Argentina de Aeronavegantes, that's the Argentinian cabin crew, that's Alicia's union. Asociación de Sanaleros Ferroviarios Argentinos, I told you it would be awful. Sindicato de Conductores Navales de la República Argentina, Sindicato de Guencheros y Maquinistas de Grúas Móviles, Sindicato de Obreros Marítimos Unidos, my apologies, my good friend Brother Suarez, Sindicato Electricistas Navales, how am I doing? Sindicato La Fraternidad Unión Ferroviaria Unión del Personal Superior y Profesional de Empresas Aerocomerciales. Viva ITF. Thank you. I told you it would be awful. I have one final piece of business to highlight, Mr. President, if I may. The committee noted that at its meeting held immediately prior to the Congress, the Executive Board had agreed to extend the mandate of the Resolutions Committee elected at Congress with terms of reference to be developed further by the Board that included conducting a review of the resolutions process to look at best practice, make recommendations to the Executive Board and support the achievement of the 4-year work programmes adopted at Congress. So that's an important decision that the Board has made. And finally, Chair, I just want to thank my fellow members of the Resolutions Committee. I want to highlight in particular the work that Stuart, Sarah and Bryony have done from the Secretariat to support the process. Their hard work and support have made the job incredibly straightforward. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark, and applied yourself assiduously as you do to all. It's been a long time for such a young man in the leadership of the international movement. He was Steve's precursor in the job as maritime coordinator. You know you're on a safe ship if Mark's at the helm. I'm not sure you want him to be the diplomat to Argentina or a Spanish country after listening to his interpretation of those Spanish words, though. He probably should stick to his day job. Okay, but thanks, mate. Seriously, wonderful job. And Mark's available and will be available for any point of clarification on any resolution as we work our way through. So on motion 1, on our tablets, human and trade union rights, which really is the fundamental motion, I guess, in terms of values to our movement, we have a contribution from Luke Quarterbeck, who's the chair of the Workers' Group and vice president of the governing body of the ILO. And again, just reinforces that this incredible network of labour support that we've seen with Guy Ryder. I mean, I'm not taking it away, and I'm not trying to be controversial from the last Director General of the ILO, but I wouldn't know him if I fell over him. I know what he looks like, but I can't say I ever met him, not that he would have been terribly impressed by meeting me anyway, and to have Guy Ryder that would come along, and it's just not the ITF. Guy makes himself as available to any government, any employer and any union, and it's so refreshing, you know, as I said, to rebuild that institution, and particularly, you know, the Tiger of Brazil on my left, Severino, has got some very specific complaints about the ILO, and if it's going to rectify and re-establish its important role, you need the quality of leadership that we've seen this week from Guy Ryder, and I've got no doubt, Luke, you know, and we're looking forward to your intervention, that you are of the same ilk. So please put your hands together for Luke, who will introduce this motion.
Thank you. Thank you, dear friends and colleagues, dear President. Thank you for inviting me to speak here. I'll speak first in French. Au nom du groupe des travailleurs de l'OIT, permettez-moi d'abord de vous féliciter pour cet impressionnant congrès qui a pour objectif de fixer vos priorités syndicales pour l'avenir avec et pour les travailleurs des secteurs des transports. Les droits des travailleurs ne coulent pas de source. Ils doivent être obtenus et défendus par les syndicats. La liberté syndicale, telle que la Convention 87 de l'OIT l'a définie, est fondamentale pour y parvenir. Les syndicats doivent pouvoir mener des actions et notamment faire grève lorsque c'est nécessaire parce que les travailleurs doivent pouvoir faire contrepoids face aux entreprises qui bafouent leurs droits. C'est la raison pour laquelle le droit de grève a été reconnu au niveau international. Or, depuis 2012, les employeurs attaquent ce droit de travail et de grève reconnu au sein de l'Organisation internationale du travail. Et si les conventions 87 et 98 prévoient que les travailleurs peuvent organiser librement leur activité et mener des actions, la Convention 87 ne mentionne pas explicitement l'expression « droit de grève ». Toutefois, les experts indépendants internationaux qui contrôlent l'application des conventions de l'OIT dans les différents pays en déduisent clairement depuis des dizaines d'années que les grèves constituent une forme d'action et ils reconnaissent que le droit de grève relève de la Convention 87. Les tribunaux et juridictions supérieures de nombreux pays suivent cette interprétation. Les employeurs, de leur côté, ils affirment que le droit de grève ne relève pas de la Convention 87. Afin d'affaiblir les travailleurs et les syndicats, ils entendent que le droit de grève soit établi par chaque pays. Ils estiment en outre que l'OIT ne peut s'ingérer dans cette matière et qu'elle ne peut appeler les gouvernements et les pays à respecter le droit de grève. Ce faisant, les employeurs s'attaquent gravement aux droits des travailleurs, en profitant de la crise mondiale et de la position défensive des travailleurs partout dans le monde. Cette attaque patronale entrave désormais le fonctionnement de la Commission des normes de la Conférence internationale du travail, qui blâme chaque année 25 pays où les normes de l'OIT ne sont pas respectées. Pendant 2 ans, la Commission n'a pas pu faire son travail normal. Depuis 2012, le groupe des travailleurs de l'OIT et la CSI contestent la position des employeurs. Plusieurs initiatives ont été lancées, notamment par le directeur général Guy Ryder, afin de négocier une solution. Et j'ai mené toutes ces négociations pour le groupe des travailleurs, mais j'affirme à présent très clairement que ce problème ne pourra plus être résolu par le biais d'une négociation normale entre les travailleurs, les employeurs et les gouvernements. Je change maintenant en anglais. It's now clear that the employer's stance on this matter is seriously undermining the right to strike. For example, in Cambodia, in taking action against the workers' strike movement for decent minimum wages, Cambodian employers, as well as the government, take advantage of the present situation in the ILO. The policy of employers has damaged the credibility of the independent international experts. The stance employers take is damaging for the ILO. We cannot allow this to happen. The ILO is the only international organization that furthers and defends workers' rights. The ILO is the only international organization where workers have a say. The ILO was created in 1919. However, the domination of the financial world and the present multinational enterprises and their supply chain would make impossible to set up any such organization today. The attack on the right to strike, on workers' rights, and on the ILO must be stopped. The treasure built up by the international experts to interpret the ILO conventions should not be lost. The experts have very strong legal arguments, and it's imperative now for the ILO to address the International Court of Justice in order to dismiss the employers' arguments. Both historically and legally, we have a strong case. Therefore, in November this year, a majority in the governing body is required. The employers do not want to address the International Court of Justice, and they know why. They are indeed weak. We encourage the ITUC organizations to convince their governments, as members of the ILO governing body, to take the needed decisions. It must be clear, once and for all, that Convention 87 grants the right to strike. Dear friends, dear colleagues, we must oppose the stance of employers, not the ILO. I thank you. I wish the ITF every success. Workers are counting on you. Viva ITF!
Well, Luke, there's not a dry eye in the house after that, mate. Because that gets right to the root of the problems, and my union's one of the movers. In Australia now, if it's open season on trade unions, hunting season, and you don't have to apply for a licence if you're an employer, big companies like Chevron hide behind this loop, identify and progress with their legal, with all of their resources directed at legal resources to do anything they can to diminish our ability to have some capacity to bargain in the workplace. And you look through the unions that move this, and there's a Royal Commission, again in Australia, which is just really a pogrom against trade unionists that has been stacked up politically to deny us any reasonable, the terms of reference, any reasonable chance of an intelligent response directed at so-called corruption in trade unions. Not corruption within employer ranks, not the corruption within the corporations, limited to diminish and belittle unions in the country. So, and again, I've heard my mate Severino on this many times and others. So the mover of the motion, Martin Meyer, is also going to add his voice to the importance of this motion. Martin?
Thanks very much, Paddy. Martin Mayer from Unite the Union UK, moving this very important motion. Brothers and sisters, workers are under attack, and none more so than transport workers. First they came for our terms and conditions, and now they're coming for our right to organise, and especially our right to strike. The ITF Urban Transport Committee in Tokyo last year heard story after story after story of urban transport workers in the firing line from neoliberal governments right around the world. The right to strike does not even exist on New York public transit. In Seoul, if you try and strike on the railways, you'll face brutal repression from the security forces. In Croatia, if railway workers took strike action, then the law says 90% of the service must still run. The European Union has tried so far unsuccessfully to bring these minimum service requirements within the fourth railway package, but we stopped it so far with trade union pressure. And in London, when Bob Crow's union, God rest his soul, the RMT, took strike action in London Underground, the London Mayor called for tough new laws to make striking more difficult. His idea, listen to this, is that strikes should only happen when 50% of the total workforce has voted for action, a threshold which, if applied to the election of politicians, would see almost no one elected. Well, I'm fed up with being told that my right to strike takes second place to the right of big business to run the service for profit. I'm fed up with being told that strikes are against the public interest. I'm fed up with the neoliberal agenda which says the economy can only be successful where there are no unions and no strikes. And if companies were freer to manage, there'd be more jobs and everyone would be better off. Because, of course, it's simply not true. Where there are no unions, the boss sets the rate. If there's no collective bargaining, then the gap between rich and poor widens, as we've seen in so many parts of the world. And it's getting worse. As Paddy Crumlin says, the 85 richest people own the same wealth as half the world's population. We need collective bargaining in a free and democratic society to regulate wages and ensure a fair distribution of wealth. Trade unions are a force for good, but collective bargaining without the strike is collective begging and no more. The right to strike is a fundamental right which we will lose at our peril, but we have to stand up and reclaim that right. At the ILO, at the IMF, at the World Bank, at all the international institutions of governments, and in our own countries, with our own members, the public and our politicians, I refuse to accept that the right to strike is only a sectional interest of concern to a dwindling trade union family. It's a human right of concern to the whole society, and we must go out and fight for that right. And you can start this campaign now by signing up to our pledge on www.righttostrike.org. Do it now. Thank you.
The Tiger of Sheffield. Julio Sosa. Brother, second the motion. Julio. If you can get ready, the next speaker is Shiva
Hola.
Mishra.
Gracias, compañero presidente. Bueno, apoyamos esta moción con toda la fuerza, todos los sindicatos argentinos sin excepción. Hemos tenido serias dificultades con las limitaciones del derecho de huelga que nos han aplicado en la década del 90 los gobiernos neoliberales en toda Latinoamérica. Hemos sido obligados, en virtud de las medidas que tomábamos en contra, por ejemplo, de las privatizaciones de ferrocarriles, pero de todas las privatizaciones de empresas del Estado, nos obligaban a hacer guardias mínimas de emergencia y a determinar de que nuestras medidas eran totalmente ilegítimas. Paramos hasta 47 días los ferrocarriles y tuvimos muchos cesantes. De 120.000 ferroviarios, y esto lo digo siempre en la sección, habíamos quedado en ese momento solo 16.000. Todo por no respetar la parte legal donde el neoliberalismo nos aplicaba los condicionamientos sobre el tema del derecho de huelga. Mucho se luchó para poder revertir todo eso. Y hoy, de nuevo, vuelve el tema en todos los gobiernos latinoamericanos, particularmente en la Argentina, de querer modificar ese derecho de huelga que tenemos los trabajadores instituidos dentro de los convenios colectivos para poder representar nuestros derechos en las condiciones laborales. Apoyamos totalmente esta moción y estamos totalmente convencidos de que no tiene que haber limitación alguna al derecho fundamental de huelga que tienen los trabajadores, que ya en distintos países se han empezado a aplicar nuevamente, como hablamos con un montón de compañeros de otros países, las limitaciones a este derecho. Que pelee la ITF firmemente y que se presente firmemente ante todos los organismos internacionales a los efectos de revertir este tema de condicionar los derechos de huelga. Por todos los argentinos, por toda Latinoamérica, solicitamos este esfuerzo que tenemos que hacer en el conjunto. Gracias, compañero presidente.
Good on you, Julio. So Mishra, and then Raghavaya from the National Federation of Indian Railwaymen, and then Inamoto-san from the JRU. Mishra.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to pay my thanks to all my brothers and sisters, those who wished today on my birthday. Thank you very much. Thanks to the chair, thanks to Steve and all. Today is the Independence Day in our country. In 1947, we got the freedom. And therefore, for all brothers and sisters who have joined us today on this occasion also, I thank them all. I fully support the resolution moved on the fundamental rights, the trade union rights. I 100% agree with the mover as well as with the seconder. Throughout the world, in all countries, we are facing onslaught on the workers' rights. The ILO Convention 87 and 98, though even accepted by many countries, including my country, is not being implemented. The collective bargaining has become false. Even right to association, right to organize has become very difficult. So on behalf of All India Railways Federation, I fully support that. And at the same time, I request to my all brothers and sisters that because of the pressure from the capitalist employers in the ILO, as has been mentioned by Brother Guy Ryder on that day, and we are feeling in our country every day. Now a time has come, the ITF with all global federations should take everybody in confidence, have a campaign for 1 year, 2 years, and then we should decide. We should go for a general strike, not only in our countries, region, sub-region. There should be a complete halt throughout the world. Only then these people are going to understand. And I believe that ITF is strong enough. If they will take a lead, other global union federations will join them. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mishra. Led from the front, right on the 3 minutes, even on his birthday. I was prepared to give him a little bit more. Please keep it to 3 minutes. Got a lot of debate and a lot to get through. You can keep your eye on, if you're up, you can keep your eye over there on the 3 minutes. If you can't say it in 3 minutes, you can't say it in 10. Okay. Raghavaya?
Respected Chairman, Presidium members, the delegates of the 43rd Congress, on behalf of my great India, on behalf of 126 crore population of India, and this day is a great day for the country, I convey my hearty greetings to all the delegates, those who have congregated here in this August Congress at Sofia today. I am sure that all of us will work for the cause of the transport workers world over. Coming to the motion already proposed, seconded and supported, I wholeheartedly extend the support of the National Federation of Indian Railwaymen for the cause of achieving this very important demand. Today, only English words are there, fundamental right, human right, but unfortunately, these rights are trampled and the so-called ILO conventions are totally ignored by various governments. Freedom of association has been missing in many sectors. Similarly, formation of associations and unions have also been denied by the monopolies as well as governments. We are facing a serious situation today. But however, in order to see that the interest of railway employees in India are protected, the federations have taken a stand to go on strike. We have conducted strike ballot in January 2014, and government came to the negotiating table and they started negotiations with the federations, both the federations, on 7th February 2014 on abolition of new pension scheme and also on the demand for appointment of 7th Central Pay Commission for the central government employees in India. And there has been partial success, but there is no statutory right today. We are the backbone of the economy of the world. Transport workers are contributing for GDP of each country. Unfortunately, this has been not recognized properly, adequately by the governments world over. So the time has come that not only we should conduct campaign on the right to strike. My view is that there is need to take a decision after launching the campaign, that there may be a industrial action by all the transport workers world over, and we must show our solidarity, our strength, and also to show to the whole world that we are such a formidable force that we cannot be just taken granted by any government in the world. With these words, while supporting the motion, I also thank the chairman for giving me an opportunity to speak on this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you. Inamoto-san.
皆さんおはようございます。議長、あり
We're
が
not,
とうございます。
we're not taking any more the motion. I've shut down speakers on the motion after this, and we'll move on to the next motion. Sorry, Speaker.
ITF 参加の仲間の皆さん、私は日本の産別組織 JR 総連の榎本です。JR 総連は第1号動議、人権及び労働組合権の提出、旧組合の一員として感謝と誇りを持って発言します。ITF 加盟組合は規約上、民主主義と自由の擁護のために戦い、また交通運輸労働者と利用者の安全性向上のための取り組みを全労働者の基本的権利として確信していますが、政府、警察当局、経営側は組合員の解雇、逮捕、拘留、脅迫、さらには過激派などと反社会的勢力のレッテルキャンペーンを繰り返し行っていることに対して強く嫌悪しております。2002年には JR 総連組合員7名を逮捕し、突如として過激派組合とキャンペーンを繰り返し行いました。2013年にも鉄道事故を契機として政府機関やその同調者が主導するネガティブキャンペーンの対象組合になりました。ITF 加盟組合は民主主義存続に多大な危機を及ぼすすべての団体を非難し、連帯と支援を差し伸べる立場を取ろうではありませんか。JR 総連はイラン、韓国、トルコ、ボンジュラス、スワジランド、フィリピンなどの国とすべての ITF 加盟組合と連帯し、種々の組合活動に対する介入を恨み、抗議します。ITF 加盟組合は、労働組合権が脅かされている組合に対して、連帯と強力な支援を差し伸べることを要請します。ITF 加盟組合活動の新たな歴史的戦士になるために、共に戦いましょう。以上です。
Thanks, brother. Now, we've got 30 motions today, and I really, much as I love you all, and I know you love me, I don't want to be here till next Thursday. So if we're basically on the right track, I think we can adopt the motion and put it in place. And again, I'm not stemming debate, but, you know, there is a lot to get through. Richard Gilbert from France CGT, followed by Katrina Mindem from Croatia.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Richard Jobert, Fédération des transports. Donc sur la motion, la Fédération l'a adoptée lors de leur commission exécutive, donc nous voterons pour, bien entendu. Par contre, quelques remarques par rapport à la situation de l'OIT, mais aussi par rapport aux positions patronales, là où on a en face de nous, avec les interventions qui viennent d'être dites, un patronat de combat. Donc face à ça, on a aussi la difficulté de dépasser notre démarche par rapport aux revendications locales, où on s'aperçoit bien que le patronat est prêt à tout pour plus négocier. On a des positions unilatérales dans le dialogue social, donc ce n'est plus une négociation, c'est une prise de position. Ensuite, on a aussi la difficulté que, parmi nous ici dans la salle, nous avons signé des accords sur la restriction du droit de grève, au niveau des entreprises, mais au niveau des professions. Donc la question se pose, pour avoir de la cohérence par rapport à ce qui est proposé, est-ce qu'on doit aussi envoyer un signe fort en direction du patronat international en dénonçant tous les accords qui existent, que ce soit sur les entreprises ou que ce soit au niveau professionnel? Parce que ça démontrerait une cohérence d'abord dans notre parti, et aujourd'hui je pense que le patronat mondial s'appuie sur les accords des pays qui ont déjà entamé et qui ont mis en place la restriction du droit de grève. Donc pour donner de la cohérence à tout ça, il me semble qu'on devrait avoir un appel à la responsabilité de toutes les organisations syndicales présentes dans la salle, pour ceux qui ont signé un tel accord, que ce soit dans l'entreprise ou dans la branche, qui puissent le dénoncer. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Good on you, mate. Katrina, and followed by Zhong-In Kim, and then we'll move on to the next motion.
Thank you, Chair. Brothers and sisters, we are aware in Croatia that governments and trade unions together has invented different ways to prevent trade union rights and strike as the latest and the biggest, more powerful weapon to combat for trade union and workers' rights. As colleague from France already mentioned, he said 90% we have to run our traffic when we went to strike. That is part of our past. We well know the power of ILO, and we use that. We press the charge, and after the decision of ILO court, Croatian government have to change, parliament have to change, must to change railway law. So we succeeded there, but they went further. The World Bank said in their published official report, privatization in Croatia railway cannot go further because trade unions are too strong. You can read this. And they invent a new way. They broke trade unions between themselves. So we support motion to prevent and to secure trade union rights. And to be clear, to say clear that between us, between ITF family, cannot be trade union which behaves like black leg. We are nowadays, this week, planning new strike, but colleagues, members of ITFs, openly say they will take over our job while we will be in strike. And that is something what we should not allow. Thank you.
예, 저는 한국말로 하겠습니다. 동시통역이 되는지 모르겠습니다. 예, 저는 한국 공공수노조 수석부위원장 김종인입니다. 한국의 경험을 말씀드리고 그리고 동해안에 대한 지지반을 하고자 나왔습니다. 한국은 헌법으로 노동 3권이 보장되고 있습니다. 단결권, 단체 교섭권, 단체 행동권이죠. 그런데 또 다른 법으로 그런 노동 3권을 제한하는 법들이 지금 계속 유지되고 있고 오히려 더 악화되고 있습니다. 그런 실정들 좀 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 첫째, 이번 작년 저희들 철도파업과 마찬가지로 파업에서 보듯이 필수 유지 업무란 제도를 통해서 파업권을 무력화시키고 있습니다. 뿐만 아니라 필수 유지 업무가 아닌 업무들은 점차 외주화를 통해서 비정규직으로 전락시키고 있고 그 비정규직 노동자들에 대해서는 파업권이 없거나 파업을 하게 되면 대체 근무를 통해서 이 업체를 변경시켜버리는 이런 방식들로 노동기본권을 무력화시키고 있고 파업권을 제한시키고 있습니다. 화물의 저희들 한국의 화물의 경우는 아예 사업자로 분류하고 있어서 노동기본권조차 주어지지 않고 있고 그런데도 불구하고 저희 화물 노동자들은 이 조직을 하고 투쟁을 하고 그 투쟁의 위력을 통해서 자본가들과 또는 정부를 협상 테이블로 불러내고 있고 그렇게 해서 사회적으로 조직을 인정받아 가고 있는 과정에 있습니다. 저희들 버스의 경우는 이 필수유지 업무가 없습니다만 계속 자본가들이 노비를 통해서 지금 정치권의 노비를 통해서 필수유지 업무 제도를 도입하려 하고 있고 이런 상황입니다. 이런 상황이 저희들 한국만의 문제가 아니라고 봅니다. 다른 나라들에서도 계속 파업권이 무력화돼 가고 있고 노동기본권이 악화되고 있는 상황이라고 알고 있고 그렇기 때문에 ITF 차원에서의 적극적인 대응이 필요하고 그런 차원에서 저희들은 이 동해안에 대해서 적극 지지하는 바입니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, brother. Moriyuka-san from Ringo in Japan. Maeda-san from Japan, yes or no? Move on then.
日本の鉄道 JR の労働組合 JR 連合の前田と申します。発言の機会をいただきましてありがとうございます。私たちは JR の産業別労働組合で加盟数が8万人を超える最も大きい組合であります。先ほど JR 総連の方から一部日本のコンセンサスと異なる発言がありましたので私の方から2点発言をさせていただきます。まず1点でありますが、労働組合が、警察等から不当弾圧を受けているという点であります。先ほど2002年に、7名が不当逮捕されたという発言がありましたが、日本でのコンセンサスは異なります。この事件は、JR 総連に所属する組合員が異なる労働組合の仲間と交友したことにより、JR 総連から徹底的な脅迫行為を受け、本来ならば組合員を守るべき立場の労働組合が組合員を脱退させ、さらには会社を退職に追いやった事件であります。ですので日本においては、法治国家でありますので、三審制が採用されておりますが、いずれの裁判においてもJR 総連の主張は却下されているというのが状況であります。これが1点。もう1点、過激派の関係でありますが、JR においては過激派、極左暴力集団といいますが、の浸透が問題になっており、私たち JR 連合も非常に警戒をしている状況であります。日本の国会においては、民主党政権、また自民党政権、いずれの政権時においても、JR 総連内には過激派 いわゆる角丸派が、相当浸透していると認識しているという閣議決定がされていることを併せてご報告申し上げ、私からの発言といたします。以上です。
Okay, I'm not sure that was all that helpful. The motion 2 now, and I'm sorry for those people that came in after, but we've been on this for nearly an hour and there's 30 motions. I was never very good at arithmetic at school, that's why I'm a merchant seaman, but 30 motions by 30 hours doesn't mean we're going to finish before Tuesday. So please respect that we're getting through this, and over the last 4 or 5 speakers, we've made very important points. Many other speakers want to speak on their motion and that must be respected. So my apologies, but we're moving on to motion number 2. And the mover of the motion is Samanga Shongwei. Yeah. Sorry, I beg your pardon. You've heard the debate. Are we okay to adopt this motion? I take it there's no one against.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Motion 2. Okay, Shongwei, where you go, mate.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm Smanga Shongwe from Swaziland Transport and Allied Workers Union. I would like to first thank all of you comrades in the ITF family to give the support of solidarity in terms of harassment being made by the Swaziland government to workers, more especially in terms of when they are exercising the right of strike. Therefore, we urge to this Congress to direct to the government of Swaziland to end the harassment of union members engaged in the legitimate strikes, all workers to enjoy the full freedom of association, including the right to organize collectively, bargaining and freely elect the members of parliament as they want. Fully recognized the trade union rights with their national center that was being deregistered by the Swaziland government after they taken the resolution of not supporting the elections of national elections of 2013. And this Congress must be called on Swaziland that to engage the regional and international human rights or any relevant bodies, including that is ILO, SADC, AU, EU, and UN, for the purpose of holding the Swaziland government accountable for its vehement denial of grant citizen the available fundamental democratic right. Raise the issue of the safety, environment conditions at the workplace for the safety of the workers. Lastly, I will also going back to say thank you about the solidarity you have given to Swaziland after the arrest of our comrade Basil Twala. He is the legal advisor of our organization. After the ITF has sent the high-powered delegation to Swaziland, after that they've been eventually released from the jail. But there is one main concern that we have as an organization. It seems as if Comrade Basil has jailed for entire of his life just because they didn't release the medication card for himself to go take some medication in terms of HIV and positive. I thank you very much, Comrade Chair.
Thanks, brother. June Dubé was seconded from Sitawa in South Africa, and followed by Juan Trujillo from the CCOO in Spain. If you can prepare yourself, brother.
Thank you very much, Comrade President, and your collective leadership, their delegates. Much as we are not convinced that the resolve part of this resolution is going to democratize that country, that monster there, Swaziland, we're expecting a little bit harsher that will come up as a resolution to that. Because most of the things that are on the resolve part of the resolution has been done, some of them, including to talk to the TIF-led bodies like SADC. But however, Chairperson, to that effect, we wanted to add something, but because of your directive, we will use the last paragraph of the resolution, which says that we must consider to develop the doable things for Swaziland, because that's what is needed in Swaziland. And the danger to that, for Swaziland is that if we get to congresses and come up with statements, we put the heads of these congresses on the block, as he has indicated, that some of them are being arrested and some of them are being killed and so forth. But nonetheless, President, you agree with the broad thrust of this resolution, therefore we support it.
Thanks, brother, and I appreciate the qualification you put into it, and that qualification will be recorded. So, Juan, are you ready to go? Followed by Eduardo Hernandez from the UGT in Spain. Juan?
Gracias, presidente. Queremos hacer una reflexión y pedir al plenario de que empodere al comité director de ITF en una reclamación, una demanda al gobierno español. Lo que voy a plantear tendría más sentido en la moción 1, no está de más en la 2, aunque sea un problema muy concreto de un país, ¿no? Pero lo que sí queremos denunciar los sindicatos españoles, la UGT, las comisiones obreras, ELA o SIGA, es que en España, después de 40 años, por desempeñar y defender la actividad sindical y a los trabajadores en la huelga, tenemos 300 expedientes abiertos, imputados 300 compañeros de todas las organizaciones sindicales, de los cuales 81 tienen ya instrucción, diligencias abiertas y 31 ya han sido condenados. Quiere decir que volvemos a los tiempos en los cuales la actividad sindical era reprimida por la dictadura con este gobierno de los conservadores en España. Pediría el apoyo a esta moción desde los sindicatos españoles y también que se dirija la ITF al gobierno español, al gobierno de Mariano Rajoy, y que pida que cese esa actitud de la administración española en contra de los derechos y la libertad sindical. Gracias.
Thanks, Juan. That'll be recorded and we'll follow through with you. Eduardo?
Sí, buenos días, señor presidente, señores compañeros delegados. Reiterar las palabras de mi compañero de Comisiones Obreras, referida sobre todo a la moción 1, expresar nuestra preocupación porque no solo se está negando el derecho de huelga, un derecho histórico para todos los trabajadores, sino que, como ha quedado ya expresado por mi compañero, estamos siendo objeto de persecución jurídica y policial, de modo y manera que tenemos compañeros que están ingresando ya en prisión. El derecho fundamental a la huelga, que requiere de un marco jurídico en todos nuestros países de especial protección, está siendo completamente destruido, de modo y manera que personas que peleamos por nuestros convenios colectivos y ejercemos el natural derecho a la huelga, vamos a ir a prisión. Por tanto, como ha dicho mi compañero, reiterar el deseo de apoyar la moción con fuerza y pedir a la ITF que se dirija, si lo hubiera conveniente, y así os lo pedimos, al Gobierno español para que dé marcha atrás en esta política de persecución de los derechos sindicales. Muchas gracias, compañeros. Un saludo.
Well, the motion's adopted, but your comments are noted. Thank you, and we will follow through, as I said, to 1. Okay, that's it. We're happy to agree to motion number 2. Yes? Thank you. Motion number 3 is freedom of association and collective bargaining and intercompany unions in Chile. Is the mover? Who's moving that motion? Is Hector? Are you moving? Hector Azua from Sindicato de Oficiale Marina Mercante of Chile. You ready to go? My Spanish is as good as Mark's, eh?
Compañeros,
Good on you, mate.
muy buenos días a todos y a todas. Mi nombre es José Sandoval, presidente de la Federación de Conductores de Camiones de Chile. Este sindicato viene del año 66. En esa época, los trabajadores en Chile negociamos por rama de actividad. Después del golpe de Estado, se conculcaron nuestros derechos. Por lo tanto, quedábamos impedidos de negociar colectivamente y el derecho a la huelga. Pues volviendo a la democracia, nosotros seguimos impedidos, dado que hubo una protección en el Código del Trabajo al crecimiento, según dicen, y que los empresarios optaban si dan permiso para negociar colectivamente prácticamente. Entonces, en esto, nosotros, el año 2012, presentamos una queja a la OIT por la libertad sindical de los convenios 87 y 98, dado que en Chile el sindicato interempresa, que es el que puede crecer y tener un número de membresías fuerte, ese sindicato queda optativo cuando uno presenta un contrato colectivo a la voluntad del empresario para decirle sí, yo negocio con ustedes o no. Por lo tanto, ese es un obstáculo que tenemos en el Código del Trabajo y que queremos que esto sea abolido. Y queremos aprovechar esta oportunidad, pidiéndole a todos los compañeros del planeta, porque este es un artículo que daña a todos los trabajadores, no tan solo el sector transporte, sino que a todos los trabajadores de Chile, y también el derecho a la huelga, que también está complicado en ese tema, que si la empresa da una respuesta, puede reemplazar al día siguiente a los trabajadores que van a hacer derecho a mejorar sus condiciones. Por lo tanto, me ha reducido, acotando en el tiempo, que necesitamos este apoyo, dado que en la OIT ya está la queja, fue presentada el 22 de abril, y veo que, necesito que la ITF nos ayude en eso, y también en Chile a las autoridades gubernamentales y de la legislativo, para que se elabore. Es una lucha grande que tenemos que dar, y eso sería una libertad amplia para los trabajadores, mejores herramientas para mejorar sus condiciones económicas. Muchas gracias.
I'm not sure. It's Jose Sandoval. Yes. No. Arlette Gay will also speak to the motion. Arlette. Arlette Gay Schiffarelli. Arlette.
I'm here. Thank you. Voy a hablar en español. Gracias, presidente. Quería contarles sobre esta moción. Hemos escuchado en la mañana que hay muchos países donde está siendo atacado el derecho a huelga. Bueno, en Chile la verdad es que no está siendo atacado, sino que viene siendo atacado desde la dictadura y prácticamente no existe. En Chile la legislación laboral permite la huelga solamente cuando estamos negociando colectivamente y en la etapa final de un tipo de negociación que existe, porque existen dos. Además, cuando llegamos a la instancia de la negociación reglada y votamos la huelga, la empresa puede reemplazar a los trabajadores que están en huelga desde el primer día. Nosotros tenemos la sensación como trabajadores en Chile que tenemos una legislación laboral que no es normal. Por eso, como decía José, hemos presentado quejas en la OIT y hoy día nuestro gobierno de la presidenta Bachelet está dispuesta a hacer algunos cambios. Sin embargo, nosotros, como movimiento sindical de los trabajadores, pensamos que esos cambios son insuficientes. En nuestra legislación laboral, por ejemplo, los trabajadores no sindicalizados se pueden agrupar la mayor parte de las veces bajo el alero de las propias empresas para negociar colectivamente con las mismas condiciones que un sindicato. Nosotros consideramos que eso no es normal. Además, tenemos que la base para negociar no es ni siquiera lo que teníamos en el convenio anterior, o sea, tenemos que partir desde cero. No hay ninguna base para negociar. Todas las veces que nos sentamos a negociar con la empresa tenemos que partir de nuevo. Bueno, ¿y qué es lo que queremos? Queremos el apoyo de todos ustedes a través de cartas que se envíen al Gobierno de Chile. Queremos crear una comisión, ojalá con presencia de las más altas autoridades de la ITF, de nivel regional y ojalá mundial, para pedir una reunión con la presidenta Bachelet y la ministra del Trabajo de Chile para hacerle ver que el movimiento sindical mundial de los trabajadores del transporte nos apoya para que normalicemos la legislación laboral en Chile y tengamos los derechos mínimos que se establecen en los convenios de la IT. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Arlette, and we'll make sure that we give every support for that initiative. So you've heard the discussion and the recommendation. We're okay to adopt this resolution? Yes. Thank you. The next resolution is a tax on fundamental rights of Greek seafarers. So we got to move it to the motion. Oh, that went to the seafarers, I beg your pardon.
I'm here.
No, the motion's been adopted.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
In the seafarers, thank you. So we move on to motion number 5, which is solidarity with transport workers in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, and we have Esteban Barbosa from Colombia to move it. Now, the mover, is Jose Rizal from Venezuela. You first, Jose.
A ver, a los delegados asistentes a este 43 Congreso, mi nombre es Esteban Barbosa, presidente del Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores de Transporte de Colombia. Queremos manifestarle que Venezuela en los últimos años ha sufrido unas grandes transformaciones políticas, económicas y sociales. Y ha tenido avances democráticos no solamente para los trabajadores, sino para el pueblo, que ha sido en otros tiempos por régimen explotado. Hoy hay una realidad, y es que esas grandes transformaciones que se han dado en Venezuela a favor de todos los trabajadores y del pueblo tienen una fuerte oposición externa e interna de una oligarquía que no acepta que el petróleo, que es el producto número 1 de los venezolanos, sea para el pueblo venezolano. Y ha sufrido el pueblo de Venezuela, el movimiento sindical y los gobiernos de avanzada, no solamente de Hugo Chávez, sino de Nicolás Maduro, una fuerte oposición externa e interna. Colombia y Venezuela son países hermanos. Ha habido roces y dificultades entre los gobiernos, pero queremos decirle que esta moción necesita el apoyo de todos los delegados de ITF, porque Venezuela hoy tiene unas grandes transformaciones, no solamente en el aspecto laboral, sino económico y político, que permiten que el pueblo de Venezuela y los pueblos hermanos como Colombia apoyen y vean con vistos buenos toda esa transformación que beneficia no solamente a los trabajadores, sino a ese pueblo que en el pasado fue explotado. Por eso solicito a todos los delegados aprobar esta moción de apoyo a los trabajadores y al pueblo venezolano en esa transformación y esos cambios, y rechazar tanto a la oligarquía interna como a la oligarquía externa que pretende acabar con esos cambios y esas transformaciones en este país, compañeros. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, brother. And back to you, Jose Rizal from Venezuela, who is the mover.
¿Aló? Sí.
Buenas tardes, buenos días, permiso, compañeros y compañeras del mundo, de todas las delegaciones, de todos los países. Mi nombre es José Rosal, vengo en representación de la Federación Bolivariana de los Trabajadores del Transporte en Venezuela. Y queremos solamente pedirle su apoyo en la defensa de los derechos de los trabajadores. Solo queremos pedir respeto a nuestras decisiones soberanas como pueblo y como trabajadores. No podemos permitir que entes de otras naciones tomen decisiones por nosotros. Eso se llama injerencia, compañeros. Si lo hacen con nosotros, lo van a hacer con ustedes más adelante. Por eso es que bueno que el movimiento sindical mundial pueda unificar criterios para rechazar contundentemente esta injerencia extranjera en todos los pueblos del mundo. Es por eso que debemos consolidar nuestra fuerza como pueblo soberano en la toma de nuestras decisiones, que tengamos paz, que haya democracia como realmente se está practicando en Venezuela, donde el propio pueblo y las mayorías son las que toman sus propias decisiones. La mayoría en Venezuela es la que decide, no la minoría. Los trabajadores rechazamos contundentemente que grupos anárquicos pretendan desestabilizar nuestra patria, que tanto nos ha costado construir, compañeros. Es por eso que muy orgullosamente vengo aquí en representación de mi pueblo, de mis compañeros trabajadores, así como lo son ustedes, a rechazar todo tipo de injerencia que pretenda violentar los derechos de la clase trabajadora y de los pueblos soberanos. No debemos permitirlo. Es una necesidad imperiosa que tenemos los pueblos de tomar nuestras decisiones. Por eso pedimos, compañeros, un apoyo contundente a esta moción, ya que de esto depende la humanidad y la salud de los pueblos, que sean capaces de tomar su rumbo, de elegir sus políticas, que sean ellos los que tengan esa capacidad de conducir su país y su patria a un buen destino. En Venezuela estamos demostrando que hay alternativas al neoliberalismo. Por eso hay entes nacionales e internacionales que no les conviene otro modelo, no les conviene otro modelo alternativo al capitalismo, compañeros, y hay que decirlo. Como trabajadores en la defensa de nuestros propios derechos y del pueblo en general, tenemos que decir ya basta, no al neoliberalismo, no al capitalismo. ¡Viva Venezuela!
Thank you, Brother Jose. Luis Fruto from Panama, followed by Victor Crespo for Honduras, and then we'll put the motion.
Buenos días, compañeros. En mi oportunidad nos tocó a nosotros participar en la formación de la Federación Bolivariana de Trabajadores y Trabajadoras del Transporte de Venezuela. Un modelo que debemos seguir todos los sindicatos del mundo. Una sola unión, una sola fuerza. Ojalá nosotros como panameños también tomemos este ejemplo, y seré corto. Tratan de, como dice nuestro compatriota, pueden matar al hombre, pero no la idea. Nosotros, Rubén Blay, una sola Latinoamérica unida debemos hacerla. Queremos que le pedimos a esta tribuna, a todos los delegados de la ITF, Latinoamérica y el mundo, que apoyemos esta moción de Venezuela, una sola Latinoamérica unida. ¡Viva Venezuela!
Thank you, brother. Victor.
Buenos días, compañeros y compañeras. Mi nombre es Víctor Crespo, presidente
del Sindicato Gremial de Trabajadores del Muelle en Puerto Cortés, Honduras. Y voy a hablar en nombre también de los trabajadores portuarios de la hermana República de Guatemala, ya que por cuestión de tiempo pues no pudo conseguir la participación el compañero. Yo vengo a decirles a todos ustedes, estimados compañeros y compañeras, que debemos de sentirnos orgullosos de que hay un presidente electo en Venezuela de la clase obrera. Fue electo secretario general de su federación y luego ha llegado a tomar las riendas del país de Venezuela. Entonces deberíamos de sentirnos orgullosos de que alguien del movimiento obrero, de que alguien, un trabajador como todos los que estamos aquí, esté representando y dirigiendo un país y que ha hecho los esfuerzos unificados para mantener la clase obrera en condiciones de trabajo que sean aceptables. Muchos de nuestros países tienen por presidentes que destruyen la clase obrera, que destruyen al movimiento sindical. En Venezuela tenemos un caso excepcional de alguien que más bien protege a los trabajadores. Por tanto, compañeros y compañeras, les pido que apoyemos esta moción y que la ratifiquemos en este Congreso, porque sería algo histórico para seguir como buscando implementar ese mismo modelo en los demás países. Recuerden que los trabajadores del transporte de Venezuela están unificados en una sola federación y es algo que nosotros en nuestros países de Centroamérica queremos también implementar, hacer una sola federación del transporte, hacer que todos los trabajadores estén unificados en un solo sindicato para que no sigamos divididos. Esto se trata de unificar al movimiento sindical, de unificar a todos los trabajadores. Por tal razón, yo me siento orgulloso de que los compañeros de Venezuela tengan un presidente de la clase obrera, alguien que ha salido de las entrañas de los trabajadores, que conoce nuestros problemas, que conoce nuestra problemática. Por tal razón, les solicito nuevamente de que sea aprobada esta moción. ¡Viva Venezuela!
Thank you, Victor. So you've heard the discussion and support for the motion. Are we okay to go with this? Yes? Yes. I'll come back to the Cuban and Palestinian motions later and might move to motion number 10 now, the international campaign against the anti-union Gulf states, especially in the aviation sector. And if George Turkia from Lebanon is moving it, and the seconder is Kaltoum Barakalia from Tunisia. So George, are you ready to fire up?
أيها الإخوة والأخوات، إننا نطلب منكم مساندة الحملة التي ستقودها لجنة ITF ضد انتهاكات حقوق الإنسان من قبل قطر ايرويز وشركات أخرى، خاصة حقوق النساء في أبسط معانيها. كذلك هذه الحملة سوف تشمل شركات طيران الخليج التي تمنع التنظيم النقابي، وهذه الشركات باختصار تشكل خطرا جديا على باقي شركات الطيران المنطقة والعالم في نموها السريع على حساب حقوق الموظفين والعمال في منعهم من التنظيم النقابي من أجل تحسين شروط عملهم واشتراكهم في المنظمات الدولية. وشكرا.
شكرا جورج. نحن في المنطقة العربية نثني على هذه الحملة التي ستقوم بها الاتحاد الدولي لعمال النقل، لأن هؤلاء العمال وهذه الطبقة التي تعمل في الخليج هي تستغل استغلالا فاحشا ولا تتمتع بأبسط حقوق الإنسان. ليس هناك أي حق نقابي. النساء العاملات كنا في نيو دلهي في كونفرنس واستمعنا إلى شهادات حية من هؤلاء النساء التي لا تتمتع بأبسط الحقوق. يتم عليهم كل أشكال العنف والتحرش الجنسي ويصل إلى حد التفتيش في البيوت وإلى استغلالهن استغلال فاحش. هذه دولة كقطر تريد أن تستقبل كأس العالم وهي لا تحترم أي حقوق للعمال، لذا سنعمل سويا إلى هذه الحملة. وشكرا.
Thank you, sister. So we'll return to motion 6, which is the motion on Cuba. And Peter from the RMT, Peter is going to move it. The seconder is Gary Parslow. You ready, Peter?
Thanks, President. Thanks, comrades. I prefer to speak from up here. And I'd like to make it quite plain from the beginning, on behalf of the RMT Union in UK, that this is not an attack on any workers anywhere. This is an attack against the governments of the world and what they're doing to Cuba. We want to reinforce the resolution from Mexico 4 years ago, and we praise the ITF for all the hard work that they've done, especially Paddy, Antonio, and our own General Secretary Bob Crow. I don't know, and our union doesn't know what people want when they criticise the Cuban government. Do they want to return to the days of Batista and the gangsters that were running Cuba before the revolution? Or is it the fact that the government of America, the US, do not like a socialist country 90 miles from their coast? Let's look at what this government has done in Cuba. They have the highest literacy rate in the world, the lowest infant mortality. 48% of MPs in Cuba are women, and their health service is second to none. According to a 2010 report, since the revolution, Cuba has saved 1.6 billion lives across the world and treated over 85 million people. They are criticised for their human rights record. But how many people have disappeared? How many trade unionists have been murdered in Cuba? The answer is none. And then we come to the illegal blockade, a blockade that has been condemned by the United Nations. The sole aim of the blockade is to starve the Cuban people into uprising against their government. No other reasons. And it's a nonsense. It's a nonsense that you would have an American citizen buying a Havana club in Great Britain, that he's technically in breach of the blockade. And you have the Royal Bank of Scotland and Barclays Bank paying astronomical fines for linking up with Cuba. These are US sanctions, not international sanctions, comrades. And while we welcomed the handshake between President Obama and Raul Castro, it has got worse. And I want to get in about the Miami Five and all. We owe a firm commitment to the three people who are left, just as we do against all political prisoners across the world. But I want to finish on this. The RMT is proud to be friends with the Cuban people. We are proud to be friends with workers across the world in their fight against aggressive imperialism. Viva Cuba and long live the revolution, comrades!
Now, again, the resolutions have been changed. Some of them, all the changed and modified resolutions are in the second report of the Resolutions Committee, and we're dealing with Motion 6, Solidarity with Cuban People, which is in Annex 6 of the second report on your tablets. And again, if you can't find it, then just grab someone with a red T-shirt and they'll direct you. Gary Parslow will second the motion. Gary? And after that, Benito from the ATM in Mexico. Benito, if you get ready. Gary, you there? I'm sure Benito will second it. Benito? And your brother?
Gracias, señor presidente. Traigo en mi representación los deseos de los trabajadores del transporte de México. Durante más de 5 décadas ha habido una situación grave en contra del pueblo cubano. Y quiero felicitar a la ITF por los esfuerzos que está haciendo para que se inicie ya el fin del bloqueo a Cuba. No obstante esto, nos han entregado los cubanos a varios países del mundo apoyos en investigaciones para soluciones de salud, deporte y cultura. Y desde luego, creo que es de suma importancia pensar que la injerencia de otros países ha sido violatoria a los derechos humanos de todo el pueblo cubano y últimamente en especial de 4 que están detenidos en Estados Unidos y que queremos que a la brevedad posible se vea la posibilidad de que salgan en libertad. Esto creo que es el sentir no únicamente de las organizaciones de México, sino de millones de habitantes del mundo. Concluyo comentando el respeto al derecho ajeno entre los individuos como entre las naciones es la paz. ¡Viva Cuba! Gracias, compañeras y compañeros.
Okay, the mover and a seconder. There don't appear to be any more speakers. So are we okay to adopt this motion? Yes? Okay, returning to motion 9, World Peace, which is again in the resolution report number 2 in its amended form in Annex 2. I think it's Annex 2. Yeah. And Peter, are you moving that?
No. Thanks, comrades, again. It's very important to our trade union that we're moving this. There's a lot of celebrations going on in the United Kingdom around the world for 100 years since the start of the Great War, or World War I, which to us is a disgrace. We would think that the celebrations would take place in 2018 to celebrate the end of the war. We still, even though that war was remembered as the war to end all wars, we still see wars going on across the world. We've got our union has totally opposed all wars and been consistent in that, whether it be the bombing of Syria, Libya, Iraq, etc. Because the cost of these wars isn't the big businesses and capitalism that are having the wars with each other. The suffering is the women, children and poor people who are left with the devastation that war leads. And we've seen that in Iraq, Afghanistan and Palestine, etc. And it breeds extremism. We see what happened in the UK and the US with the bombings because people feel so desperate about what's happening in their countries that they turn to extremism and use any means possible to fight back. I don't want to be too long on this. We did have a bit on Palestine that we took out. I do want to say and quote something from Tony Benn, a famous socialist politician who died a couple of days after Bob Crow this year. And he said, it's amazing how they can find money to fight wars, but they can't find money to cure people. The only wars that we should be fighting, comrades, are wars against poverty, injustice, sickness, and the biggest war of all, the war against the capitalist system that breeds wars.
Well, I had the great pleasure of being at Durham Gala a number of years ago, which is a great celebration of British trade unionism and international trade unionism, and particularly celebrating the trade unionism within the miners' tradition in the UK. And both Tony Benn and Bob Crow, we went there together, and it was one of the most, and when you think subsequently that Bob's passing and Tony's passing within a relatively short period, what an extraordinary experience it was. And I'll just take the opportunity to reinforce, you know, the great, you see these two resolutions from the RMT, fighting from the front always in the area of social justice and equity, and to invoke the great spirit of Bob, who's no longer with us. And if he was, his tones, and now echoed exactly by Peter and all of the members of that great union, would be resonating around this hall. And in fact, when Peter speaks, then we think of Bob, and he speaks for Bob and all the things that he stood for. So we okay? We got a seconder for the motion? Yes? Any other speakers? No, I haven't got any. Are we okay to adopt this? Thank you. So I intend dealing with the Palestinian motion before lunch. If the speakers, a number of speakers, we're just aligning ourselves a little bit more. So I think in the interim, that's for information, we move on to motion 11, which is violence against women.
Did we finish motion 10?
So we've adopted motion 10, and we move on to motion 11, violence against women. And he had a wonderful, really the first fringe event out on the bridge that I must have crossed about 855 times now, between now my hotel and Ekaterina and the wonderful, you know, union that she comes from that identified that, and there was a fantastic turnout. I'm just looking for the mover of this motion, who is... we've got a mover for the motion that wants to speak. We've got a record of it. Brigitte will move. Would you like to speak to it, Brigitte?
And Mick.
Okay, sister. And Mick Dolman will second it. No?
Thank you, Mr. President. With the full support of the Executive Board, the ITF Women's Committee is determined to build a strong global programme of support for affiliates who are committed to organise, campaign and bargain to end all forms of violence against women transport workers. This will be also done together with the ILO and the UN campaign on violence against women. During the Women's Conference in Delhi in January this year, the message about the global magnitude of this crime against women transport workers was overwhelming. The ITF Action Guide was produced in 2013 to provide a tool for affiliates wanting to increase their capacity to deliver change. Our global programme of support will be shaped and developed over the coming 4 years as one of our key priorities. The guide is available in Arabic, English, French and Spanish from the ITF website, and among many other strategies highlights the importance and the benefits of women and men playing an equal part in driving forward the union response, which has the potential to literally change the lives of millions of women transport workers. During the Fringe event 3 days ago, making violence against women a union issue, Mike Dolman led the brothers who were present to swear a powerful oath. I would like to invite Mick to do the same for all our brothers here today.
Thanks very much, comrades and delegates. I'm very honoured to be able to speak to you today on the issue that my organisation, the Maritime Union of Australia, and many other unions around the globe support in respect to the issue of eradication of violence against women, be it in the workplace or in the domestic circumstances. At the Fringe event, we heard some very powerful speakers from Canada, the Middle East and elsewhere, and universally, when you look back at what is happening out there, honour killings, women who have acid thrown in their face, in Bangladesh, some 8,000 cases a year. In my country, one woman is murdered every week in Australia. 1/3 of all women still suffer domestic violence in some way, shape or form. In the year 2014, it is unbelievable. But there are trade union men out there who are taking the cudgels up and fighting to eradicate this evil that exists by cowardly men who perpetrate violence against women. This is not a women's issue. This is a men's issue because it's men that are perpetrators, the women are the victims. And I was very proud, thank you very much. And I was very, very proud of the men at that Fringe who took an oath. And I want to ask the men in this hall to take the same oath. But before I do, I want to dedicate this oath to a woman named Jenny Dowell. Jenny Dowell was a National Secretary of the Food Division of the Australian Manufacturing Workers Union in Australia. Jenny was a beautiful woman. She was murdered by her husband in October last year, a victim of domestic violence, a great trade unionist, and I want to dedicate this oath with you to Jenny. So can I ask the men, the real men of the ITF to stand, please? Could you all please stand? And I want the men of Pakistan, the men of Australia, the men of India, the United States, Canada, everywhere around the world to swear with me. Men can swear today, and as loud as you want. And repeat after me in your own language. It'll be simultaneously translated. I swear never to commit violence against women. I swear never to excuse violence against women. And I swear never to remain silent about violence against women. This is my oath. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
When you make it's called Alma. Alma? Way you go, sister.
Thank you, Brother Chair. And thank you to all the brothers in the room. That's a very hard act to follow. I appreciate your solidarity. Lana Payne at Unifor, Canada. And on behalf of my union, I would like to express how honored we are to be seconding this historic motion at the ITF. I would also like to thank the Women's Transport Committee. You are a shining example of global sisterhood and solidarity. This resolution speaks to the values of our movement. It says that we can make a difference as a trade union movement to eradicate violence against women. The sisters working with the brothers in my union have said violence against women is a union issue. It is a union issue because it stands in the way of full equality. When 1 in 3 women on the planet experience violence, that, sisters and brothers, is an epidemic. And as unions, we cannot be silent. We cannot be bystanders. We must act. It is, after all, what we do when we are confronted with any injustice. This resolution is merely a start, a very, very good start, of a global trade union movement response to end violence against women. I'd also like to take the time to thank the panelists at Tuesday night's Fringe event. Your wisdom and leadership and courage are how we will eventually end the violence. But I especially want to thank the many sisters of my union whose bravery and leadership over 2 decades ago began the breaking of the silence. They know, as you all know, that women alone can't take on this challenge. We need our brothers with us every step, leading with us, standing with us. Because only together can we do this. Only together can we make our world a less violent place for our daughters and our sons. As a mother of a 13-year-old daughter, I live for this day. I work for that day. Sisters and brothers, when we advance women's equality, we take one more step towards eradicating violence against women. When we negotiate pay equity, we take another step. When we demand anti-harassment language in our collective agreements, we take another step. When our Australian brothers swear an oath not to be silent, not to be violent, we take one giant step. When our Australian brothers did as they did here with all of you, we take another step. When we demand that our employers do more, that our politicians do more, we take another step towards breaking the violence. When our sisters and brothers denounce sexism, we take another step towards full respect and full equality. And when we elect progressive women in our trade union movement and in the world, we take another step. I know you will agree when I say that this has been so wonderful to be here in Bulgaria, where so many women leaders are an inspiration to all of us. We can certainly take this home. Sisters and brothers, we can stop the violence with our trade union hearts, with our solidarity, with our hopes, and with our determination. I leave you with the words of Indian writer Arundhati Roy. Another world, she said, is not only possible, but on a quiet day, I can hear her breathing. Thank you, sisterhood, solidarity.
Amara Velez.
Sí, buenas tardes, presidente. Muchas gracias. Soy secretaria de Relaciones y Género de la Alianza de Tranviarios de México. Solicito el apoyo a la moción número 11. Para México y ciertamente para todos los compañeros y compañeras en todo el mundo, es muy importante esta moción que se apoye. Nosotros tenemos un grave problema en torno al tema de la violencia contra la mujer. Cada día mueren 6 mujeres en México. Son aproximadamente 2.299 casos de feminicidios hasta el día de hoy registrados, por lo que ocupamos el 16º lugar de países que nos coloca dentro de esas zonas vulnerables a la impunidad por cuestión de abusos perpetrados a las mujeres. Este hecho nos hace reflexionar que la violencia contra la mujer afecta a todos los niveles y en todos los ámbitos de su desarrollo, tanto familiar como social y laboral. En este punto, sabemos que datos específicos de los mismos afiliados de la ITF han reportado el incremento de acciones violentas en contra de las trabajadoras del transporte. Si nosotros como sindicalistas no podemos defender los derechos de las trabajadoras en su dignidad e integridad, ¿cómo podemos hablar de que estamos defendiendo los derechos humanos? Lo que más nos preocupa es saber que no existe voluntad política de los estados, porque no se concientiza el grave problema que existe en torno de la violencia de la mujer, la que va desde el maltrato psicológico y físico hasta los homicidios por condiciones de género. Si bien se tiene el tema de mujeres en la agenda política, no se tiene acciones concretas y contundentes para que realmente se erradique este flagelo. Necesitamos urgentemente de un apoyo más contundente que motive a los gobiernos en poner un alto total a esta violencia. No podemos permitir, no podemos permitir justificar cualquier tipo de violencia en ningún lugar del planeta. Tenemos que exigir a los gobiernos que cumplan con su obligación de proteger la vida de las mujeres y de la estabilidad social de su población. Invitamos a todos los compañeros y compañeras de la ITF en apoyar esta moción y generar así una campaña de presión dirigida al gobierno federal mexicano y de todos los países que se encuentran en la misma situación, con el objetivo de poner fin a la impunidad de los violentos abusos en contra de las mujeres y que además esta logra concientizar a todos de que la violencia contra la mujer no debe existir más, y así lograremos construir un instrumento internacional en el ámbito de la OIT que abarque la violencia también en el lugar de trabajo. Viva la ITF por visibilizar los problemas de la mujer. Muchas gracias.
Abdulghani Sarang from Nusi, followed by Hiti Aviati from the Indonesian Railways, and then we'll put the proposition. Abdulghani.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it is an honor for me to speak on this particular motion because for one more reason, because this month, the last month when we had my union general body meeting, we changed the constitution of my union. We changed the constitution of my union to bring in structures that will enable us to have women committee. So this is the first time in the 100-year history of my union that we were able to do it. The executive committee were on board because to do anything on this particular topic and other topic concerning our sisters, we need to have something concrete in place, and this is how we have done it. So I would also urge the colleagues who took an oath. Mick Dolman took a pledge from all the men in this room. So I would also urge those who are in a position at the high level in the unions, as the CEO, the general secretaries, the presidents of the union, in addition to the pledge, when they go back home, they should try to put some definitive structures in the constitution of their union if it is already not there. If you do it, then it is a concrete way, a practical way to take this issue and other issues further. Thank you, Chair.
We have our sister from Indonesia. Sister or brother? There, a sister?
Yeah.
There you go, sister.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to give me chance to speak in the floor. Thank you for all. I am Heti from Secretary General of Indonesian Railways. Yes, we agreed that all brothers must be standing with us. Past 4 years, women workers in Indonesia Railways just as an employee in a workplace. They just going in the morning to doing their duties and go home without any contribution in the work. Our union with ITF project with education training for women workers that they must be able to contribution on workplaces and active in the union and give more positive value for other workers. In the few years, so many women workers in Indonesian Railways in the leader position and also give opportunity in the operation level in the railway. It's very wonderful that we are here with all women leaders. We hope the women workers in our Indonesian Railways speak up for their human right, to speak up that they need childcare and to receive any other position in the union and organization without fear of violence that could be attacked to them. Solidarity for all. Thank you.
Okay, now we have Adam from the PSU in Pakistan. So recently taken the oath, and what a cleansing thing that was, Mick. Mick does a great job. He's got people to swear in so many places around Australia and around the world. He's a genuine, really in Australia, he's the first ambassador for this wonderful movement, international movement. And again, inspirational stuff. Adam?
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks, Chair. and all brothers and sisters. No doubt that all the religions, including Islam, have the women's much more rights than the men. This is the human rights and particularly the women's rights. As far as the violence against the women is concerned, it should not be at the workplace of the women, but all over the world and wherever the women are there, because the women are not the wives of the men, but is only not be forget that the woman is the daughter, mother, and sister. If we will do the violence against them, it means we are doing the violence against our mother, our sister, and our daughters. So I request all the brothers and sisters on this forum that you must have to keep in mind that the women are our sisters, mothers, and daughters also. Thanks, Chair.
Nice work, Adam. Mariam Jumai Bello from Nigeria, the NURTW. Sister.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. Mariam Jumai Bello from Nigeria, NURTW. Before I go into the issue of violence, I want to appreciate Bulgarian government and our sister that organized this beautiful forum. We appreciate the way women have come out to make sure that, yes, they can do it better than the men. We can see even in India, we saw Nikki. She did a very wonderful job. So that is why women we don't deserve to be violated. We are not the lower species of the men. We are equal in job, but biologically they are leaders. We know the men are leaders, but in job, in every other social activities, we are equal. We should be given our equal right. We have a lot of violation in Nigeria. We have where the elder people rape younger people. We have where we are frustrated on our jobs, that there are positions that are supposed to be given the women. The men will take over the position. They don't care whatever ability or whatever antecedents she must have put before. They use violence to segregate the union. They use violence to refuse some of our members from coming up, because by the time they are frustrated, they are violated, they cannot come closer and be members of the union. We are appealing to our men here to appreciate women. We can do it better. There are positions of authorities that are given to women. They do it better than the men. We know you men are father. You are brothers, you are husbands. Please protect us on this job, give us our right position, and let us be more functional and be happy with you. Thank you very much.
Well, I don't know about men being the leaders. We just heard from a real leader then. Okay, it's been wonderful debate, uplifting. So are we okay to adopt this? Not only to adopt it, but to put it into action. Now we have a special guest in the audience, Yerki. I'm not sure, he reckons I mangle with my Australian all sorts of names, but you know that, Raina, from Industrial. Can you stand up? There he is. Welcome. I'll say a few words of welcome and then Steve will. He's incredibly dynamic, young, comes from Finland. There are quite a few Finnish transport workers and they're very tough guys. They don't mind a drink or two. They must be that cold weather that makes that stern of stuff and that stern constitution. Some of the greatest trade union and labour leaders in the world come out of Finland, and Jyrki's one of them. Industrial is a tremendously complex global union federation. I'm not sure it is the biggest. It would come close to being the biggest, representing manufacturing workers of all types, also mining and commodity, hydrocarbon. It is the sort of engine room of capital and has the great challenges in front of it because of the issues that we know so well in this room about social dumping, you know, the movement of capital away from areas of strong unionism into areas of weak unionism or no unionism to exploit workforces. The whole concept of the neoconservative agenda really is about exploitation and elitism. And to have a great trade unionist like Yerke who comes here and is in a special relationship, and Steve will say some things about that. We are brothers and sisters across the global union federations. Yerke, we've had Sharon Burrow here this week from the ITUC and been able to lay out before us a plan, an action plan, but most importantly, a structure to get on with the job. We have come here to lay down a plan to get on with the job, not to talk. Certainly talk is important. Not just to move, certainly motions are important, but to use those things as a stimulus for action to protect the working men and women of this world and their families and their communities. And we're very, very proud to have you amongst us and part of this great movement. So again, welcome to our Congress, Yerke, and please accept from me and relay back to the wonderful Secretariat, all of the affiliates and the executive, our solidarity and our determination to work with you in the interests of your affiliates and the interests of the working class as a whole. Welcome, brother.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to say that when you're in a transitional position, David left a very big legacy. And when you join the Global Council of Unions, it can be quite an intimidating bunch. But I have to say, Yerke, on a personal level, reached out his hand, shook it firmly, and said, we need to talk to each other. There's not many of us, I am still acting, but there's not many of us General Secretaries of Global Union Federations. And that spirit, and when he addressed the Executive Board in Copenhagen, that spirit of support and cooperation is throughout this conference. All of our issues about the global supply chain, it's not just about our transport workers, it's about all of their members. So on a personal level, Yerke, it's a real privilege for me that you took the time to join us. And we're hoping that all the Congress themes and policies will ensure that our collaboration and working together makes a real difference for your members and ours. So thanks very much for being here, Yerke. You're a wonderful guy. Thank you.
But we're not going to let you speak. Because we listen to the rank and file of the movement here, the affiliates. But if you hang around till tomorrow, you might get a shot at it. Now, that is something to hang around for, Yerke, I tell you. Let's put the... Okay, so we move back to Palestine now, and it's been a very long week, and this is the dreadful conflict that makes all of us sink in the stomach when we think of, you know, the great loss of life, the tragedy of political dysfunction, the length of it. It is a devastating example of humanity's inability to resolve issues. And if that's the future for humanity, there is no future. And of course, there are different sides and there are different dimensions, and it is extraordinarily charged debate. We had a number of motions that were submitted to the Resolution Committee, 7A and paragraph 5 in 9 that Peter referred to. Resolutions Committee has worked extraordinarily hard to get back to a single motion to put before us, and that motion is again in the second report of the Resolutions Committee, and it is Annex 1. That doesn't mean, that really, that's a matter of getting a situation so that we don't have to have 3 debates on 3 issues. And it is a process of bringing the parties together, because the motions were divergent and came from the issue from 2 distinctly separate perceptions. It is our responsibility here on best endeavours to try to find consensus. And that's a great contradiction in terms when you come to the Middle East. Because if consensus was easily arrived at, peace would have been arrived at a long, long time ago. But we have, as we always do, are not beggared by the size of and the dimension of the challenges in front of us. And we've gone through this, all the parties, including from the trade union movement of Israel and the trade union movement from Palestine and the trade union movement generally, that were involved in these resolutions with a view of finding great unity. That's not to say that has been arrived at, but we need to put something before you, and we need to use that as a driver to make our contribution over the next 4 years to do what we can. There are transport workers dying, there are families and working communities being destroyed, and from a trade union perspective, we need to make a resolution that within our power, not our rhetorical power, but within our practical power, that we can have an action plan that is going to be meaningful. But it's an issue that's going to emit and does emit strong emotions in people and things that they feel very deeply. We're going to hold a debate now on the issue, and feelings have the capacity and have the potential to run very high. It's a debate that's held at a particularly difficult time with the incredible loss of life, and when you read the resolution, it identifies that. Many people have been killed and feel under tremendous ongoing threat of further death, mayhem and destruction. We've now come in this important part of our debate for people to express their views freely. But I would really insist, in the spirit of finding genuine reconciliation as far as we practically can in this House, that debate is conducted in a respectful way, and that people are listened to by the rest of us in a respectful way, regardless of the position they come with. We have a policy of mutual respect, and we've all agreed to adhere to that at the beginning. It is the basis of the decency and dignity of our movement. If things are getting a bit away, I may intervene, but I'm sure, notwithstanding this essential and rawness of this debate, that the maturity within this House is sufficient that we can have it with a genuine view of moving forward together as far as we practically can. I would also ask that people keep to the 3-minute time, and I need to be quite strict about that. The motion is being put forward by the Resolutions Committee. It's not been moved by any individual or the unions that submitted to the 3 motions, and as Peter indicated, the 4th motion on world peace, I guess, was an addendum to it, and thank you, RMT, for making that important contribution, and supported by the Executive Board. I've been asked to introduce it. I'm sure that you've all read the motion. There are 2 key parts to it. The first is a response to the terrible conflict in Gaza, the dreadful, really, just extraordinarily damaging and from a human point of view, debilitating and degrading conflict, with support from the tremendous practical solidarity of the real missions. We've got a long history of going in. I mean, there's an old saying in the Arab world, the dogs bark, but the caravan keeps on moving. We need to do practical things We are transporters. We are transport workers. The world's economy relies on us. We have, throughout the whole of the division and the terrible history of war and dysfunction in this area, sought to nurture, support, and be creative in every endeavour to bring some sanity and to reduce the pain to all of those transport workers affected. We need to continue in our humanitarian aid, it goes without saying, and find the resources. People need medication. We've had 2 truckloads taking vital supply to Gaza already, and there are more to come, thanks to you. We'll be asking for donations, both personal, and it's not the size of the donations, it's a bit like the oath when you swear. It's our willingness to ease the pain that is so important, and also to organisations to make a real contribution, so that hopefully if we find a consensus around the resolution, that we can also charge it and fire it with a material contribution of financial support. And from that point of view, for my union, the Maritime Union of Australia, that we will donate 20,000 American dollars here today to get the ball rolling. The ITF has played a strong part. We are doers in the ITUC call to action on Gaza. But the motion also expressed the need for a permanent and just peace. Peace for Palestine, peace in Israel, around the 2-state solution. There cannot be allowed to be such bloodshed anymore as seen in the last weeks. There has to be, this must be an exclamation mark of dysfunction never to be repeated. In calling on this, the wording of the ITUC resolution has been deliberately used. It is a progressive document that has swum the tremendous difficulty, political difficulties in the recent ITUC Congress, and stands out as an important contribution in being able to have the World Trade Union movement have its voice around a strong and permanent peace, around real and effective outcomes for the peoples of both countries. I don't want to say any more. The Resolutions Committee has moved it, and they have asked me to sum up. I have done that summing up with all of the passion and the fibre with which I come to the movement. There is no more important resolution than this, sisters and brothers, in all of the work that we do, because what we say and our leadership will determine in a major way and a material way the lives of very, very many people affected in this conflict. Okay, so the first speaker to speak is Nasser from the PGTWD of Palestine. Brother Nasser.
شكرا أيها الصديق أيها الرفيق باندي على هذه التقدمة التي قدمتها. مرحبا أيها الرفيقات أيها الرفاق، يسعدني ويشرفني أن أقف أمامكم وأن أخاطبكم من على هذا المنبر الحر الذي لا يشعر بقوته وقيمته إلا كل من هو داخل بيت الITF. يحاول البعض أن يتهمنا بأننا في المحافل النقابية والعمالية نتحدث بالأمور السياسية. كيف لا والمعاناة الفلسطينية المستمرة منذ 70 عاما لم يهنأ فيها الشعب الفلسطيني بجميع شرائحه بيوم واحد. كيف لا والشعب الفلسطيني يقتل في كل يوم من أجل القتل فقط؟ وإلا لماذا يقتل الأطفال والنساء والشيوخ في فلسطين؟ الرفيقات، الرفاق، أعضاء المؤتمر الأعزاء، فلسطين في الواقع هي صغيرة المساحة ولكنها كبيرة المعاناة والعذابات. فلكي يتمكن سائق تاكسي من قطع مسافة 50 كيلو متر يحتاج في بعض الأحيان لما يزيد عن 4 ساعات، وهذا في الأراضي الفلسطينية المحتلة عام 67 والتي من المفروض أن تكون تحت سيطرة السلطة الفلسطينية، ولكن هذا هو الاحتلال. من منكم زار فلسطين رأى هذا بأم أعينه. سائق الشاحنة الذي يحمل حمولة من الخضار وبسبب الحواجز العسكرية يقف لساعات طويلة على هذه الحواجز تحت أشعة الشمس، مما يؤدي إلى إتلاف هذه البضائع وخسارة المزارع وعدم دفع الأجور للسائق. هذا هو الاحتلال. أحد سائقي المركبات بينما كان يقف على أحد الحواجز ينتظر الركاب قتله الجنود بدم بارد، وعندما اعترف الجندي الذي قتله قال بأنه تراهن مع زميله بأنه يستطيع أن يصيب رأس هذا السائق الذي له 6 أطفال. ومن زارنا من الوفود بينكم ذهبنا وإياه إلى بيت هذا السائق وسمع القصة بآذانه. هذا هو الاحتلال. هذه الأحداث في القرن 21. هذا في الوقت الذي ينفتح فيه العالم على بعضه. نرى في فلسطين الكنتونات والحواجز العسكرية، كما أن الاحتلال يقوم ببناء جدار الفصل العنصري، هذا الجدار الذي يفصل بين الأخ وأخيه، يفصل بين الأسرة الواحدة في بعض المواقع. هذا هو جدار الفصل العنصري. الرفيقات، الرفاق، لا شيء يسلم في فلسطين، فالبشر تقتل والأطفال تقتل والنساء تقتل والشجر تقلع والبيوت تهدم. البطالة والفقر في فلسطين تجاوزت 65%، وهذا كله بسبب الاحتلال. حتى أخرج أنا وزميلتي نداء التي تشارك معنا في هذا المؤتمر من فلسطين إلى الأردن، وهذا يستغرق من المفروض من الزمن 1.5 ساعة، استغرق معنا 8 ساعات. هذا هو الاحتلال. السائق يعمل في فلسطين ما لا يقل عن 14 ساعة يوميا وعلى مدار العام حتى يستطيع توفير لقمة عيش كريمة لأسرته. سائقو الشاحنات بشكل خاص يعيشون تحت خط الفقر لأنهم ممنوعون من الدخول إلى إسرائيل لنقل البضائع في الوقت الذي يدخل فيه السائقين الإسرائيليين إلى أراضي السلطة الفلسطينية وبكل سهولة. هذا هو الاحتلال. الرفيقات، الرفاق الأعزاء، ما يحدث بغزة بالتأكيد أنكم تعرفون بأن فرق الإنقاذ حتى هذا اليوم ما زالت تنشل وتخرج الجثث من تحت الأنقاض. من يريد الاطلاع على الجرائم التي ارتكبت بحق المواطنين، بحق أطفال غزة، بحق نساء غزة، بحق شيوخ غزة، ولا يستطيع أن يذهب إلى غزة، فليذهب إلى المستشفيات في في الأردن أو في مصر أو في تركيا ليرى بأم أعينه أبشع الجرائم التي ترتكب في القرن 21. أطفال فقدوا أبصارهم، فقدوا سمعهم، فقدوا أطرافهم. ما ذنب هؤلاء الأطفال؟ لا يوجد لدينا نحن كفلسطينيين جواب إلا أنه هذا هو الاحتلال. الرفيقات، إن الذين نظموا لهذا المؤتمر الرائع مشكورين. قرروا أن لا تكون الوثائق على ورق، وذلك من أجل الحفاظ على البيئة، وهذه خطوة إيجابية تسجل لهم. وفي بقعة أخرى وعلى هذا الكوكب، وبالتحديد في قطاع غزة، يتم تدمير كل مقومات الحياة البشرية. يتم تدمير الكهرباء، يتم تدمير المياه، يتم تفجير خزانات المجاري، وذلك من أجل القتل بطريقة أخرى لا تقل وحشية عن الطرق الأخرى إن لم تكن أشد وأفتك. إن كل ما رأيتموه وسمعتموه عن الجرائم في فلسطين وغزة خصوصا، إنما هذا هو جزء بسيط من الجرائم البشعة التي قام ويقوم بها الاحتلال. قبل 4 شهور فقط، وبدعم من الITF وبتبرعات من النقابات مشكورين، قمنا بإعادة تأسيس مقر نقابة عمال النقل في قطاع غزة، وتم تأسيسه، وكنا نتطلع لعمل افتتاح رسمي لهذا المقر، ولكن وبكل أسف تم تدمير هذا المقر في الاعتداء الأخير على غزة. هذا هو الاحتلال. وحتى لا أطيل عليكم، أشكر الITF بكل مقوماته وتركيبته لما قدمه ويقدمه من دعم معنوي ومادي لفلسطين، وإلى القرارات الداعمة والمؤيدة للشعب الفلسطيني وللعمال الفلسطينيين. كما أرجو أن تسمحوا لي أن أخص بالشكر السيد بلال ملكاوي على ما يقدمه لنا من جهد متواصل ودائم. أتطلع إلى عقد مؤتمر قادم للITF في المستقبل في القدس، عاصمة دولة فلسطين الحرة المستقلة. Thank you very much. وبهذه المناسبة اسمحوا لنا من باب الوفاء أن نقدم إلى روح المناضل النقابي الكبير بوب جرو، ومن خلال نقابته ARMT درعا وفاء له ولروحه الطاهرة. فاسمحوا لنا أن يتقدم أحد من الرفاق في ARMT بأن نقدم له هذه الهدية، جزءا من الوفاء للمناضل الكبير بوب جرو. وشكرا أيها السيدات أيها السادة.
Okay, thank you, Brother Nasser. And I think everybody will appreciate the extra time that we have given to our Palestinian brother from the Palestinian transport workers. But please, would ask the rest of the speakers to strictly limit their comments to the 3 minutes. We've got 35 minutes to lunch, and it'll give us plenty of capacity for everybody to have their say. Second speaker, Sayed El Harak from the UMT of Morocco, who was also chair of the Arab World region. Sayed.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. تحية طيبة لكل الحاضرين. شكرا سيد الرئيس. لما تفحصت مشروع القرار الموضوع من طرف الأيتف والذي جاء بمجموعة من النقط نعتبرها إيجابية بالنسبة لنا، وكذلك جاءت في طياته ومرتكزاته مجموعة من النقط الصادرة على مؤتمر برلين، وكذلك المسودة المقدمة من طرف الاتحاد النقابات الذوية وهي بعنوان لنتحرك من أجل غزة. في إطار النقاط الموضوعة والتي شملت إدانة الهجمات الإسرائيلية والتي أدت إلى قتل أزيد من 1962 شخص كلهم مدنيين، كذلك ضرب البنية التحتية وهدم المدارس والمستشفيات ودور العبادة إلى غير ذلك، وكذلك جاءت لتقول عليها أن تثبت الشرعية الدولية وقرارات مجلس الأمن، كذلك جاءت تقول التوقف على بناء المستوطنات وإزالتها وإنهاء وجودها، كذلك تفكيك الجدار العازل العنصري هذا، وكذلك حرية التنقل داخل الأراضي. لكن لدينا نقطة أساسية هنا نقولها: الطريقة الوحيدة لوجود السلام هو إنهاء الاحتلال. هذا هو مربط الفرس. نحن نثني على ما قام به الاتحاد الدولي لعمال النقل، الدعم المادي والمعنوي وكل الدعم المقدم من طرف. كذلك نريد أن نقول بأن لا بد من دعوة كافة مكونات الحركات النقابية العالمية للضغط، أعني بها المستقلة والحرة، إلى تفعيل التضامن مع الشعب الفلسطيني وسكان غزة خصوصاً. كذلك نقول توفير الدعم المطلوب لإعادة إعمار غزة وتلبيات الحاجيات المستعجلة للسكان. كذلك هذه كلها نقاط جادة ومسؤولة، لكن نفتقر إلى عمل فعلي على أرض الواقع. لهذا لدينا نقترح ضمن ما جاء في المقترح، وهو أن تكون هناك تفكيك المستعمرات وإنهاء وجودها في فلسطين، وكذلك العمل على خلق آلية لعزل المستعمرات اقتصاديا ودوليا بمقاطعة منتجاتها. والسلام.
Thank you, brother. Fatima Guado from the FSC CCOO in Spain, followed by Christina Baylor from Verdi in Germany.
Buenos días, compañeras y compañeros. El tema de Palestina es algo que no se puede acallar, ni por todo el dinero del mundo que se ponga de por medio, porque somos sindicalistas y como tales tenemos la obligación de defender la justicia social y la humanidad. ¿Me podéis explicar por qué seres humanos están encerrados por tierra, mar y aire, en una cárcel al aire libre? ¿Qué delito han cometido, más allá de haber nacido en Gaza o Cisjordania? Hace unos meses, los jóvenes de la Federación Internacional del Transporte nos reunimos en Amán. Nos reunimos en Amán porque era lugar en que a los palestinos se les permite salir para hablar de sus condiciones de trabajo. Y sentimos vergüenza de lo que allí nos contaban. A veces siento vergüenza del horror que la raza humana comete, porque ¿qué culpa han tenido los hombres y las mujeres y los niños que están siendo asesinados? Con cada bombardeo y con cada disputa solo crece el odio. Solo crece el odio, como dijo Bertolt Brecht. No podemos hacer otra cosa sino pedir el fin de la ocupación. El derecho internacional ya ha insistido en esta cuestión. En 2012, la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas adoptó la resolución en virtud de la cual concedió a Palestina la condición de Estado observador no miembro, reafirmando además el derecho del pueblo palestino a un territorio bajo las fronteras definidas antes de la guerra de 1967. No es de extrañar que con la de millones de palestinos desplazados y con la situación de drama, miles de asociaciones en todo el mundo estén secundando el boicot a los asentamientos que son ilegales. Esta vergüenza tiene que acabar. Si toda la vida, si durante siglos ambos pueblos han vivido en paz, ¿por qué no pueden seguir haciéndolo? Nuestra organización lo secunda y insiste una vez más. ¡Que viva Palestina!
Thank you, Fatima. We have a long list of speakers and we won't be able to get through them all. So I have cut that off. But the next one will be Christina, followed by Roy Nielsen from the Norwegian Transport Workers Union. Christina.
Liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, ich stehe noch ganz unter dem Eindruck des großartigen Schwurs, den die Männer hier eben gegen die Gewalt gegen Frauen hier geleistet haben. Das ist was ich mitnehme in mein Heimatland nach Deutschland und auch unseren Gewerkschaftern mitnehmen will und sagen will, auch sie sollen das schwören. Und wenn ich höre, was der Kollege aus Palästina berichtet hat, dann sage ich glaube, wir brauchen einen solchen Schwur für alle Menschen in der ganzen Welt, dass niemand die Waffe erhebt gegeneinander, weil Krieg, Kolleginnen und Kollegen, ist keine Lösung. Ich will mich aber jetzt ganz explizit aussprechen für den Antrag, den das Resolutions Komitee hier eingebracht hat. Ich glaube, und Paddy hat es in seinen einführenden Worten gesagt, hier sind ganz viele Emotionen im Raum und viele verschiedene Meinungen. Aber in einigen Punkten sind wir uns doch alle einig. Krieg ist keine Lösung. Gewalt gegen Zivilisten ist inakzeptabel. Da müssen wir gegen vorgehen. Und wir brauchen unbedingt nachhaltigen Frieden in der Region. Und dafür müssen wir als ITF uns einsetzen. Und deswegen, liebe Brüder und Schwestern, unterstützt diesen Antrag. Dankeschön.
Roy, followed by Nerman Sharif from the Dockers and Seafarers Union of Libya.
Comrades, sisters and brothers, when arriving Norway after my visit to Palestine last year, I thought to myself, when I met my family, that it is such a mild country we live in. It is so good. There is some kind of humanity in all relationships. Because we built the country on respect for diversity, respect for the individual, and respect for human dignity. And I've imagined, and I've thought about this many times, back in 1945, when my own country was occupied, and I beg you all to be understood when I say that I am not comparing the German Nazi regime with Israel. That I am not. But I compare occupation with occupation. Imagine that me in Norway, my people, in 1945 did not win the liberation struggle, did not throw out the occupier, could not see a bright future or believe our kids had a future. Imagine the occupier remaining in my country, taking piece by piece for decades upon decades and banished us to the leanest areas. Took the fish in the sea, took the land, took the water. And I can imagine my own hometown in Norway, or for our sake, Sofia, being imprisoned. And in the city of Sofia, there was so much resistance to the occupation, so we were to be imprisoned for 7 years. Because in an election, we had chosen the most resistant, those who would not accept the occupation. And after 7 years of confinement here in Sofia, for example, the occupier begins to bomb us. Because of that, we had built an alliance with, for example, the cities of Varna or Burgas. Just imagine this. The Norwegian Transport Workers Union has stated that boycott must be used if the people's rights, international law, are broken. I am deeply disappointed over that boycott is not a part of our annex here motion. Wait. I'm soon finished.
You're out of time, brother.
We sanction Russia, but don't do anything about Israel. I will, though, vote for the annex.
Free Palestine!
Brother Nerman, followed by Johnny Havik from the Industry Energy of Norway. Nerman Sharif from Libya. You ready to go? She's there. Sister.
زملائي، خلال 4 أسابيع من 8 يوليو قتل 1800 مدني فلسطيني. أكثر من الثلث هم أطفال أبرياء يلعبون بسلام. أكثر من 10,000 جريح. أكثر من 3,000 عائلة شردت بسبب قصف بيوتهم وأماكن نزوحهم. عائلات كاملة أبيدت. 200,000 نازح و55 مركز صحي قصف. وما زالت الجرائم المرتكبة من قيادات إسرائيل مستمرة بلا هوادة إلى الآن. نعم، جرائم بشهادة بان كيمون الأمين العام للأمم المتحدة. نشكر كل الذين قاموا على تقديم هذا القرار ونؤكد دعمنا له. مع تعديل واحد نتمنى أن يسمع. تعديل واحد يجب علينا الخروج به عن طريق تصويتكم هنا الآن. يحتاج صوتكم، وهو سيساعد في وقف ما يجري من ذبح لشعبنا الفلسطيني. إنني أطلب تصويتكم بالخروج بمقاطعة المنتجات الإسرائيلية والشركات التي تتعامل معها من خلال حملة نقابية تقومون بها أنتم، يقودها الITF، أقوى اتحاد دولي. أريد صوتكم هنا على هذه الإضافة. يكفينا كلام، فلنذهب إلى الأفعال. لا نريد تضامن فقط، التضامن الحقيقي نريده بصوتكم الآن على هذه الحملة. وأشكر جنوب أفريقيا الذين حضروا إلى هنا، وقبل أن يحضروا قاموا بهذه الحملة وقاموا بمقاطعة المنتجات الإسرائيلية وعدم دخولها إلى جنوب أفريقيا. نحن لا نريد صدقة، وإنما نريد صوتكم يا عمال العالم.
Thank you, Sister, but as I indicated, the Constitution doesn't allow for amendments. There's a time of a number of weeks past before that. We have, and I outlined it at the start of the debate, the rules of the debate. There's one motion before us, and that motion will either be accepted or rejected. But thank you, Sister, and your strong views, like all the views, will be clearly taken into account by the Executive Board going forward. Thank you, Sister. Okay, you ready to go, Johnny?
Thanks. I don't know how I'm going to follow up on that, but I'll give it my best. Dear sisters and brothers, trade union comrades, supporters of peace, we are gathered here in Sofia because trade union activists are built on understanding that workers have to unite no matter where we're from. Our movement is global. Our movement is a peace movement. The images we've all seen this summer from Gaza can hardly be described by words. One of the bloodiest days this far was when the Shujaiya district was bombed on the morning of July 20th. Utter destruction of civilian homes. Civilians with nowhere to hide. Sleeping children bombed to death. I'd like to quote Ban Ki-moon's unusual strong statement on this. There is nothing as shameful as bombing sleeping children. By now, 2,000 Palestinians have been killed, most of them civilians. 500 of them were children, 500, with a future ahead of them. Our first demand must be to put an end to the attacks on Gaza. No more bombs on Gaza. The mass murder on civilians and bombing of UN shelters must be investigated as crimes of war. Our second demand must be to bring the responsibles of war crimes to accountability. But sisters and brothers, our most important demands must be the call for a sustainable path to peace. And the only way to do that is by lifting the siege on Gaza and putting an end to the occupation. There is this picture of a Palestinian woman that planted flowers in an empty tank shell while the bombs were falling. Sisters and brothers, dear comrades, let this be the day when trade unionists from all over the world planted the seed of peace and to give Palestinians a future of freedom.
Thank you, brother. Benito from the ATM in Mexico. Brother Benito.
Gracias, señor presidente. Me han encomendado los trabajadores de mi país que haga una denuncia vergonzosa en contra de la diputada israelí que pide asesinar a todas las madres palestinas. Esto no puede ser, ya que hace un momento aquí hicimos un juramento que jamás se debe de tocar a las mujeres. Y se dice así: la congresista generó polémica al escribir en su cuenta de Facebook el siguiente mensaje el 7 de julio. Tienen que morir y sus casas tienen que ser demolidas. Son nuestros enemigos y nuestras manos deberían estar manchadas de sangre. Esto se aplica igual a las madres de los terroristas fallecidos. La diputada radical israelí Ayelet Shaked, del partido Hogar Judío, llamó a asesinar a todas las madres palestinas debido a que daban luz y criarán a pequeñas servientes. Esto es una vergüenza a nivel internacional y para todo el mundo. Creo que debe de quedar en actas que esto jamás debe de declararse, sobre todo en estos momentos tan difíciles del mundo palestino. ¡Que viva Palestina! ¡Que viva la ITF!
Thank you very much, Benito. Richard Jobert from the CGT in France, followed by June Dubé from Setawa in South Africa. Richard?
Oui, merci, Monsieur le Président. Charles Jobert, Fédération des transports CGT. Donc, moi, je voulais juste apporter un témoignage, puisque la CGT s'est engagée sur ces valeurs, la valeur de la paix et la valeur universelle concernant les peuples. Et dès le départ, la CGT a trouvé inadmissible que cette guerre continue, puisqu'on voit bien qu'elle est à l'apogée, puisqu'il y a eu quand même le claquement des portes sur la négociation, et je pense qu'il faut mettre la pression pour que les négociations se rouvrent et que les combats s'arrêtent. Il est inadmissible qu'à notre époque, on soit spectateur de cet assassinat des peuples sans qu'on puisse réagir au niveau international. Donc nous, la CGT, on s'est engagé dès le départ. On soutient tous les mouvements qui se déroulent en France en termes de rassemblement et de négociation pour la paix, avec un contenu, bien entendu, avec le contenu historique qui a été un peu rappelé par rapport à l'intervention du camarade tout à l'heure, sur comment la Palestine a été traitée à l'époque, à l'origine de l'histoire, pour que les Israéliens aient un territoire. N'empêche qu'aujourd'hui, on est... la résolution, je pense que c'est le début de quelque chose. Après, c'est qu'est-ce qu'on va en faire et comment on va la mettre en scène tout au long de l'année et dans les mois qui arrivent. Parce que là, il faudrait exiger d'ici demain, dès qu'elle sorte, l'arrêt immédiat des combats. Parce que c'est de ça qu'il s'agit. Les horreurs que les camarades viennent de signaler, c'est carrément insupportable pour ce qui nous concerne, nous. Après, au niveau de notre organisation, on voit bien que sur la France, moi je vais parler de la France où on a participé depuis le début, on était à la 5e manifestation. La dernière s'est déroulée samedi dernier, quand le congrès s'est ouvert ici, démontre qu'on a besoin de travailler à la solidarité à travers l'ITF pour gommer nos différences syndicales et aller tous en direction de la paix et de la rouverture des négociations. Merci.
Okay, June, and then Mohammed Matilia from Jordan. June Dubé from Setawa.
Thanks very much, Comrade President.
Good on you, brother.
And the House. Borrowing from all Congress resolutions of progressive and revolutionary formation in my country and the Mexico ITF conference, and in the spirit of the motion 11 that we have recently discussed here, it is very clear that under no circumstances that we should massage killings, in particular of women and children. We were supporting the initial of this resolution, and then the second resolution has been now presented to the Congress, which is trying and then to accommodate. Dealing with violence, and then we should not fear or afraid or shame of anybody. We should just approach it, and as my previous speakers have already indicated, that the killing, in particular of women, because as what you said, we have taken an oath recently, killing of women and children, we cannot sometimes and then say that we're against it, and sometimes and then agree and massage it. Therefore, we would like then to support all those who made the additions or the initial resolutions that was protecting the Palestinian people. If you look at all those resolutions from our country, I made reference to when I started here, we see they are very straightforward. That's what we are supporting, that we cannot under no circumstances and then condemn the issue of killing children, in particular while they are sleeping and so forth. So we're saying that viva Palestinian people, viva.
Thanks, brother. Mohammed?
يس كل التقدير إليكم أنتم أيها المجتمعون، إلى من يدافعون عن الحرية النقابية وحرية التعبير. أنا بقول للأخت الأسبانية اللي حكت قبل، بتقول ما ذنب هذا الشعب؟ هل ذنبه لأنه وجد في فلسطين؟ لا، بل ذنبه لأنه يطالب بالحرية، أصبح في سجن كبير. هذا أنا طبعا ما بدي أزيد على اللي قاله ناصر واللي قاله سعيد من العرب، بس بدي أبعث مسج للشعب تمسك بأرضه، وأي شعب إلى شعب قهره والله قهر الموت. إلى شعب فلسطين أهديك أجمل السلام، أهديك ألف تحية أيها الشعب العظيم. هذا الشعب لن يموت أبدا، لن يموت. هذا شعب والله الطفل به رجل. احنا كوننا دولة مجاورة لإسرائيل، ما تسمى بإسرائيل عفوا، فاتني التعبير، أنا بتأسف أيها الأخوة، ومجاور أيضا لفلسطين. وجرحى غزة الآن في مستشفيات عمان عندنا نستضيفهم، جرحى والله 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 لم تكن في عصرنا الحديث ولا في العصر القديم. أقسم بالله العظيم قوة تدمير لا تضاهيها قوة. ألا نعلة الله على من لا يسكت عن الحق ولا يقول كلمته. ألا نقول كلمتنا من هنا كفانا قول. لماذا لا يكون هناك فعل ولنقاطع البضائع الإسرائيلية؟ كفانا قول ولنكون في فعل. ITF أنت تطالب ونقول ITF very strong. من هنا أناشدكم أيها الأحرار، أيها المناضلون، أنتم جميعا من كافة بقاع العالم. نحن لا ننظر إلى العملية عملية سياسية، وإننا ننظر إليها إنسانية قبل أن تكون سياسية. الساسة خذلونا في جميع المحافل. أنتم المناضلون، أنتم الحقيقيون، أنتم هنا من تصنعون التاريخ. ليست الساسة فليذهبوا إلى الجحيم، كل ساستنا نحن. الساسة ضدنا نحن قبل أن يكونوا ضد أي كان. نحن المناضلين الحقيقيون، نحن من نطالب بحقوق عمالنا وبحقوق الغير، ولذلك لنقاطع البضائع الإسرائيلية التي قهرتنا وقهرت أطفالنا حتى سالت الدماء، سالت دماؤهم هناك، ولا تزال الجثث تخرج حتى هذه اللحظة. أيها القادة، أنتم القادة، وقسما بالله العظيم أنتم القادة، بادئا ترمز بالنسبة لنا كITF. أنت مناضل، ولذلك يجب أن نتخذ قرار من هنا، قرار يكون له صدى. وأي صدى؟ حتى تعرف جميع المنظمات التي تعمل في هذا المجال بأنه كان هناك قرار من صوفيا من خلال هذا الاتحاد العظيم. كل الشكر وكل الدعم إلى أمهات فلسطين، كل الشكر إلى من كان يلعبون هناك أطفال لا ذنب لهم إلا أنهم هناك. كل الشكر لكم أنتم أيها القادة، كل الشكر إلى المتحدثين والذين لم يتحدثوا والذين تعاطفوا في قضيتنا والذين رفعوا صوتهم عاليا، فلكم مني جزيل الشكر أيضا.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Adam, and then I'll put the proposition. I'll make some final comments. Put the proposition. Adam, then Ivan de la Guardia from Panama, and then I'll sum up and put the proposition, brothers. Adam?
Thanks, Chair. Well, when we heard the informations from our brothers of Palestine really we are not crying by our eyes, our hearts are crying that where we are, what we are doing for them, what we will have to do for them. So I think that this is the forum. Their voice should have to be forwarded anywhere, any corner of the world, even in the United Nations. And I shame the United Nations. Where is their resolutions against the terrorism and against the other illegal occupational of the Palestinian territories? We are only talking and listening about the Gaza problem. It is not only the Gaza problem, it is the problem of the all territory of the Palestinian, the West Bank, East Jerusalem, including Gaza also. But I say, where is the United States and where is USA? Those who are slogging the right for the rights, human rights, where are they now? Why they are closing their eyes? Why they are not looking there? Why the implementation of the United Nations resolutions on this Palestinian issue is not going to be? Shame United Nations also. I say that if the Palestine has to be, keep in mind that they have their children also. Israel have their own children also. If they will not looking for their children, then they will have to be killed one time, someone, their children also. So I say, I request the Palestine has to be make a peace, and the Israel also live in the peace, and let the Palestinian live in the peace also. Also, I will have to be recommend here that we are fully support this resolution, and we are saying that the Palestine's territorial should be unoccupied, illegally occupied by the Israel. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you very, very much, sisters and brothers. It's very moving, and I feel quite emotional. And I know everybody in the room that cares, and I know everyone does, for peace and for dignity and to stop the slaughter, know how important this resolution is. And of course, for some, it doesn't go far enough. And that's legitimate. But if there was ever going to be an embargo or a blockade, it needs to be done in the most pervasive and universal way. We are working as transport workers, working with practicality. We are not passing a motion of rhetoric or words. We are passing a motion of being engaged with our brothers and sisters with a view that ensures that transport workers, just as in each of our other countries, can return home with safety and dignity, can return home for freedom of speech, can return home from genuine security, from threat of violence. And violence is pervasive in a dysfunctional world. And we are a force for peace, and we are a force for progress, and we are a force for decency. And we will apply ourselves just as we do within our workplaces, within our communities and our societies, to ensure that happens in practical, forward-looking steps. And the same with this resolution that has been overwhelmingly supported. It's been a respectful debate. We understand there are difficulties, but it has been an overwhelming debate that has said with clarity, enough, enough. And we are going out there and be part of the front line to ensure true justice and peace is delivered. Now, there are practical steps that need to go forward. As I said at the outset, we don't pass policies. I've had enough of trade unions that pass policies and then sit on them or revisit them to reflect on what they haven't done and then pass further policies about identifying problems. we need to go and put our determination, our character, our resources, and I put my union, 20,000, and I urge everybody in this room to consider, if they're not in a position to make that commitment today, to take it back to their executive boards and get that commitment. And when we put our hands together, we know we're putting our hands together with material resources. And again, when the opportunity comes to walk out that door, put your hand in your pocket and put real money in the hands of real people that need it. Now, I've heard the debate, you've heard the debate. The resolution is a composite resolution of 3 resolutions. The resolution committee, after a long, drawn-out process of consultation with all of the parties, including a very strong leadership role by the Secretary of the ITUC, Sharon Burrow, who was central to the very strong resolution of the ITUC around which this resolution is based. And we had put a position to you that has been overwhelmingly supported. Now, sisters and brothers, notwithstanding our passion and our determination to take this to the fullness, are we prepared to support this resolution, yes or no? Do we support this resolution? Yes. See, the scars can't heal until the wounding stops. I declare the resolution carried, not only in recognising the trauma and risks faced by transport workers in Palestine and in Israel, the ITF, with the support of the ITUC, should send an executive board mission to the Gaza, the West Bank and Israel to relay the strength of feeling and determination in this room, I believe. I reckon that the mission needs to take place as soon as possible so that we can get in and be part of the building of peace and that protection those workers need. I intend putting to the executive board on Saturday that as the first concrete step in the implementation of our action plan in protecting the rights of those transport workers, particularly in Palestine, that we go there, and we go there in the spirit and determination of the motion, and as quickly as I said, and I commit to lead that, together with the General Secretary, Stephen Cotton, together with Sharon Burrows, if she can be there with the ITUC, so that we can be part of a concrete process of building that peace. And if we're going to launch and continue to accelerate our campaign for peace, there's no better way than to put the action points that we have just moved into the ground and before the people so devastatingly invaded and violated by this unjust, illegal war against human rights and humanity. And please, to the Executive Board members, reflect on it, and I think, again, the call has come. We need to go out and do things, and I ask you to reflect on it, that I believe the first practical step going forward is to have that mission happen as soon as possible. Okay, on that basis, On that basis, and thank you for the interpreters.
Do the boxes first.
Okay, the boxes, we've got the boxes. Yeah. There's the boxes, the money boxes. The Australians, we like a beer. All the beer money goes in there to my delegation. So if you've got a few live in your bev, put it in the box. Okay, and also the lead delegates of the ITF, the Nigerian delegation, has said that there's a gift for you at the help desk in recognition and appreciation for all the work and all the help you've given them and all of us. So on that basis, are we okay to adjourn the meeting and come back at 2 o'clock, sisters and brothers? Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much.
Oh, and there's a DHL meeting.
A DHL meeting, a DHL meeting.
Outside.
Where is it?
It's here.
It's here.
Excuse me. Joe, how do I... How do I turn this on? Hello. Just a quick announcement. Alan Clifford here from the Scallop team at the ITF. We're doing... We're going to be in defence of rights of workers in Colombia in DHL. We're doing a photo up here now. I would like all DHL trade union leaders and friends to come up here on stage and join us for this photo opportunity. So colleagues, it should just take a couple of minutes, but if you can come up on stage, Esteban Barbosa, the General Secretary of the SNTT of Colombia, is going to be joining us. I'll go and drum up some people.
Sign something as well that we want to
Yes, there's a letter that we're putting together
okay.
at the moment. So
Okay, good.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Peter. Thank you so much.
How are you, brother? Good, good, good.
Aló. ¿Qué quieres que haga? ¿Qué quieres que hable? Por eso, aquí, allá, ¿dónde? ¿Dónde? Aquí, allá, ¿dónde?
Here, here.
¿Aquí?
Yes.
¿Qué quiere?
blocking your face if I do that. Okay.
¿Qué quiere? Aló. Aló, esto no tiene sonido. No tiene sonido. Aló. No, yo no necesito el micrófono. Ya. Bueno, yo no necesito. A ver, los trabajadores afiliados al Sindicato Nacional de Trabajadores del Transporte de Colombia, SNTT, agradece a los delegados y a todos los sindicatos participantes en el Congreso número 43 de la ITF aquí en Sofía, Bulgaria, todo el apoyo a la lucha de los trabajadores de DHL en Colombia por lograr el derecho de asociación, el derecho a la negociación colectiva y libertades sindicales. Gracias, compañeros, por su apoyo, porque solo la unidad nos hará invencible, compañeros. ¡Viva SNTT! ¡Viva! ¡Viva! ¡Viva la unidad de los trabajadores del mundo! ¡Viva! ¡Viva la lucha de los trabajadores colombianos! ¡Viva! ¡Abajo la política antisindical de DHL en Colombia! ¡Viva! ¡Abajo!
Nos agarraste a pie cambiado.
¡Viva la clase obrera! ¡Viva! ¡Viva la unificación sindical! ¡Viva! ¡Viva la lucha de los trabajadores de ITF! ¡Viva! ¡Abajo la política antisindical de DHL en Colombia! ¡Abajo!
Ina mai hoto ne wai.
Gashi nan ai.
Oya hoto kawai za ka doke mu. Oya. Prezi oya. Prezi. Sai kuma wani oya. Karuka. So sai ka zo ka shiga kai ma.
Sai ka shiga wani ya dauke mu.
Oyibo, oya da gosi oyibo. Mo le di mezo oyibo si. Edo le di ma. Edo si ha.
I love Nigeria.
Hey.
Mujias,
Nigeria.
Mujias mo.
Kini wa ko banko ba se npin won dun gan tin fún ọ kini souvenir wa won appreciate e gan.
Thank you.
Wala appreciate e gan. Viva.
Camera ti.
Ṣé mú kini ati e fún?
Camera ti anko.
Ya, ẹni tin ya, ọ̀nà tin ya ntale.
Ah, tin ya ntale.
Oh yeah. Once I yeah, take. Yes. Good. Fine. Great. Viva.
Ela ko ba fele na ya.
Alan. Ena Alan da. Okay.
E ba fele ya. Oni ó yẹ jẹ́ kí wọ́n fi ẹ̀yà.
Tani. Ṣé tani?
Ẹ máa bọ̀.
Chairman.
No, wọ́n ní káyà ẹ dúró tì wọ́n.
No, ibi náà ti wá dúró.
Aṣọ owó dàpọ̀.
Yóò papọ̀
Ọdún olè
wà
aṣọ
láàrin.
papọ̀.
GS.
Ẹ jẹ́ kán dúró báyìí bó ṣe dáa.
Aṣọ papọ̀ ń bọ̀ náà.
Títí wá dúdú ẹ̀ṣọ́ yín dúdú kò lè papọ̀.
Okay.
Èmi wọn nìkan lásán lè papọ̀. Ó funfun.
Viva. Ṣé ẹ mú kíní global kíní o? Ṣé ẹ mú mọ́?
Ẹ̀yà bíi mẹ́rin o.
Ẹ gẹ́tẹ̀. Ṣé ó ní gbọ́ lọlẹ̀ báyìí? Àdúrà súnmẹ́yìn. 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 Ọmọ.
Ṣé yín kọ́? Ìwé ìtì.
Ṣé ẹ ti fóònù? Kọ́ọ̀lù ẹ̀yàn ọmọdé yìí kọ́. Àwọn pípọ̀ yìí ló ṣe báyìí. Mú bẹ́ẹ̀ pọ̀, mú méjèèjì ẹ̀ pọ̀. Mú méjèèjì tí wọ́n ẹ̀ pọ̀.
Because à ń wo àwọn tí iná iPad náà akwai wuta. So I want you to take it, picture. I want you to take it so that say Musa shi on
Kọjú síbi wọ́n yẹn.
Hey, snap. Hey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pẹlẹbẹ tán ti
Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n kẹ́.
tí ò dáa lò. Àdúgbò ọ̀gá rẹ̀ ló sọ fún gbogbo wọn.
Yeah. Yeah.
The global. That's
Ṣé ti nù? Yeah.
ẹ dúró wọ́n yẹn.
Yeah. Yeah. Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n kẹ́.
Ẹ̀yin kọ́ ní bá wí à.
Báwo. Hold on.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Please take this.
Okay.
Keep it here.
Oh my God.
Press the camera.
Okay, yeah.
Ẹ fún bàbá gbélé mọ́.
No, sin flight. Okay.
Yes.
Give me that, man. Okay.
Thank you.
Ẹlẹ́wọ̀n kẹ́.
Wọ́n ní káyà ẹ mọ ẹ̀yà fọ́tò. Kàkà léwu tó mọ̀ ní za ɗauka.
Kaga wannan su za mu hara jewa network za su je a ní network wọn ò lọ a kò gbogbo eléyìí wà òkè ó wà pa this one is okay. Yes, so Sophia ṣé mo jẹ́ gíra tí a yẹ editing oya ẹja lọ ṣé ẹ lọ bí meeting tí ni ẹja wọ lọ.
Okay, you are not here.
Go another one.
Hello? Baba mi fi ní ìyá. Ó ti wà kámẹ́rà bẹ́ẹ̀. Yes, sir. Kó gbé kámẹ́rà yẹn, sir. My GS come. They will take it in that side here again. Oh yeah.
Okay, take this.
Yes, sir. Me ò yọnu ti bí yẹn sir. Ẹ kó tó lè yẹ sir. Ẹ kó pẹ̀lú GS.
iPad nǹkan. I want to do in the middle because of your white cloth.
Okay, sir.
Do in the middle. Say to me. No,
I know. I did. Who was okay there? I be saying there. Bye, go. Bye, go. I see you okay there.
I get it. Okay. Not for the film. Anyway, So amma sai ka bari Sofiya din nan ya dan kaɗa doke ne ni kaɗai tuku. Amma ka bari abin ne fito. Sofiya ne fito. A shirya hula ko? Okay. Hello. How are you? Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. It's okay. Go away. Okay. Okay. Yeah. I'll get it. I'll think of it.
Whose one is this? President?
No, it's president.
You snap 2 times or 1? Thank you.
Okay, that's also. You need this one. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. Okay, sir.
Préstame el escenario, hermano. Espérate. ¿Cómo salgo? Como haciéndote... No, pero... Minor. Sí. Así, pero como que estamos hablando así, dándole bacalao. Como que estamos motivando a toda la people. Y ahora uno así normal, con 1 minuto de silencio. Dale, Minor, dale. Dale feeling. Dale. de la crisis, ¿cómo es? De la crisis global a la justicia laboral. Así es que dice atrás. Así es que dice atrás, ¿va? De la crisis global a la justicia global. De la crisis global a la justicia global. ¿Así es o no? Yes or no. ¿Y la foto? ¿A qué hora está la foto? Estoy hablando solo en baile, no hay ninguna foto. Todo está en baile. Pero sacarle el flash. Pero no, me tienen hablando como pendejo aquí, ninguno estaba tomando fotos, hombre.
The women had an idea.
Can I just... Just a quick announcement. At 2 p.m, just before formal proceedings start again, we're going to do a solidarity action up here in solidarity with TNT workers in Australia, with the Transport Workers Union of Australia. So please come up on stage and take part in the solidarity action. So please do come up onto stage. It's for the TNT workers and the Safe Rates campaign. Yes, please.
Ready? We'll just wait there coming up. Yeah. We'll just wait for a short time. Okay, thank you. Middle one in the middle. Come on.
Hey, no sitting down. Everybody up here for the picture. Come on, let's go. Come on, come on.
We gotta
Up
do
you
it
go.
quick.
Come
Gotta
on.
do it quick.
Come on.
There you go.
Jesus Christ.
There you go.
It's funny, me and John
Sounded like Mohammed a little while ago. Very passionate guy.
Oh yeah. Can I stand like this?
Hello, my dear. Here, do that again.
Come on, don't be shy. Let's go. Let's get this thing rolling.
You know you want to.
What do you have there? Oh,
Okay.
leaflets?
Let's go.
Safe rates and safe industry.
May I have one?
Make sure you hold it up right side up, everybody. Not upside down. That's how you want to do it.
Anybody?
I'll give it here. I'll get it about here.
Right, there you go. Well, we set people behind you. Forgot my washcloth today.
Take this one instead of the big one.
Okay.
Yeah, there we go. I think you might need to get into the balcony.
Okay, half of you go sit down.
Where's the air conditioning?
He needs the iPhone thing that you use for the picture.
Yeah.
You're shorter. You go ahead.
no, it's full time.
Okay, I tried.
Oh, there goes that. Big sign. Oh, it's okay. It's all right, it's fine. Just, I should give them the big one then. But then there's people behind
All
me.
right. All right. All right. It's $1 a photo. Yay! Again? Yay! Let's go. Yeah, don't put it on the web. Oh yeah, yeah. Hey Pat, everybody stay up here.
Yeah.
Dan,
We have another band.
where's he at?
I don't know. Ricky might be trying to
Yeah.
Oh, you're very welcome. We've got some more on the table there. Just as I sure. Oh, good.
Patty and Steve haven't come, so we got some time. You know what? I think we'll just do an iPhone picture.
Yeah.
How's
Well, I
that?
just said we're ready for you. I don't have any more space for pictures.
Yeah, I'm good. No, I'll just give somebody my phone.
No, I think we can do it this way. If I find my little hat, it's very handy.
Put the Sophia,
timer thing?
the
Yeah.
ITF logo back up there.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on one second. Is it possible to get the ITF logo back up on the screen, please? I asked to get the ITF logo back up on the screen.
There we go. Yeah, there we go.
Move this way. No, look at there.
Ready? Everybody squeeze in. Squeeze in. Watch. Oh.
Okay.
Is it time?
No, we see everybody now. I just need to put my. You see that? Don't move. That. Which? Ah, yeah, right
I
there.
see it counting down. 8 minutes.
I just have to. Okay, it's come in now.
There's Dan.
Here's another one.
Anyone else?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, yes, please. Jeff, huh?
Sarah, are you here? Can you just pop down a sec, thanks?
Okay, here we go. Back on track. Have everybody had a replenishing lunch and have found their voice? So we move on to a very important resolution, which is the resolution on young workers. And that is motion number 12 in your resolutions. It's not an amended motion, my understanding. And the mover is going to be Fatima Aguado. So Fatima, would you like to come down and move this motion?
Buenas tardes, compañeras y compañeros. Antes de presentar la moción, pues me gustaría, si es posible, que todos los que tengáis menos de 35 años, si estáis en la sala, o aquellos que tengáis más de 35, pero sintáis un espíritu de menos de 35, por favor, subid todos aquí arriba. Mientras sigue subiendo gente, aquí hay carteles que ponen Youth is the future. No, no es el futuro, es el presente. Mucha de esta gente que está aquí ya son secretarios generales, ya están organizando dentro de sus sindicatos la acción sindical y tienen menos de 35 años. Y eso es gracias, y es posible, gracias a la solidaridad internacional, a las ganas de reivindicación y al haber entendido que después de 8 años cuando empezamos la andadura en el Comité de Juventud, las cosas van peor porque, lo discutimos ayer también en el Comité de Juventud, van mucho peor porque el ataque neoliberal ha ido ganando terreno en el ámbito de la Unión Europea, en el ámbito africano, en Asia, en Latinoamérica, en todos los países del mundo. La negociación colectiva está y los sindicatos estamos bajo el punto de mira. Entonces, se presenta esta moción porque durante estos últimos 4 años, tanto Travis como yo hemos venido... ¿Dónde está Travis? Vale. Travis como yo hemos venido trabajando solos, con el único apoyo de Ingo y Donna, por supuesto de Steve y del Ejecutivo, que han ido trabajando a tiempo parcial. A medida que hemos ido trabajando, hemos llegado a la conclusión de que nuestro rol como comité, o que el rol de los que vienen ahora como comité, yo ya no me voy a formar parte del comité, los que van a formar parte del Comité de Juventud han entendido que el objetivo principal del Comité de Jóvenes es organizar, afiliar y sindicalizar. Y sin recursos, por mucha buena voluntad que le pongamos, es insuficiente. Este es el espíritu por el que varias organizaciones sindicales hemos decidido presentar esta moción número 12, porque entendemos que necesitamos a alguien que trabaje en Londres de manera estable. Hemos tenido durante el último año, y aquí quiero agradecer particularmente a Verdi, a Christine Bell por su apoyo incuestionable en esta cuestión, y también al sindicato de Camille, porque ellos dos han estado trabajando a tiempo parcial en Londres y en solo 3 meses, en solo 6 meses, la red de juventud se ha triplicado. Luego, si se ponen recursos, es posible hacer el cambio, es posible sindicalizar a más gente y es posible que aquellos jóvenes desafectos con el movimiento sindical, en lugar de afiliarse, unirse a otros movimientos que al final se van a eludir en el tiempo, formen parte de la clase trabajadora. Así que toda esta gente que estamos aquí detrás, lo único que os pedimos, por favor, es que apoyéis esta moción. Y nada más, que viva la ITF, viva la clase trabajadora y viva la juventud.
Sharon Lee is going to second the motion. Sharon, from the SOS in Singapore. Second the motion. Sharon Lee.
We are one of the submitters. On behalf of my union, we'd like to second the motion and hope that we get the support from all the affiliates here, because it's really important, and we have really seen the work that can be done by 2 part-timers within such a short time. We really, really hope that everybody here will be able to support us. Thank you.
Vera Visa from Verdi, Germany, wishes to speak to the motion. Vera, sister.
Yes, hello. Ich würde gerne auf Deutsch reden. Genau, wir als Verdi sind ja auch Antragsteller und ich wollte noch mal ausdrücklich betonen, wie wichtig dieser Antrag für uns ist und euch alle bitten, uns zu unterstützen. Die von euch, die gestern bei der Jugendkonferenz waren, die haben gesehen, dass das wirklich eine ganz bemerkenswerte Veranstaltung war. Die haben gesehen, dass wir hier ganz viele junge Leute haben, die hochmotiviert sind und absolut begeistert und überzeugt von dem sind, was sie tun. Und sie wollen dafür kämpfen und das war wirklich greifbar. Und ich finde, dafür hat jeder von denen hier nochmal einen riesen Applaus verdient. Ich glaube, wenn man zurückblickt auf die letzten 4 Jahre, können wir zu Recht sagen, dass das, was wir gemacht haben, der Antrag, den wir vor 4 Jahren gestellt haben, dass das berechtigt war und dass wir für die nächsten Jahre noch viel vorhaben. Wisst ihr, von daher unterstützt bitte unseren Antrag. Ganz vielen Dank.
And the young Christina Baylor from Verdi would also like to speak to the motion.
Sehr gut ausgesprochen, Paddy. Vielen Dank. Also, liebe Kolleginnen und Kollegen, inhaltlich ist ganz viel schon gesagt. Guckt euch diese motivierten jungen Kolleginnen und Kollegen an. Das ist ein grandioses Bild, was unseren Applaus absolut verdient hat. Deswegen bitte nochmal für die Kollegen. Meine Kollegin Vera hat ja eben gesagt, dass Verdi diesen Antrag ebenfalls eingebracht hat. Deswegen will ich gar nicht so viel dazu fügen. Ich bitte euch nur noch mal, denkt zurück, als ihr junge Gewerkschafter und Gewerkschafterinnen gewesen seid. Ich habe auch als Jugendliche angefangen, erst im Ehrenamt und bin dann hauptamtlich geworden. Und dann wisst ihr sicher alle, wie schwer das ist, diese Schritte zu gehen, sich zurechtzufinden. Und dann multipliziert das mal und denkt, ihr müsstet das auf der internationalen Ebene machen. Und dann, glaube ich, wird ganz klar, dass diese aktiven Kolleginnen und Kollegen dringend Unterstützung brauchen und dass die jetzige Situation, die wir bei der ITF haben, hier noch mal verbessert werden müssen. Sie haben es verdient für Ihre Arbeit, die Sie bis jetzt geleistet haben. Ich finde es toll, dass so viele junge Leute eingetreten sind, dass wir diese Situation jetzt haben. Jetzt ist es an euch, eure Versprechen und eure Worte, die ihr die letzten Tage hier auf der Konferenz gemacht habt, nämlich dass Jugend die Zukunft ist, die auch wahrzumachen, und deswegen unterstützt den Antrag. Vielen Dank, Kolleginnen und Kollegen.
Well, you know you're in good shape with young workers, working men and women who get here right on time after lunch. And when they came up here, it was almost like half the hall disappeared. So you've made an impression, you're changing it, and I did sit in, Christina's right, I sat in on the youth committee yesterday, and it was just extraordinary. There are new ways of doing things. The union movement gets locked into a stereotypical approach that switches people off, a formalised approach that can be as much about stopping things as starting things. And it was a wonderful experience because it was creative and real and engaging and is central not only to the future, as has been said by Fatima, not to the future, to the present. Congratulations, sisters and brothers. We're right beside you, and I'm sure everything you need and want will be delivered. Congratulations. So on that basis, we agree this important motion, yes? Fantastic. You right? You want to stay out here for the rest of the afternoon? You're welcome to. Not sure we got that many chairs, but you've got so much energy you don't need chairs. Okay. And I must say that the energy and the vibrant energy of the young workers, look at the impact it's had on our staff, particularly Ingo. He looks about 10 years younger. He's dressing in all sorts of colourful ways. When you look at his shoes, you've re-energised that old German into a young, vibrant character. Look at him smiling over there. He says that's the That's the power of youth. If you hang there, it's like the fountain of youth, Ingo, isn't it? Might have to spend a bit more time there myself, mate. No, and congratulations, Ingo. And I know the work that you've done, the leadership and the mentoring, they love you. And they tell you when you talk too much and you don't agree, and you've got such an engaging and wonderful and constructive relationship, and a lot of the success is also about your contribution. Congratulations, Ingo. So I'll move you along to motion 28, which is the promotion of ITF's South Public Transport campaign. And I think that the mover to this is moved by Ed Watt, the ATU of the USA. Ed, if you can go to the mic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the motion of quality public transit. We all have to fight privatization and deregulation, but I'd like to talk for a moment about the benefits of quality public transportation. As noted in the motion, there is an economic development process where 1 unit of investment yields 4 units of economic benefit through public transit. It fights climate disruption by reducing emissions and reduces fossil fuel consumption. And it creates good jobs, both in construction and in operations. And these good jobs are green jobs. But there are more benefits. There's public health benefits, which it creates in 3 ways. First, it reduces respiratory disease in urban centers. It reduces obesity, because now you have to walk to the bus stop or to the train station. And it reduces stress through reducing congestion which improves mental health. So you don't have to say, I'm crazy, sitting in traffic all this time. It improves equality, social justice, because the poor communities are usually underserved when it comes to transportation. It is better urban planning and less overall waste and urban sprawl. It saves money for individuals as well. Put in the U.S. at over $10,000 per year per car. And we have fact sheets at the ATU. We've started a campaign a while ago. We have fact sheets for each of these that we can make available through the ITF or individually. And all of these benefits and more make it a no-brainer to build alliances with civil society and grassroots groups, linking up with them to fight against fare increases and to fight against service cuts. And this will increase union power as well as increasing the number of union jobs. So again, this is a no-brainer. The ATU has designed a course, a training, alliances with the riders, titled Alliances at Every Stop, Organizing Passengers and Building Power, which we'd also share through the ITF and individually. Thank you very much.
And Alain Souteur from the CGT will second it.
I will speak in. Thank you, Chair. I will speak in French. Nous savons qu'aujourd'hui, la majorité de la population mondiale vit dans les villes, dans les zones urbaines. Chaque année, les embouteillages, la congestion coûtent aux communautés, aux municipalités des sommes considérables. Nous savons que la pollution liée à ces embouteillages est aujourd'hui un enjeu de santé publique. Et nous savons que le développement d'un transport public efficace est la solution pour résoudre ces questions. Nous savons, comme c'est indiqué dans la résolution et comme l'a rappelé Ed, que chaque dollar investi dans le transport public produit 4 dollars dans l'économie. Nous savons encore, l'expérience nous l'a prouvé, que la gestion publique des réseaux de transport urbain est la solution. En France, où le marché du transport public est libéralisé depuis les années 70, on constate dans les réseaux qui ont été récemment remunicipalisés que non seulement l'offre de transport augmente, mais que les collectivités locales réalisent des économies. Nous savons que les services publics et le transport public est un service public, sont la richesse des nations, sont la richesse de ceux qui n'ont rien, mais aussi celle des classes moyennes. Nous ne pouvons les laisser aux mains d'une poignée de multinationales qui trop souvent se livrent à des activités antisyndicales. Plutôt que d'aller dans les poches des actionnaires, les bénéfices doivent contribuer aux investissements et au social. Nous savons aussi que les chemins de fer britanniques coûtent davantage aujourd'hui, 4 fois plus en fait, aux finances publiques qu'à l'époque où ils étaient dans les mains de la communauté du gouvernement britannique. Et l'on connaît l'état dans lequel il est aujourd'hui. Nous savons, par conséquent, que nous devons adopter cette résolution, cette motion, mais surtout que nous devons engager sans plus attendre la campagne pour des transports publics dans les plus brefs délais. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, mon frère. Chris Abbott from BC FMWU also will speak to the motion. Chris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Public transportation is vital. I come from BC Ferries in Canada. We've been privatized. It's now a for-profit industry. Communities are being eradicated due to the cuts in service and steady increase in fees. Public transportation is absolutely vital to the smaller communities of British Columbia and Canada and across the world. The only upside I can see with respect to BC Ferries at this point in time is at least we're going to LNG, which is a much cleaner burning fuel. But that being said, I don't know how much of an industry is going to be left when the ever-increasing fares is literally driving the economies of the coast in British Columbia out of business. And I can see this neoliberalism going across the world, and we need all to rise in support of this motion and do what we can to support public transportation for what it means to be, and that's transportation for the public and not a for-profit enterprise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Asborn Wall from Norway.
Thank you, Chair. The campaign which is proposed in this motion, or public transport campaign, is an ambitious and offensive campaign. It's not only about one thing, it's a package of different goals which has to be reached in parallel. First and foremost, of course, we have to promote and expand public transport. That is a necessity of many reasons. One thing is to make life easier for people, particularly in the big cities, but the second thing is also that we need to do this in order to save or in order to prevent the climate change. We have to fight privatization, deregulation and liberalization as part of this package, because if we do not have sufficient democratic and economic control of this transport industry, we will not reach our goals. We also therefore underline in the statement that we have to develop alternative policies for how the public transport should be organized and run. Of course, also we have to organize the unorganized. On the one hand, we have, particularly in Europe, we have a very, very high trade union density in public transport, and that should be used more forceful than we have been used to. But in many other parts of the world, we have the opposite situation, with a lot of informal workers and so on in public transport, and that is quite a big challenge to us. We have to big alliances with passenger, with civil society groups, with environmental groups and others in order to reach our goals. Public transport is actually, the extension and promotion of public transport is actually climate change policy in practice, because it is not only a good idea, it is something that has been done. It is impossible to reach the climate change goals of keeping the temperature below the increase of temperature below 2 degrees centigrade if we do not expand and promote public transport. We have to take most of the private cars used in big cities out of the roads, and that is just one way to do through the public transport system. And as new chair of the Urban Transport Committee, I'm looking very much forward to carry out this campaign in cooperation with all of you. Thank you.
Thanks, Osborne, and I'm sure you'll bring the same determination and passion and energy that you had in the road transport section to the Urban Transport. You're now chair of the Urban Transport Committee. Osborne's a very committed person in making sure that we live in a sustainable world. He's very well known internationally, like many of the... I mean, it's a big year for Norway when you think of Jackie Smith and the wonderful leadership, the young workers that spoke this morning. So this little country that generates so much energy and so much trade union leadership. But I know Osborne and will appreciate our congratulations in this very, very important, as he spoke, and the motion speaks to this very, very important part of community development. So thanks very much, brother. So there are no more speakers. Are we okay to accept and adopt this resolution? Yes? Thank you. Well, we'll move on to the emergency motions now. We have the emergency motions, then motions directed at the Constitution. And then we've got some other business to discharge. And tonight we have our last formal function. So, the first emergency motion is motion 1 was dealt with in civil aviation. Motion 2 on the TTIP. Is there any advice on that, Mark? We're ready to go. Is the chair of the Resolutions Committee in the House? Can you give us any direction there, brother?
Chair, motion 2 on TTIP. I mentioned it in my report this morning. Sorry, do I need to start again? Chair, emergency motion on TTIP was redrafted in part with the support of the movers, and the text before you has been approved by the Resolutions Committee for debate today. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, mate. So, Lars, the Vice President of the ITF, Lars Lindgren, is going to speak to it and move the resolution. Brother Lars.
Tack ordförande. Jag ska tala svenska. Och jag ska tala om emergency motion number 4, this is my paper, ITF position on transatlantic trade and investment partnership. Kamrater, bakom stängda dörrar, långt bortom demokratisk insyn och kontroll, så pågår ett omfattande förhandlingsarbete mellan USA och Europeiska unionen, EU. Man vill bilda ett strategiskt ekonomiskt partnerskap med hjälp av ett transatlantiskt frihandelsavtal som kallat, precis som rubriken är, Transatlantic Trade and Investment Partnership, förkortat TTIP eller som vi brukar säga TTIP. En av anledningarna till att man har de här diskussionerna mellan EU och USA är helt enkelt det faktum att WTO-förhandlingarna den så kallade Doha-rundan har kört fast. Under tiden så vill man nu försöka stärka upp EUs och USAs globala konkurrenskraft med det här avtalet. TTIP har man talat om att det kommer att medföra att det blir mycket arbetstillfällen som skapas på båda sidor av Atlanten. Tillåt mig tvivla på det. Vi har dåliga exempel för andra frihandelsavtal som nu visat att det blir precis tvärtom. Jag tänker framförallt på avtalet mellan Mexiko och USA. TTIP kommer också utan tvekan att påverka arbetsrätten till det sämre, kan jag ju garantera, till det sämre i både USA och Europa. Det kommer också att finnas ett tvistelösningssystem i avtalet som heter Investor State Dispute Settlement Mechanism, förkortat till ISDS. Denna del av TTIP ger multinationella företag rätt att stämma enskilda stater för uteblivna framtida vinster. Det här ska skötas av hemliga autonoma domstolar som är sammansatta av representanter för storföretagen. Det finns redan exempel runt om i världen på hur det här går till. Exempel, det som vi brukar använda är när Philip Morris, det stora tobaksbolaget, stämmer australiensiska staten därför att de då anser att man genom demokratiska beslut försämrat möjligheterna för Philip Morris att tjäna pengar. I motionens paragraf 4 så ställer vi två specifika krav, två klara krav. Och det första är det att den tvistelösningsmekanismen, den måste tas bort innan de fortsätter förhandlingarna. Det är ett absolut krav. Vi tänker inte acceptera ett tvistelösningssystem som redan har visat sig att de stora multinationella företagen tjänar enorma pengar på. Det andra är att vi kräver att TTIP i ett avtal så ska man erkänna ILOs kärnkonventioner. ILOs kärnkonventioner ska erkännas alla 8 rakt av. Och det kommer vi inte att heller göra avkall på. I paragraferna 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 och 11 så ställer vi klara, koncisa, nödvändiga krav som är rimliga för att man ska kunna tillåta TTIP-förhandlingarna fortsätta. Och att de ska vara öppna och demokratiska och att man ska kunna ha insyn i dem från allmänheten. Och med dessa ord, herr ordförande, så yrkar jag då bifall till motionen. Tack.
Yes, it's very worrying. The TTIP hasn't come with the same clarity that the GATT and the other trade agreements where we'd clearly identified the deregulatory nature. And when you think about those processes engineered to move things along and take away any protections whatsoever, it's extraordinarily, dangerous, and just indicates again how the governance of the world has shifted to a degree of secrecy almost. So thanks, Lars, for introducing that. And I know Thomas Abrahamson from SACO would also like to second and speak to the motion. Thomas? Oh, I buggered that up. Lars, better chairman than me, Lars. Vale Carlson is going to speak to it.
Okay.
And your brother, I didn't think you looked like Thomas. You're far taller and much more athletic.
Okay. Jag kommer att prata svenska. Valle Carlson heter jag och kommer från SECO i Sverige och jag ska uttala mitt stöd för motionen. Sverige är tyvärr ett av de länderna i Europa, kanske till och med det landet som har gått längst när det gäller privatisering och liberalisering. Det har ofta skett med stöd av regler från Europa, från EU. Sverige har i många fall gått längre än vad de sakerna har krävt. I vissa situationer har man tidigarelagt införanden. I vissa situationer har man infört mycket mer långtgående regleringar. Det vi absolut inte behöver i Sverige, och jag tror inte något annat land i Europa heller behöver, det är ytterligare överstatliga regleringar som riskerar att inskränka de fackliga och mänskliga rättigheterna. Därför är det av stor vikt att den här motionen antas och att ITF lägger ner ett arbete på att begränsa det som Lars alldeles nyss gick igenom. Så jag önskar att kongressen uttalar sitt stöd för motionen. Tack.
Thank you, brother. And if you don't understand it, then go to the ITF website and get an understanding, because this is about eroding almost every labour standard through the sort of deregulatory process of free trade agreement. Okay, you've heard the debate. We're good to support that and get behind that in the next 4 years to make something happen? Yes. Thank you. Talking about another area of the next emergency motion is on 3, on the vulture funds, the hedge funds. That endemic greed that really just a speculative instrument. I mean, you don't know how they work, there's no transparency, it's done by share trading, churning stocks. It really is a grubby, they have things called shadow funds now. The whole engineering after the global crisis, you would think that the international financial market in its reformation would identify that these types of areas of speculation are just vehicles for untrammelled greed. And when you look at the history, particularly of hedge funds, vulture funds in Argentina, and that they're locked into an extraordinarily difficult and dangerous period of their economic development, we know that we need to get all of our political might and all of our industrial might to be able to identify and expose these rotten things for what they are. So the motion is there on vulture funds, and it will be moved by Omar Suarez from the Argentinian Seafarers. Omar.
Gracias, compañero presidente. Nosotros, los trabajadores del transporte de la República Argentina, no solamente soportamos el acoso de las dictaduras militares, que fueron los generadores de esta gran deuda que tuvo la República Argentina, y hoy precisamente nos creemos convencidos de que ya hemos pagado esta deuda externa, y creemos que con el esfuerzo de todos los argentinos y generaciones futuras nos quieren condenar no únicamente al hambre, sino al futuro desarrollo de nuestra economía, no únicamente de la República Argentina, sino de todos los países que también han contraído deudas y deudas externas, y que estos fondos precisamente lo han comprado, sus acciones, sus bonos, a valores viles en el mercado. Y hoy precisamente lo quieren hacer prevalecer a un valor nominal a los porcentajes más altos del mundo. Yo creo que la Argentina y los trabajadores del transporte todo, no únicamente necesitamos que el fallo que ya ha pagado y que Estados Unidos, la Corte de Estados Unidos, quiere exigir a la República Argentina, al futuro desarrollo, no únicamente de su economía, sino su desarrollo industrial, teniendo un transporte ferroviario pujante, una marina mercante pujante, una flota fluvial de transporte de río, es el desarrollo que nosotros queremos, y los puertos argentinos. Esto nos han sometido en aquellas décadas, no únicamente de dictadura militar, a entregar nuestro país, porque fuimos obligados a entregar nuestro país. Y lo han no únicamente endeudado, porque esta deuda no proviene de ningún gobierno democrático, viene de estas dictaduras militares que precisamente en el año 1976 se hicieron cargo en la República Argentina. Y cuando lo han destituido a un gobierno soberanamente elegido, que fue Isabel Martínez de Perón y Juan Domingo Perón, después de su muerte, entregaron el país con $7.600 millones de dólares de deuda. En el año 1982, cuando se retiró la dictadura militar, pasaron a 70.000 millones de dólares de deuda. Y esa deuda la contrajo la dictadura militar. No merecemos, y pido no únicamente al 43 Congreso de los Trabajadores de Transporte del Mundo que nos den el apoyo en esta gran moción, porque es el esfuerzo de todo el pueblo argentino y de sus trabajadores del transporte. Gracias, compañero presidente.
Thanks, Omar. We have Ivan de la Guardia from Panama, and then Fatima, who was overlooked in her resolution about the deregulatory approach of the TTIP. I'm sure she's got very strong views about hedge funds as well. We'll round up both subjects. So Fatima, if you get yourself ready. Ivan.
Buenas tardes, presidente, compañeros todos, compañeras. Represento al Sindicato de Capitanes y Oficiales de Marina de Panamá. Me uno solidariamente a la moción presentada por Omar. Como miembro ciudadano de un país latinoamericano, estoy muy claro del problema y el riesgo que estos fondos buitre pueden ocasionar en la economía de varios países de la región. También considero que es algo desleal que una corte de otro país pueda tener injerencia en lo que pasa con la deuda de otro país. Esto es algo que no debe ocurrir, algo que no debemos permitir. Quisiera que los compañeros que estamos aquí presentes le diéramos el apoyo a la República de Argentina con este problema y que también estemos pendientes de que a pesar de que los está atacando a ellos y que a pesar de que ha atacado a otros países, también puede estar, como su nombre dice, un buitre, eso está encima de la cabeza de todos y por favor les pido que contribuyan, que apoyen esta moción para que así podamos juntos resolver este problema y hacerlo ya una cosa del pasado. Gracias, compañeros.
Sí, gracias, presidente. Con respecto al TTIP, hemos pedido la palabra porque los sindicatos españoles no podemos dejar de pedirla con respecto a esta cuestión y con respecto a lo que está pasando en la Comisión Europea. Por otro lado, sí que nos gustaría que quedase en acta que no ha habido un debate todavía profundo y una posición profunda en el ámbito de la Federación Europea del Transporte con respecto al TTIP, porque hay posiciones encontradas. En el caso español, los sindicatos y la cumbre social, que está formada por más de 400 organizaciones sindicales, van a dar la batalla por oponerse a este acuerdo, porque además también entendemos que va conjuntamente con el acuerdo comercial que se está estableciendo casi finalizado con Canadá y el TISA, que es el otro acuerdo de liberalización de servicios, porque poco tiene que ver con un acuerdo comercial tradicional. Hace tiempo le preguntamos a la Comisión Europea, a la Dirección General de Mercado Interior, y nos planteó que, como le hemos dado la potestad a la Comisión de negociar, pueden hacer lo que quieran y no tienen por qué consultarnos. Esto va a suponer la eliminación de barreras regulatorias, va a suponer una vulneración de normas sociales y medioambientales y van a constituir una barrera a nuestra libertad en el punto de vista desde la organización sindical. Tenemos mucha preocupación en Europa porque Estados Unidos no ha ratificado la mayoría de los convenios de la OIT, lo comentaba Lars en la moción, porque la participación en las empresas de los trabajadores en Estados Unidos no está suficientemente desarrollada y sobre todo porque conjuntamente vistas los tres acuerdos en conjunto suponen por un lado una entrada masiva de todo aquello que nosotros hemos venido defendiendo como estado del bienestar en Europa. Es un estado de bienestar que van desregularizando cada vez más, pretenden privatizar todo lo que son los servicios públicos, empezando por el transporte, y necesitamos una protección de inversiones a través de un mecanismo de resolución de disputas. ¿Esto qué es lo que pretenden hacer? colocaría a la legislación y a los tribunales nacionales en una posición subordinada a lo que pretenden hacer las empresas. Luego, sí que pediría a este Congreso y al Comité Ejecutivo, por favor, que se siga profundizando en un debate y no tomemos una posición fija, porque es un tema muy serio, muy riguroso. Antes de ayer se han filtrado los acuerdos que tienen que ver con el acuerdo que se está negociando en Canadá, y hay muchísima preocupación con respecto a lo que entendemos que es lo que en Europa hemos llamado la Bolkestein por detrás. Entonces, sigue habiendo negociaciones y discrepancias, trabajemos por la línea que venimos haciendo siempre de la cohesión y del consenso. Nada más. Muchas gracias.
Yeah, thanks for drawing that to our attention, Fatima, because we really do need to mobilise, because they're so far ahead of us and our structures are still coming to grips with it. And your suggestion of working more closely with the ETF in formularising, and putting the resources in is well taken, and we'll ensure that the Executive Board tomorrow considers that, and over the next months as we develop our work plan to ensure that that's included and prioritised. So thanks very much for that, Sister. Okay, so on the vulture funds, and I'm sorry, my apologies for overlooking you. You're very hard, Sister, to overlook normally, Fatima, so my apologies. Jose Rizal would like to speak on the vulture funds. Jose? Jose? Calling Jose? There he is.
Sí, buenas tardes, compañeros. Una vez más, Venezuela levanta su voz de protesta en contra de las políticas injerencistas de gobiernos extranjeros, que no es más que una política que ponen de rodillas un pueblo. Compañeros, yo los invito a apoyar la moción de los hermanos de Argentina, visto que no solamente está en peligro la economía de un país, sino el poder adquisitivo de los trabajadores y su núcleo familiar. No es fácil levantarse como lo hizo Argentina hace unos años atrás, para que luego política injerencista nuevamente, y lo repito, porque ese es el día a día que vive el mundo, trate de arrodillar un pueblo digno. Es necesario, compañeros, que veamos esa posición en nuestros propios países, en nuestras propias naciones, donde eso puede ocurrir de un momento a otro. Por eso es que les pido, compañero, y quiero ser breve para dar derecho a palabra al resto de la audiencia, que apoyemos esta moción a favor de los hermanos de Argentina. Muchas gracias.
Ricardo Ponzi from FNTTAA in Brazil would also like to address the matter. Good on you, Ricardo.
Obrigado, presidente. Primeiramente, gostaríamos de manifestar a satisfação neste congresso de falar no nosso próprio idioma. Creio que isso satisfaz a nós, aos nossos companheiros, irmãos de Moçambique, Angola, toda a comunidade lusa que usa e que fala o português. E aqui estamos para manifestar, e creio que não falo só em nome dos brasileiros, da nação e do povo, dos trabalhadores brasileiros, mas creio que me acompanham também os companheiros de Moçambique e Angola. Viemos aqui manifestar total e restrito apoio e solidariedade aos companheiros argentinos. E não entramos na questão das engenharias financeiras, que não entendemos, mas entendemos mais profundamente e cremos que na Argentina não é devedora, nem o Brasil e nem o país da América Latina e do Caribe. Nós somos credores de muitos e muitos anos de exploração, de colonialismo e de sofrimento. Nós não devemos nada, e o Omar nós o apoiamos, mas estamos apoiando, sobretudo, a todos nós. Muito obrigado.
Well, there's two sides to the Portuguese language question. If we had Portuguese language earlier in the ITF family, Severino's grasp of English wouldn't be as far as good as it is today. So that we've been fortunate to come to the party late. So Severino is very responsible for that, and I'd like to hand it over to my brother, who also wants to make an intervention. Sevi?
Pede, muito obrigado por me dar a oportunidade de fazer alguns comentários. E é claro que eu vou aproveitar e falar na minha língua materna, né? Apesar de você me compreender muito bem no inglês, é sempre um prazer imenso falar o nosso idioma. Mas eu quero repetir o que o Ricardo já falou. Nós seguramente valorizamos muito a decisão no interior da ITF de colocar neste Congresso, que eu saiba pela primeira vez, a língua portuguesa entre uma das línguas a serem traduzidas para os presentes. Nós temos vários países de língua portuguesa. Não sei se o Eduardo está aí, eu sempre gosto de provocar o Eduardo, porque o Eduardo é o único que reclama quando eu digo que o Brasil fala português. Ele disse que nós não aprendemos ainda a falar português, nós falamos o português brasileiro, né? O Brazilian Portuguese. Mas, tirando a brincadeira do lado, é uma satisfação imensa. Eu quero reconhecer isso, juntamente com o Ricardo, em nome de todos os países de fala portuguesa, essa iniciativa Mas também eu quero aproveitar, Pede, Stephen, meus demais companheiros aqui à mesa, minhas companheiras e meus companheiros, eu estava aguardando mais à frente fazer um reconhecimento e agradecimento à Catarina por essa contribuição fantástica a esse congresso. Mas para não ter que falar de novo, eu costumo não falar muito, até porque quando eu começo a falar eu tenho dificuldade de parar. Aprendi isso com o Pede. O Pede me ensinou muito a não conseguir parar. Mas aproveito para reconhecer e agradecer o esforço que a Catarina e todo o seu pessoal, toda a sua equipe, é perceptível. Nós sentimos no ar o orgulho, a satisfação dos companheiros e companheiras búlgaros em receber-nos aqui e sediar esse congresso. Em nome de todos os meus companheiros e companheiras, particularmente na minha região, se me permitem estender a todos, gostaria de dizer um muito obrigado. E, finalmente, eu quero agregar um ponto de vista ao que o Omar, o Ricardo, o Ivan já nos colocou aqui. Nós que fazemos sindicalismo no mundo capitalista, a maioria aqui está no mundo capitalista, poucos têm a satisfação, a alegria e a honra de trabalhar a organização dos trabalhadores fora do capitalismo. Eu espero um dia no meu país ter essa oportunidade. Mas todos nós que vivemos neste mundo, parece que carregamos um sentimento de culpa ao aceitar passivamente o discurso dessa dívida impagável, acumulada ao longo de décadas e até mesmo de séculos. E o movimento sindical nesses países, a meu ver, tem uma obrigação efetiva de tentar mudar essa concepção e esse sentimento. É tudo que eu gostaria de falar no momento. Pede mais uma vez obrigado pela oportunidade. Me parece que eu passei um pouquinho, como é usual, dos meus 3 minutos.
Thank you, Sevi. So we've heard, and they are dreadful, and it's just not contained to Argentina. Argentina is just one of the biggest prizes of what is basically institutionalised greed and exploitation. So we're happy to support the active program to fight these vulture funds.
Yes.
Okay, now we had a long discussion over the 4 years on the Constitution, and we were quite adventurous when we started off, but became quite conservative at the end. And these are very important exercises of governance because it comes back to the basic qualities of international trade unionism. And the conclusion of the Executive Board was, if it works, don't change it. If there needs to be change, then it has to be carefully considered and that it needs to be moved on with great discussion and transparency, because it really is, the Constitution is the basis for everything we do. And if we haven't got clear guidelines and clear rules, then people are able, and individuals or factions are able to exploit that to their own advantage. And it was, while it was a long discussion, it came back to certain conclusions, and I'm about to go through them. So these really are moved and submitted by the ITF Executive Board. And the first one is in your motions, Motion A, on motions to amend the Constitution. And it's in regards to the E, B and MC of the inclusion of is really just a tidying up to bring into the I guess, to update the language of the Constitution and change the word advisory into coordinating. So it's really has no substantial effect other than to reflect on that the language has changed over the years. So unless anybody's got any problems with updating our language, we're okay with that? Okay, good. Thank you. The next one, of course, is much more substantial. And we had a long discussion again, and I reflected on it earlier in the week, the importance of supply chains, and we have to be adventurous, as we've seen and heard from our Women's Committee and our Young Workers Committee. We need to challenge ourselves to find out whether we're doing things in the best possible way we can. And at one stage we were considering merging sections, and after a pretty lengthy debate and discussion, and robust. If you think executive boards are dry places where everybody agrees and it passes through, you're sadly mistaken. They are very robust exchanges on the important issues where people state the facts and the importance, and it often takes quite a long time to reconcile it because of the importance and the perceived importance, but the real importance in carrying out your wishes. The Executive Board is charged to carry out your wishes and your directions for 4 years. And so everybody on that Executive Board takes that extraordinarily seriously, and that translates, if it is interpretative, into strong, robust exchanges, respectful, but robust, to ensure that your wishes are properly captured. And in this one, and out of that debate on the sections, we came to the conclusions that we needed to be more inclusive. and that the Constitution didn't give the Executive Board the types of breadth that it deserved under the current circumstances. And so this motion speaks to extending it to the section chairs, which I would say, since the constitution of the ITF was formulated, is one of the largest substantial changes to bring the section chairs on. Now, they're not coming on just to reflect a single interest. The Constitution provides the Executive Board is representative governance of all of the workers and all of the affiliates in the ITF. I might come from the Maritime Union of Australia, Severino might come from the Maritime Officers Union in Brazil. We all get there. Lars might get there from the Swedish Transport. We all get there via a different vehicle. But once we leave that vehicle at the door, and when we walk in that door, we are discharging our responsibilities regardless of our union, regardless of our region, regardless of our sections, to discharge our responsibilities in the best interest of everybody in the ITF. And that's the way it should be. And in bringing the section chairs to the board, we're not just bringing a voice for that section, we are bringing an insight and a knowledge and a whole area of organising capacity so that we can reflect as a family to be able to make the decisions in the best interest of everybody. And if we're going to invest, as we indicated at the start of the week, into a new process so that sections and regions are increasingly accountable to the affiliates in those sections and regions in their organising capacity. And I'm not saying there are people sitting there doing nothing else but holding the chair, but on occasions there are people sitting there holding the chair. And it's not good enough. When we talk about campaigning, we expect your affiliation fees, and the Welfare Fund expects that everybody discharges their responsibilities to these documents and these motions for 4 years in a complete, consistent and accountable fashion. And the section chairs are your representative. The secretariats are appointed and they're employees of your organisation. Section chairs are different though. They are political and they are responsible and they direct, and they will have the responsibility to direct the Secretariat. And the Secretariat has the responsibility to manage those things. And when you get confused between direction and management, you're in serious problems in a union. So this is a big change and an important change, and something that we came at. I've said that we don't change things for no good reason. We've changed this for very good reason. Motion B is before you, and unless my other vice presidents would like to make any comment, we have one speaker to it, which is Christina Cadavid from the ACAV. Christina, would you like to come to the mic?
Buenas tardes, compañeras y compañeros. Mi nombre es María Cristina Cadavid. Soy presidenta de la Asociación Colombiana de Auxiliares de Vuelo y presidenta del Comité Regional para Latinoamérica. Como mujer latinoamericana he tenido que enfrentar la dificultad para tener participación en los diferentes escenarios en donde he representado a mi gremio. Esto se deriva no solo por mi género, sino por la persecución que hay contra el sindicalismo en mi país. Experiencia que no debe ser vivida por ninguna trabajadora o ningún trabajador en el mundo. Fue precisamente ITF quien en determinado momento apoyó en mi país la obligación de la inclusión por estatutos de la mujer dentro de la dirigencia de los sindicatos y también del derecho de las minorías a tener participación en las directivas de los mismos. Al escuchar esta moción puedo notar que no está clara la política que se aplicará a este respecto. Siento la necesidad de generar una alerta para que sean contempladas medidas compensatorias que garanticen la participación de todas las regiones que somos parte de ITF y así tengamos una representación equilibrada tanto en el comité ejecutivo como en el comité director y en general en todos los comités que ITF cree. Es importante la ampliación y fortalecimiento de los órganos rectores de ITF que ayuden a que la participación de todas las regiones quede garantizada. Muchas gracias.
Yes, the regions were also discussed, Christina, if it gives you any, just to calm any doubts. And it is a difficult area because we develop a set of regional chairs, but that doesn't necessarily translate into the executive board position. And it is a gap. It's a constitutional gap. And there should be more direct linkages between the elections of regional chairs and representation on the executive board. Now, we couldn't find the formula for success on that one at that particular occasion. How we do make that direct connection, if we are determined to bring the ITF back into our working communities and our working regions, will need more reflection from the executive board over the next 4 years. So I take your point, it is well recorded, and you are indicating that it is still unfinished business until that clarity is there. And the executive board will take your comments and reflect on them and hopefully come back with a solution that satisfies your excellent point. So thank you very much, sister. So on that basis, you've heard the rationale and the discussion. We okay to adopt this important amendment? Yes. Yes. Thank you. And we move on to the next one, which is important. It's not as important. In that sort of robust atmosphere of Mexico City, where there was a contest for the presidency, there was all sorts of things get said in that, and they're not. It's a healthy process, but ultimately it's a cleansing process. And I'm not going to say anything about my performance. It'll be judged by the executive board tomorrow when I stand. But one of the things that became clear in that discussion is that there is a hole when this regionalisation, this idea that regions vote as a block. And if you're from that region, you vote as a block. And if you're at that region, you vote as a block. And that region, you vote as a block. It's a bad concept and an unhealthy concept. Regionalisation isn't about excising sectional or sectorial power in their own interest. It's about grouping together working communities based on their geographical disposition, nothing else. And it is an enormous contradiction to have a vice president, once they're elected from the executive board, that then becomes the president, as in my case, and I've got the responsibility, and I hopefully discharged it. As I say, the executive board will make their own mind up about that. Discharged it in the interest of every region, every section and every affiliate. The chair or the president of the ITF is only in between the delivery of executive boards carrying out the wishes of the executive boards. The executive boards meet twice a year for 4 years, and they're carrying out your wishes as determined now. And so the president should not be representative if he comes from the president would come from one section or another, but to discharge their responsibilities and ensure that the region that that person comes from, he or she, that there is an active and constitutional representation, because that position then isn't covered under the current constitution. So if you agree, and the president, wherever the president comes from, the president may not come from a vice presidential. Anyone can stand as president, they don't have to be the vice presidents. But logic would indicate, and certainly historically it's indicated, that vice presidents become presidents. And in the event that a vice president is elected a president, this resolution backfills that position, and there is an additional executive person that is clearly representative of that region alone. So that's the proposition, sisters and brothers. Does anyone haven't got any speakers for it? So I'll put the motion. Is it okay to adopt this change? Yes.
Severino.
Severino.
Obrigado, Pedro, por me dar a palavra novamente. E pouco importa de eu falar depois da aprovação, porque essa moção tem a nossa integral apoio. Mas eu gostaria de registrar nesse momento algumas observações sobre o que você acabou de nos dizer. Eu reputo de imensa importância essa sua visão, que é uma visão quase compromisso dentro da ITF, porque eu me recordo, há alguns anos, eu me angustiava muito dentro da ITF, porque me dava a impressão de que a ITF estava se transformando um grande sindicatão e que as regiões e os sindicatos nada mais eram do que o fermento para esse grande sindicatão. Na nossa visão, nada pior poderia surgir. E eu quero aqui registrar, Pedro, que você deu uma grande contribuição na reversão dessa visão, valorizando o papel das regiões. O Stephen, mais e mais, é sensível e compromissado com essa visão. A ITF não é, nem jamais deve ser um grande sindicatão, mas sim um conjunto de sindicatos reunidos numa federação de sindicatos fortes, porque o que faz uma federação forte são sindicatos fortes, e jamais o contrário. E eu quero aqui registrar, Pedro, meu entusiasmo, minha alegria, e parabenizá-lo pela sua visão, e para mim, mais do que a visão, é um compromisso. Isso é tudo.
And again, following on from Severino, because we're great friends from the time that we were young workers once, Sevi, me and you. You wouldn't believe it now looking at us, but we were. And at the ILO, when we first met, and we used to talk these things through, no one used to talk to us. There was too important. The hierarchy of the ITF was too big for one small person from Brazil and another small person from Australia, and we discussed these things over many, many years, and it is with great satisfaction. And it's not my amendment, it is the view, that we need to have ownership of this organisation by real working men and women. And if they come from sections or regions, their voice should be equally strong. So thanks for those comments, Sevi. And Motion D talks to that as well, that the European Transport Workers Federation is an essential component of that identity. It's singular, we work in a collective, but it has its own identity. They pay their ITF subscriptions, and they pay a separate subscription to deal with those regional matters. It is an extraordinarily effective trade union instrument. And if we don't recognise it for what it is, then we're not identifying that we are, as Severino said, the sum parts. We are not one big union head down, we are the sum parts of the total body. So this really, Motion D, follows on from the excellent comments that Severino just made. And I commend it to you, and there's no other speakers. Look to the left and the right, to the ETF president, who agrees absolutely to that. And if I looked at Eduardo, he would be nodding his head as well, in Portuguese as well as in English. So, we okay to adopt this change as well, sisters and brothers?
Yes.
Okay, this next one is really an administrative one that came out of, we had a reflection on membership and we've had some discussions, I guess, in the area of credentialing. And I won't revisit it. There has to be transparency in how you come here. There has to be transparency in how your fees are paid. There has to be transparency in the concessions that are awarded based on the prevailing economic conditions within countries. There needs to be guidelines for the executive board to be able to operate in a fair and transparent way. And it came from a position, basically, if I can revisit the Europeans, where the ETF pays an enormous part of the subscription to the general fund. And through the interventions, particularly of our two major German affiliates, that said that that's okay, we're part of a family and we accept that responsibility, and there is an enormous amount of money at a difficult time comes from the subscriptions of ordinary German working men and women, and we accept that responsibility, but we want clarity and we require a process that is transparent and there's real ownership of. And this motion speaks to that in a couple of key areas. So I don't think it's controversial, but it is consistent with the themes that have been, again, interpolated into all of our work this week. That this is about ownership, clarity and transparency. And unless my vice presidents have any comments, I commend the motion to you. Are we okay to adopt this change as well to our constitution?
Yes.
Thank you. So this was an emergency motion actually, and that was submitted after the close, and it was, you'd see, I started off 4 years ago, my hair was not one grey hair. Look at me now. It was a very long discussion, and it was a progressive discussion, because the Women Committee and the women of our organisation are wonderful. And I was with Alicia at lunchtime, and there are some disappointments that we haven't got more women in the House. And this resolution was directed at ensuring that affiliates, and I can ask the Women's Committee, all women to come to the front. Could you please come up? All women, please come up here and be recognised. All women, please come up and be recognised. All women in the staff too, all women, we're all workers, sisters.
I'm afraid there won't be men left in the audience.
Janina, staff, Janina, come on. Liz, up. Gemma, up! I'd love to say yes.
Compañeras, compañeros, voy a ser muy breve porque a veces los hechos hablan más que 1000 palabras. En el inicio de este Congreso, que es un Congreso histórico por varias razones, pudimos ver que todos los oradores y las oradoras se refirieron a la especial, crucial importancia que tiene la participación de la mujer en los sindicatos y que tiene el desarrollo del liderazgo en la mujer. Concretamente, nuestro presidente, Patty Crumlin, mencionó el tema de la mujer 8 veces, lo contamos, pero no lo hizo, y tal vez esa es la gran diferencia que empieza a aparecer entre nosotros, de un modo patriarcal. No lo hizo patrocinándonos, lo hizo promoviendo a la mujer como una igual, en pie de igualdad. Y nosotras sabemos notar la diferencia. Desde 1998, que empezó a funcionar el Comité de la Mujer, que se establecieron números y cuotas para la representación de la mujer en el Comité Ejecutivo, hemos avanzado un muy largo camino en el trabajo de la mujer en la ITF. Sin embargo, vemos que aún nos hace falta establecer acciones concretas y muy directas, y la ITF notó en su última reunión del Consejo Ejecutivo que la cantidad de mujeres registradas para este Congreso era insuficiente. Por lo tanto, elevamos esta moción de emergencia y les pedimos a todas las delegadas y delegados que la consideren positivamente. Se trata de la regla 4, el punto 5. Las organizaciones velarán porque el número de mujeres presentes en sus delegaciones sea al menos proporcional al número de mujeres miembros del sindicato, y cada delegación compuesta por 3 o más personas debe incluir al menos una mujer delegada. Creo que si logramos aprobar esta resolución, compañeras y compañeros, para satisfacción de todos y todas, en el próximo Congreso tendremos más mujeres presentes trabajando activamente. Muchas gracias.
So I declare that motion carried by acclamation. Please be upstanding for the wonderful women of the ITF. Thank you.
Was correct that you were not patronizing when you speak about women, and that is very important. That you speak of women like equals, not like you're concessive.
So again, an important step, but may I say, as the President, a step of many more to come. to ensure that real gender balance is not only established but maintained in our family, and let's put our hands together to that commitment. Okay, take my glasses off. Now there's one more part of the business. We've discharged all the motions, unless I look at Lars. I haven't buggered it up, have I, mate? I've got them all. To my vice presidents, we've got all the motions, except one. There was nominations were opened a while ago for the General Secretary. They went out, I think they were open for a period of 6 weeks. There were 130 or 140 odd nominations received back, and there are 10 to 15 nominations. I just haven't got the specific figure, but it's been relayed to you in formal correspondence. Now, that's not to say there are 130 people nominated for the job, I'm happy to say. All of those, and they were unions from every region, from every section, that had nominated a single person, and his name is Stephen Cotton. A remarkable young man who comes to probably the forefront of international labour leaders. Certainly we think, and it's not through arrogance, I think it's through ownership of the issues. We may not be the most populous global union federation, but we believe that we are the first amongst equals in terms of fighting from the front. And the effect that we have on the world around us through the debate today, from Palestine to Cuba to all of the areas, through the theme document, our determination to make a difference, means that our leader is the leader of the World Trade Union movement, amongst others. Jyrki, who's here, I hope he's here. If he's not here and didn't do the session, he won't be speaking tomorrow. I'm only joking, Jyrki, you there, mate? A young man too, relatively young, maybe not under 35, or maybe I'm looking at it my perspective of 59. These people that now are charged with the responsibilities to make a change at the worst time, not the best time, not the best time, the worst time. We heard about the right to strike, you know, and all of the manoeuvrings and the belligerence and the arrogance and the elitism and the contempt that the neoconservative agenda has for ordinary working men and women in their organisations. The death and the mayhem. And what are they doing with their charge of governance? Their ability to exercise state power and corporate power. What are they doing? Nurturing war and dysfunction, murder and mayhem as never seen before in the history of humanity, on a regular dysfunctional basis, constant warfare, person against person, men against women, communities against communities, nations against nations. And yet again, our Labor leaders come at a time when they're debased, belittled, attacked by the instruments of the media, the rotten Murdoch press, an Australian, I hate to say. We've had some pretty good exports, but he's not bloody one of them. You know, this is the news of the world, the way they chased and hounded Bob Crow, outside his home. And he went on holidays with his wife, described her, Nikki, as the blonde-haired woman, his blonde-haired girlfriend from the Union, the mother of his children. This disgraceful world that we live in, where they target us for no other reason that we are effective in reaching out to each other and achieving an outcome. So to be a leader and want to dedicate your life and want to be subjected to that on behalf of all of the problems that we'd identified and very, very many more, takes a special type of a person. It takes a special type of an organisation to identify that person. And I put to you, do you want Steve Cotton, only nomination unanimously supported by the Executive Board, do you want him to lead this organisation, yes or no? I declare Steve Cotton elected.
Oh. Thank you. It's very straightforward. Paddy, thank you. All of my colleagues, brothers and sisters on the top table, thank you. And thank you all. I am trying not to crack up. I am honoured, very honoured to take the job of the ITF General Secretary. This week, you've given us, all of us, a strong mandate. A strong mandate that delivers and fights back. And I thank you for that, because to do this job, you really need to have the authority and the determination. And I am overwhelmed by the support you've given me. But as with all things, it takes a number of contributions to make a success. And to try and pull off a Congress, our biggest ever Congress, you need a lot of help. And there's a young lady who should stand up, who, when the Executive Board made the decision to pick Sophia, they're a very wise group of union leaders. We made a promise to each other that we would make this the best ITF Congress. Ekaterina, her colleagues, many women, youth, and the other Bulgarian affiliates have made this a wonderful, I hope, a wonderful experience for you. this is a beautiful city full of wonderful people, but we also made a commitment to each other that we would do something for the Bulgarian trade union movement. We made a commitment that we would make the Bulgarian unions stronger when we left. And you've done that, because every time they see Ekaterina and an international delegation, they know the strength of this family. This family, altogether, the Bulgarian government knows how strong they are. So we're going to leave a legacy here that makes a difference to all the Bulgarian transport workers. So I salute you, I thank you, and we take the next battle. Thank you, Ekaterina. We've been looking, as you might have noticed, at the way we do things. And I think the film that opened the conference, after the wonderful contributions from the speakers, Bulgarian culture, we put up a movie that identified the global challenges over the last 4 years. We identified the issues that our brothers and sisters have been facing. Uprisings everywhere. A new sense of social consciousness about what we do with the core issues. And we believe, and I think you've proven this week, that we, the trade union movement, can continue to have the answers. By continuing to question the inequality in our societies. As Severino would say, going back to our roots and becoming a campaigning organisation that takes those challenges on, being inclusive of each and every one in society. And we know that if we deliver our work programme, we will be able to show we've had success and share our experiences and share our skills and build a better world for our members. And I'm proud, and I will be proud, to stand behind the work list in our Congress document. We've named what we will do, and we will do it. And in 4 years' time, when we do the report on activities, I want to fill this stage with your contributions, because this is your organisation. We have done a lot of things differently this week at this Congress. We're paperless, except today. Sorry. But we are paperless, and I'm not really sticking to the script. We developed a fringe so that we could hear you. In this plenary session, everything is tight for time, but if we really want to set a new agenda, we have to find space for all of your different voices to be heard, and that was our fringe. And did you like the fringe? So we got something right. It was risky, but I think we've pulled it off, but you are the ones to decide. There seems to be a buzz, and I could put a lot of it down to Ekaterina and our family friends here, but energy comes from you. Energy that connects us, combines us, feeds us to take these next 4 years on. We have made clear priorities. Precarious workers, women, youth transport. We've agreed youth transport workers. We have agreed to organise along the supply chain with our colleagues from the other global unions. And we mean it. And I said this morning, I'm very proud that Jyrki's here, because, as Paddy says, we're not just talking, we're really, really doing. When I look out to this enormous hall, and I see all the different cultures, understandings, different ways of working, different styles of trade unionism, we are truly unique. Yet somehow, sometimes because of leadership up here, somehow we bring you all together in a unified, collaborative way. And that is special, so special. The section chairs, that decision about the section chairs means that we can understand each other's problems. And when we tackle the issues of resources, skills, the voices of your leaders in the sections will be heard. We know that's part of the strength of the ITF, but also the privilege of the regions. And I agree with Paddy, that, which is pretty usual, that we need to do a bit more in that regional connection and engagement, because the regional leaders need to be connected to the executive board so that we can roll out all of the policies effectively. I'm not going to go page by the Congress theme document, because you know that isn't my style. But you have elected new leaders, old leaders, new leaders throughout the organisation. And we're so pleased that the leaders know that we have to deliver the work. So when we talk about accountability, and I want to look a little bit at the future, we have to show success. We have to build hope. And the one thing I feel that's overwhelming from the feedback I've had from you is the hope that we can do things better. The hope that you can have new power. The hope that you, each and every one of you, can go back and know you're proud to be part of an international family. But what are we doing it for? We're putting workers first. And I believe that together we are stronger and we have the ability to be united to make a difference. I'm a lucky guy. I've got a wife and Daniel, Eleanor, my children, and I want to thank them for their never-ending patience. This isn't an easy job, because without their love and support, you can't do this job. You can't jump on a plane every week and be there for you. So, thanks to them. When we started trying to be a General Secretary, I wasn't quite sure what that really meant. It's in the Constitution. You run a lot of meetings. But the reality is the General Secretary of the ITF is just one person. And I have to say that the staff of the ITF have been brilliant. Have they been brilliant? All of the ITF staff, all of them that are here, because following David's footsteps wasn't easy, isn't easy. We have a different style. But to ensure that we do the best we can for you, because this is your organisation, we have to have good people. In London, Africa, Arab world, Asia Pacific, Europe and the Americas, I couldn't have had better support. And I think you've seen it. We've had lots of conversations as a staff about how do we convince you that we are good enough to make a difference. Because we want you to be more involved. And that means we have to have the strength and determination. And I want to thank all of the ITF staff, because I don't think none of this would have been possible without them. And I'm very proud of their performance. They've been supportive, motivated, determined, and can I say very, very professional, flexible, hard-working, and every time something might have gone wrong, not very much actually, we've improved it every inch of the way. So I am so proud of you, because my election is your election. Without you, I wouldn't be the General Secretary. So we have the best team. Thank you very much. I'm not going to name names because there's well, maybe tomorrow we will, but there's too many of you to name, but we'll talk about that when we close tomorrow. I've worked for the ITF for 21 years, and I've met so many wonderful people. Not all of them are still with us, but I've experienced so much friendship and mutual support over the years, and it continues every day this week. Someone's come up to me, more than one, and said, it's really going well, and it's like, this is your determination. And when we talk about the energy to go forward, you give us the energy. I told the youth yesterday there was a lot of energy in the youth room, but there's also a lot of energy in the other parts of the ITF. And we're going to need all of that energy to make the difference that we've committed to you. So there are so many friends in this room. I thank you for the confidence you have in me. In order to end the speech, because I don't want to talk for too long, I really have to say that your confidence in me has overwhelmed me. I think that much is obvious. But on Monday, is it Friday today? Monday, we have to get back to work. We have to move on with all those programs, and we have to show the absolute determination to deliver for you, because you are the ITF. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah. Save it for tonight, Abdul Ghani. There's still a bit of work to get through here, Steve, so you better get back up here. You're not knocking off and starting again on Monday. We've got a little bit of work for you. Where's he? Congratulations, mate. If anyone deserves it, you do. So can you get up there and introduce Yerke? He's going to now speak, and I've primed him up. The leader of, and as Steve indicated, they're friends, they're colleagues, and another great international trade union leader. Steve, will you introduce Yerke to come to the stage?
Yerke, can you come up? As I said earlier, before we scheduled him in, welcome.
And congratulations.
We're trying to do things so differently. And the ITF, working closely with my colleagues in the Global Union Federations, working really closely with Sharon and trying to push Guy without exposing him too much in the ILO to be better for us, is a new way of working. We've been part of the Global Union Federations, but now we're doing projects, oil and gas, aeronautical parts, all together, because we know that when we say stronger, better together, it doesn't just mean transport workers, it means all of us. And I say it on a personal level, can be quite intimidating to walk into environments you haven't been before. David has been very supportive in handing over the baton to me, but Jyrki's been one of those people who's been there for me on each and every of those occasions. So I warmly welcome him to address the ITF family as fellow General Secretaries and as colleague.
Thanks a lot, Steve, and good afternoon, dear colleagues, compañeros y compañeras. My name is Jyrki Raina. I'm the General Secretary of Industry All Global Union, and it's a great honor and pleasure for me to bring you a greeting of solidarity from 50 million energy, mining and manufacturing workers in 140 countries. We are your partners. And I also want to warmly congratulate my brother and good comrade, Steve, for your election. You don't have to act anymore. Now we will fight together. And you know, colleagues, Steve and I, we like to drink beer together, but strictly on business. And we have realized, like you have already realized, that in a globalized world without frontiers, we need each other more than ever. Only by joining the forces of workers on all 5 continents can we with success fight for decent working hours, decent wages, safe and healthy workplaces, and the right to join a union, which is difficult in the majority of the world's countries. We have heard about the employer's new challenge on the right to strike. And that is a fight that we need to take together. We are not for collective begging, we are for collective bargaining. Now, in our sessions with Steve, we have tried to develop the ideas on where manufacturing, commerce, and transport could link together into what we call the supply chain strategies. We have identified the areas of aerospace and aviation, oil and gas, and transport, and mining and maritime. Industry, all workers, sisters and brothers, they work in a long chain which starts from the exploration of oil and gas, electric power, all types of mining, and the manufacturing of metal, chemical, and textile and garment products. So there really is sense in this. Let's fight together for an economic and social model that puts people first. Let's work all together all over the world so that every man and woman has the right to join a union of his and her choice, the right to decent working conditions. Let's fight against trade union rights violations by any company, by any government all over the world. Let's together launch a new era of global solidarity. Dear colleagues, compañeros, compañeras, I look forward to working with you, and I wish you all the best in your valuable work around the world. Global solidarity forever. Thank you.
There you go, sort of the Finnish approach to things. Off to have a beer. I reckon I might have a couple in me this afternoon, Jyrki, myself. Business only. Okay, there's one. I think we've got things on tonight. We have our wonderful closing event, and we've organised the buses to leave here between 5:30 and 6:30. We have one item of business. I think this has been such a wonderful day that we can come back in the morning and discharge what's left of the agenda, which is really the section committees together with women and young workers. And then the executive board, there's a financial report, and then the executive board retires and elects a president, and then we close it up. So I think that we've got plenty of time to celebrate. Wet the head, as they say, with young babies. We can wet the head. I can't say he's got a head like a young baby. It's got about as much hair on it. But a little bit more brutal looking, but we can wet the head of Steve Cotton in his new job and then return back. You can go to your hotel rooms, but the buses will be leaving here from 5:30 through to 6:30 to go to the venue where we're having our function. Okay, so Steve, it's now up to you to deal with the last item of business. Good on you, mate.
Well, this is a very nice responsibility as a General Secretary, because we thought that there's a lady, a woman in this hall. Where is she? Where has she gone? Oh, oof. I nearly messed up my first job. Alicia. Alicia, I'm looking for you. Can you come to the stage? So, my privilege is to give a gold badge. And as you all know, gold badges are only for those people in the ITF family and history who've continued to contribute over many years and in a fantastic way. And Alicia Castro is a wonderful woman. She's full of fierce determination and a woman that can make a difference and deliver success. She began as cabin crew flight attendant with Aerolíneas Argentinas some years ago, promoted to leadership of her union in 1991. She led major disputes to protect the airline from privatisation, led and won. She became an ITF EB member in 1998, and I could say she's one of the founders of the ITF work in the women. And she, to me, is a true leader. I'm very privileged to say now she's also a true friend. She has been able to change this organisation. She's been able to change the organisation by sheer determination, a unifying influence on the ITF, but a true leader. And David and I can account, when she has a strong opinion, she really lets you know. But I'm so proud to say she's a friend, because this is a woman who deserves our utmost respect. Alicia, come and join me. And as I said at the beginning, this is a truly memorable first task as a General Secretary, to say thank you, Alicia, for everything you've done for the women of the ITF, but all transport workers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Beautiful.
I'm very happy that he cried, because I was very worried that I could cry. So I asked my daughter, what should I do? Because it's impossible for me to say goodbye to ITF. And she said, you cry, Mama, just wear waterproof mascara.
Congratulations. Thank you for everything. A beautiful ITF gold badge for a wonderful, wonderful person. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Muchas gracias, compañeras, compañeros de todas las regiones de todas las secciones por tantos años de amistad, de camaradería, de trabajo conjunto y sobre todo de aprendizaje. El aprendizaje y la experiencia crecen solamente cuando se comparten. No voy a nombrar a nadie en especial porque no quisiera cometer el grave error de olvidar a alguno o alguna. Solo tal vez decir que cuando empecé a venir a las reuniones de la ITF hace 23 años, mi hija Miranda era muy chiquitita, tenía 4, 5, 6 años, y se quedaba entonces en la casa de Stuart Howard, nuestro querido compañero, y iba al colegio primario con sus hijas. Y mi hija entendió muy tempranamente que la ITF es verdaderamente una familia de hermanos, de hermanas, que tenemos la misma empresa, la defensa inclaudicable de los derechos de las trabajadoras y de los trabajadores. Quiero agradecer profundamente el apoyo que han brindado a mi sindicato, que muestra con mucha claridad cómo la ITF es igual hacia los sindicatos pequeños como el mío o los sindicatos grandes. Así nosotros pudimos aprender a trabajar en unidad con todos los trabajadores del transporte de nuestro país, de nuestra región y del mundo. Y pudimos entonces desafiar la privatización, luchar contra la desregulación, impedir la instalación de banderas de conveniencia en la aviación, impedir la política de cielos abiertos, mantener todos los puestos de trabajo en la Argentina de trabajadores y trabajadoras aeronáuticos, mantener intactos los convenios de trabajo en las peores épocas. Y cuando vinieron tiempos mejores, recientemente hemos podido los trabajadores y trabajadoras contribuir a que nuestra línea aérea de bandera pudiera ser recuperada para el Estado argentino. Aerolíneas Argentinas nuevamente es la línea aérea de bandera nacional. Quiero reconocer todo el apoyo que han brindado a mi país y que brindan a mi país en la lucha contra la usura financiera, en la defensa de la Argentina contra el ataque de los fondos buitres, que hoy recientemente han apoyado una nueva moción, así como antes los compañeros y las compañeras se han opuesto también a aquel injusto embargo de una fragata militar en Ghana, también realizada por los fondos buitre. Quiero agradecer el reconocimiento que han hecho a nuestra región en el video que se presentó el primer día de la inauguración de este Congreso. Las movilizaciones masivas, la represión salvaje, la policía pegando a los trabajadores, los parlamentos con las puertas cerradas, el mundo en contra de los trabajadores y, sin embargo, presentaron como una alternativa, presentaron como un ejemplo a los países de nuestra región, a nuestra presidenta Cristina, a la presidenta Dilma Rousseff, una ex guerrillera de Brasil, a la presidenta socialista de Chile, Michelle Bachelet, mujeres valientes, mujeres decididas que luchan por la economía independiente, por la soberanía política y por la justicia social. Mujeres trabajadoras, mujeres obreristas. Y también presentaron en ese video al primer presidente indígena que tenemos en América Latina, porque América Latina se está reconociendo a sí misma. Presidente del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia, el compañero sindicalista Evo Morales, el presidente de Ecuador, Rafael Correa, y el presidente Maduro, de la República Bolivariana de Venezuela, que ha heredado la difícil tarea de dirigir los destinos de Venezuela después de ese gigante que fue el comandante Chávez, que que pudo hacer una revolución socialista en democracia. Quiero agradecer a todos y a todos los sindicatos y en especial a los sindicatos británicos que han apoyado y que apoyan a la Argentina en la causa del diálogo por la cuestión Malvinas, que defienden junto con nosotros que tiene que haber un diálogo entre Argentina y el Reino Unido por la controversia de soberanía de las Islas Malvinas, porque los trabajadores no somos colonialistas, porque los trabajadores no somos imperialistas y tenemos aún en América del Sur un enclave colonial del siglo XIX. No pretendo que todos muevan la bandera argentina y digan las Malvinas son argentinas, como por cierto hacía nuestro compañero Bob Crow, un gran amigo de todas las causas latinoamericanas. Pero sí pretendo, y sí tenemos entre nosotros a todos los sindicatos apoyando la causa del diálogo, porque los sindicalistas sabemos mejor que nadie que sin diálogo no hay futuro. Quiero hacer un recuerdo especial para Bob Crow, amigo de Cuba, amigo de Venezuela, amigo de Argentina, amigo de Ecuador. Y recordarlo con el compromiso que tenemos de seguir sus pasos. Estaba pensando recién, mientras hablaba Steve, que contento estaría Bob Crow de ver que este Congreso ha radicalizado sus propuestas, de ver que este Congreso no llama solamente a la reflexión y al diagnóstico de lo que nos está pasando. Este es un Congreso que llama a la acción y los trabajadores y trabajadoras sabemos cuál es la diferencia entre la palabra y la acción. Hablar es fácil, decía otro presidente obrero, Lula da Silva, presidente de Brasil. Lo que es más difícil es actuar. Y este Congreso lo que nos trae es la esperanza de un nuevo curso de acción más decidido, más radical. Así que, Bob Crow, le dedicamos también este Congreso y estas intenciones a un sindicalista que fue, como él decía, larger than life. Este Congreso, como decíamos, es histórico por varias razones. Entre otras, porque es el primero de la ITF que fue organizado y liderado por una mujer, Ekaterina Jordanova. ¿Dónde estás, Ekaterina? ¿Dónde estás, Ekaterina? Where are you? El secretario general saliente, nuestro querido amigo David Cockcroft, cuando hizo su discurso de despedida el lunes, no pudo nombrar a una sola mujer líder de la ITF. Le he dicho a mi querido compañero, el nuevo secretario general, Patrick Cramlin, que espero, hago votos, que cuando le toque retirarse dentro de 20 o más años, pueda nombrar a muchas mujeres dirigentes sindicales de la ITF y seguramente entre ellas habrá muchas de ustedes y estará sin duda Ekaterina Jordanova. Yo he estado en muchos congresos ya, queridas amigas y amigos. He estado en Ginebra, en el Congreso del Centenario en Londres, estuve en Vancouver, estuve en Delhi. Pero este es francamente el congreso que más me ha gustado de todos los que he participado. Y tiene que ver, seguramente, con que fue organizado por una mujer y contemplado, por lo tanto, absolutamente todos los detalles, tanto lo que hace a la organización, a lo institucional, como lo que tiene que ver con lo personal, con el orden de lo afectivo, con el orden de lo humano. Y en esto ha colaborado también Alina, que es un modelo de joven dirigente sindical, militante sindical. Si pensamos solamente en la apertura, veremos que este es el único congreso, el primer congreso al que viene un primer ministro. Y eso tiene que ver con la capacidad de nuestros sindicatos de articularse con la política. A la conferencia de la mujer asistió también la vicepresidenta de Bulgaria y ha estado con nosotros en repetidas oportunidades la alcalde de Sofía, muy comprometida y reconociendo a Ekaterina, Katia, como la llama, reconociendo a Ekaterina por 3 cosas que nosotros promovemos en la ITF: la capacitación de los trabajadores, la seguridad en el transporte y, muy importante, el reclutamiento de mujeres en medios de transporte. Y quiero muy brevemente señalar la importancia de este tema que parece tan obvio, pero si no tenemos mujeres trabajando en barcos, aviones, trenes, pesca, turismo, etcétera, no tendremos mujeres en los sindicatos. Así que creo que es una tarea muy importante que Ekaterina ha encarado junto con la alcalde de Caracas, de Sofía. Me fui a Caracas. Y otra cosa que me impresionó mucho, y no quiero dejar de mencionar, fue la anécdota del piloto. Y eso creo que introduce un discurso político y sindical, una narrativa muy interesante y muy peculiar. Para los que no estuvieron acá el día de la inauguración, se presentó un piloto que hizo el viaje desde Dubái para compartir la inauguración con nosotros. La señaló Ekaterina y dijo: esta mujer me ha salvado la vida, porque fue un piloto condenado por un accidente de aviación, condenado a 123 años de prisión. Y cuando ahondé un poco más en la historia, le pregunté: Ekaterina, pero habrás tenido muy buenos abogados. Y Ekaterina me dijo: no podíamos pagar ningún abogado. Estaba Alina trabajando de noche. Alina es estudiante de avanzada de Derecho. Le preguntaba a Alina a sus profesores, pero en realidad lo sacamos de la condena, lo sacamos de la cárcel con acción política. Y eso creo que es un ejemplo precioso y concreto de determinación, de voluntad política, will, determination. Y eso es lo que nos caracteriza y particularmente creo que caracteriza a las mujeres, una perseverancia para vencer obstáculos. Le dijimos entonces la otra noche a Jacob, este piloto, que ahora nos ayude a organizar a los pilotos en Emirates con los que está trabajando, y dijo que vería la forma de hacerlo porque amor con amor se paga. Compañeras y compañeros, para terminar quiero decirles que muchas veces me han preguntado de todas las tareas que he cumplido en estos años, ¿con cuál me identifico más? Si me identifico más con el sindicalismo, si me identifico más con el Parlamento, con los años que trabajé en el Congreso de mi país, o si me identifico más con la tarea diplomática que vengo asumiendo desde hace unos cuantos años. Y de verdad, me siento sindicalista. Me siento sindicalista desde el primer hasta el último día. Y por eso no me voy a despedir de ustedes. Primero, porque sería demasiado doloroso para mí. Y segundo, porque siempre voy a estar cerca de ustedes, de todos ustedes. Hasta la victoria siempre, venceremos.
So I think Severino, if you've got a gift. Severino? And then I understand, Antonio, you've also got a gift. Here they come.
Antonio não podia deixar de entregar recuerdo especial para usted.
Pero te voy a explicar aquí en el micrófono.
A nombre de toda la región de América Latina y el Caribe, queremos darle un regalo también a Alicia por todos los años, por toda la historia que tuvo al lado de nosotros. Era difícil pensar qué darle a Alicia y pensamos darle algo de la región, algo autóctono, algo hecho por mujeres indígenas de mi país, de México, que esperamos te guste mucho, Alicia.
Okay, thanks. We have a number of gold medals. And they've been handed out, or will be handed out. So that's Barbara Ruthven, and we'll make sure that that goes to Verdi and the family. David Cockcroft was earlier this week, Alicia, Susan Ayoyi, Amparo Sanchez, Martin Meyer, Stefan Heimlich, and Stefan's not here, but we'll organise something with Christina and the Verdi comrades to make sure that that's done in an appropriate way. Greg Miles, I understand, isn't here from Unifor. Greg? You here, Greg? So if Greg is here, we weren't sure we couldn't track him down. Would you like to come forward for your gold medal, Greg? Good on you, champion. Congratulations, brother, on behalf of all of us here for your wonderful work in the section.
Thank you very
the
much.
families, for all of the workers that you've represented over the years and in your own union, but particularly with the ITF. Proud to present you with a gold medal. Thank you, Greg. Congratulations. Say a few words.
Thank you very much, Patty. This is an unexpected and very moving honor to be on this stage, honored with the type of people and the type of trade unionists that we work with day in and day out is truly a great honor for me personally. I'd like to first off thank my union, Unifor, formerly CAW, for the unwavering support they've given me over the last 12 years. I've never had to ask Peter more than 2 or 3 times to support me on a trip to somewhere. Thanks very much. Seriously though, it was fantastic support, and the Unifor and have been great supporters of the ITF. I'd also like to thank Gabriel Mocho Rodriguez, the Secretary. Gabriel, thank you very much. You've been a great friend and a great assistant. As well, Ingo Morawski before him. Great fellows. Thank you very much for the tremendous work that you've done to keep our little wee tiny air traffic services group going. We really do appreciate it. It has been my absolute pleasure to come from a country like Canada, where I have the ability to live in peace and work in harmony with good conditions, good pay, and to be able to devote a good portion of my life to creating a system that's looking out for the people in the emerging countries. It's been absolutely fantastic. I would also be remiss if I didn't thank my brothers and sisters from the National Air Traffic Control Association of the United States of America. Trish Gilbert, you've been a great vice president these last few years, and Ruth Stillwell before. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you all very much. This is a great honor.
I don't know, Christina, would someone like from Verdi like to come up and receive Stefan's and Barbara's? Yeah, Christina Baylor from Verdi. I know both of these comrades very well. Barbara's passed, as I indicated. She's a wonderful woman, very quiet and understated, turned up to every meeting, was a person of great strength and fortitude, extraordinarily loyal friend and comrade. She's greatly missed and really left this earth far too early, having lived all the rigours of a trade union leader. To have your retirement years snatched away from you because of serious illness is a tragedy in itself. And one of the reasons that we concentrate so hard on ensuring that everybody in this world gets equal medical care. But she'd be greatly missed because she was greatly loved, and I'd like to firstly present this to Christina. And also Stefan, who's not here, and he was the chair of the Urban Transport Committee, a wonderful bloke. His mind is like as sharp as a razor blade. He certainly, when we did the financial review, the skills that he brought to the table and his determination and his inquisitive mind, and again his work ethic, including for a lot of the time when he was suffering from a serious illness as well. He had cancer and was battling cancer. I mean, it's a sign of someone who can continue to make these magnificent contributions, dealing with all of their personal problems and their physical frailty. Really just reflects that in many, many ways trade union leaders run on courage and hope alone sometimes, and he's a beautiful man, and I hope to say those words personally in the not too distant future. Christina.
Also ich danke der ITF sehr im Namen von Stefan und Barbara für die Verleihung der Goldmedaille. Barbara ist ja leider gestorben vor 2 Jahren. Wir vermissen sie alle sehr. Sie war eine ganz großartige Frau, die sich über viele Jahre, insbesondere in der Frauenarbeit, sehr eingesetzt hat. Insofern, wir werden diese Medaille an ihren Sohn weiterleiten, der auch sehr stolz auf sie ist. Und ich glaube, das ist auch das richtige Zeichen an dieser Stelle. Von Stefan, mit dem ich eben noch telefoniert habe, soll ich euch allen die herzlichsten Grüße ausrichten. Er wäre sehr gerne hier gewesen. Ihr wisst, er war lange krank, hat sich jetzt Gott sei Dank wieder etwas erholt, aber es hat immer mal wieder Rückschläge, insofern konnte er heute nicht kommen. Trotzdem viele Grüße an euch. Er hat ja eine neue Aufgabe wahrgenommen, ist jetzt Geschäftsführer eines gewerkschaftlichen Automobilclubs, macht da weiter auch Verkehrspolitik, auch im Namen der, der Menschen, die gleichzeitig auch Gewerkschafter sind. Und wie gesagt, herzliche Grüße und danke an die ITF.
I might have to write it down because Christine has a little bit of trouble understanding my Australian from time to time, particularly after I've had a few beers. So I'll talk slower and drink less. The last one, of course, is also someone that has passed, the mighty Bob Crow. If Steve Todd can come up from the RMT, appreciate it. He really was a mighty man and a mighty comrade, and I've said a lot I did his eulogy at Millwall. One of Bob's parting gifts to me, he said, "Have you been to a football match?" And I said, "No." He said, "Well, come down to my field, down at South Bermondsey." He made it sound lovely, in London. So I went down to South Bermondsey, and it was not very lovely. It's the first impression. And a very industrial area. And I said, "What's the name of this football ground, Bob?" He said, "We call it the Den." Very well named, actually. And so that was my introduction to Millwall. And of course, once you go and support a team, you support it for the rest of your life. So that was one of Bob's last gifts to me, is Steve Turner reminds me. I might have to get a season pass, Steve. When I sat down with Bob, I said, "Where's Steve?" Because Steve's also from the Unites, a Millwall fan. Bob says, "He's over there with the knobs," meaning he was over the other side of the field and had an annual ticket where it didn't rain on you. Bob's was right down on the front fence. So he's a passionate lover of his football team, just as he was of all things community. And I think I said it before, Millwall's famous chant, "No one likes us and we don't care," had a lot to do with Bob. Bob lived his life not to be popular or do anything really but to make a change and have an effect, and that he did. And the presentation by the NASA from our Palestinian mates in the Transport Union there to Bob and to Unite is as moving a tribute as I've ever seen. And Nikki, his wife, and RMT will be greatly, he is a person who can't be replaced in many ways. So ensuring at 52, snatched away from us at such an early age, was so much to give and so much already achieved. The best way that we can recognise that mighty contribution, Steve, is to live our lives like Bob lived it, for other people, with great courage and tenacity, with forthrightness, with a willingness to argue until the point was made, and an equal willingness to listen to the other point of view. These are great and wise tributes that have taken our movement and your union in all the way for the RMT, one of the oldest unions in the country, over 100 years, one of the first unions formed. We know the importance of railways, and railways originated virtually in the UK. So Bob will be greatly missed, Steve, and I know you relay, and there's not everybody from the RMT delegation, but they're as proud as I am of his achievements, and I know you as a mate, because the rail didn't merge with maritime, and Bob's passion for rail was quickly translated into just as much passion for the rights of maritime workers. His father was a docker, from the East End, and he was proud of that, and he will be greatly missed. And the gold medal, I think, will continue to remind his family and your union of the great affection and respect he was held in. Steve.
Well, I'm not the best of speakers, as Paddy points out to me quite correctly at most times, but it's an opportunity to say thanks to everybody for this award on behalf of Bob's family, on behalf of the RMT. He's greatly missed by us all, as you can imagine. He's greatly missed by his family, and I know that they will be very, very proud in taking up this award for him. I'm very proud on a personal basis as Bob's friend and his comrade, and I also want to take the opportunity at this point to thank all of the unions for the tremendous support which we got during a very, very difficult period in the RMT. The amount of emails that we got with condolences and sympathy messages showed how much affection people hold for each other. And when people talk about family, I think we realised the wider benefits of this great family of the ITF, and the way Paddy spoke about him at the wake afterwards at Millwall, and the contributions I've heard since from the likes of Steve Cotton and others and people around this room, and people who came to me this week and again expressed their condolences. It's been very, very important, and I will take all of those things back with me to the UK and make sure that this certificate, whatever Nikki wants to do with it, she wants to leave it in the office or take it home, it's her choice. But I know we're still hurting, we're still aching, but we're getting through it, and thanks to the support of everybody concerned, it's a great privilege and an honour for me to accept the award for Bob. Although I wish he was still around, give me mine in a few years' time, or whatever he gives me, besides the kick up the arse what he gives me every now and again. He's quite good at doing that as well. But I don't want to say too much more, Paddy. Thank you very much indeed, everybody, and God bless Bob. Long live Bob. Thank you.
Well, I think that's it for the day. The buses leave in 3/4 of an hour, out the front door to the right, the main road there, so you can go and have a beer or a glass of water or a glass of juice. It'll be really important for you to attend. I think this is a great celebration. We'll be starting again in the morning at 9 o'clock. And we have the important section reports, the women's report, committee report, women's conference report, the youth conference report, the financials and the executive board. So please go tonight and let's celebrate all the wonderful things that we've done today and during the week, particularly the unopposed election of the General Secretary. And that's a good reason to adjourn the meeting right now, and I'll see you at 9 o'clock in the morning. Thank you very much, sisters and brothers.
Which room are you in? Latin America? Okay. Just to remind... Is this on? Ooh, 1, 2.
That's, Michelle, we can read it here.
Just to... No, this isn't on.
¿Aló? 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 ¿Aló, aló, aló? No, ¿aló?
Красивые, красивые. Самые красивые.
Я сдала. Я пойду сейчас еще раз.
You like speech?
Oh, what is that?
Testing apa sih?
Thank you.
My union is one of them who supported the motion. I'd like to thank you all. You see that one?
Do you know that the mic is on?
I believe 2 part-timers have done the job well. Your full-time staff is better.
And yes, we can hear you.
Go down.
I cannot hear from here, but you can hear from there.
Press the wrong button. Suddenly you call me, then I pick up. Katerina, President, no, not President. B, all the B. Just take it. Always working, Good, thank you, Sari.
We go to Campus.
de Sofía. Mira. ¿Se está?
Acá, dos cosas. Coca-Cola. ¿Eh? Dale, boludo, saca.
Que no sale el piso. Otra más. No seas reír.
Que abre. Sí, me agarra la risa. Serio. Serio, serio. Están prendidos. No se apagan.
Lentos y lentos. Que no brillen, ¿no? Que no me tapen. Hablando. Gracias, Emiliano. Perfecto.
Agarrate vos este.
Dale.
Y yo este, tipo como que estamos hablando.
Dale a mí.
Ahí lo saca. Vení,
Sí,
Julio,
vamos, nos
Julio,
quedamos
Julio,
nosotros
última.
acá. No, ¿qué te pone carita
Última de
todo?
pelea, dale, hacételo.
Mete una piña, bro.
No, más cerca, más cerquita.
Che, subimos nosotros.
No. Sí, sí, sí. No, no, no.
Aló, aló. Aló, aló.
No, it was.
Aló, aló.
No funciona. Hola. ¿Y dónde está? Okay. No.
¿Aló? Okay. Bueno, primeramente a todos y a todas, muchas gracias por quedarse para esta reunión que es el Comité Electoral de América Latina y el Caribe.
Well, first of all, thank all of you to stay for this election in the regional committee from the Latin America and the Caribbean.
Es principalmente una cuestión de formalidad dentro de la estructura del Congreso, toda vez que efectuamos la decisión en la Conferencia Regional de Río de las Ostras.
It's a formality in the Congress because we have already made our decisions in the conference, in the Rio de las Ostras conference.
Y bueno, como siempre tenemos la oportunidad de tener con nosotros al secretario regional, en este caso recientemente electo.
And we have the opportunity to have with us the recently elected General Secretary, Stephen Cotton.
Así es que esta es su primera reunión después de haber sido electo durante el plenario.
It's his first meeting after being elected by the plenary. Yes.
Es que antes de cualquier cosa quiero hacer un reconocimiento, un agradecimiento, ya que desde que Stephen comenzó como secretario en funciones,
First of all, I would like to mention and our grateful to be grateful because from the first time he became acting General Secretary.
Puedo atestiguar de que ya había un apoyo a la región desde la época de David, pero puedo atestiguar que fue incluso profundizado, podría decir, con mucha más atención al trabajo y a la representación de todos ustedes.
I can say that there was big support that became even stronger for our work and our representation.
Es que aprovecho para agradecerle esta atención y tengo la seguridad que todos tomaremos el compromiso de crecer como región.
So thank you very much, Stephen, and we all have now the responsibility to make our region grow.
Gracias. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you want to say something before we continue.
Thanks, Antonio. When we moved from Maritime Coordinator to Acting General Secretary, and you look at the enormous world and the incredible amount of work we have to do to support you, it looks like an enormous challenge. But I think we've been able to show that if we work together, really together, we can make a big difference. So I have to thank Antonio and his team for the very warm way they've educated me, and also thank you how you've opened your hearts and let me share some of your challenges. So here's to the long term. We can do it together. Thank you very much.
Bueno, voy a tratar de acordarme todo. Desde que salí de la oficina marítima para empezar a trabajar como secretario general en funciones, me di cuenta del gran desafío que había para trabajar en el ITF a nivel mundial, pero especialmente con la región de América Latina y el Caribe. Pero gracias a un trabajo en conjunto y a un fuerte lazo con Antonio, hemos podido llevar adelante ese trabajo y el compromiso es seguir trabajando fuertemente y estrechando los vínculos con la región.
Muchas gracias, Stephen.
Thanks very much, Stephen.
Y vamos a pasar a la parte formal, que creo no debería de tomar mucho tiempo porque varios de ustedes me han indicado que desean ir a los hoteles a cambiarse.
And we're moving to the formal part of this meeting, that it shouldn't take much time, and we know that all of you want to go to the hotels and take a shower.
Conforme al procedimiento, tendríamos la ratificación de los miembros del comité ejecutivo.
We have to ratify the executive committee members,
que me permito nombrar a continuación.
and they are
Compañero Severino Almeida de Contemaf, Brasil. La compañera Arlet del Sindicato de Tripulantes de LAN Chile en Chile. El compañero Benito Baena de la Alianza de Tranviarios de México. Y conforme a un acuerdo de rotación de representatividad, el compañero que sería el vicepresidente del Comité Ejecutivo Mundial de la ITF, el compañero Julio Sosa de la Fraternidad de la Argentina.
And taking in consideration a previous agreement, our coworker and friend Julio Sosa will be the next vice president of the committee.
Antes de preguntarle a alguno de los compañeros del comité ejecutivo si desea decir algunas palabras,
Before asking our friends from the executive committee if they want to share some words with us,
es justo agradecerles a todos y a todas,
we would like to thank you all,
porque nadie puede negar que la visibilidad de América Latina y el Caribe en las diferentes regiones está más presente que nunca.
because the visibility of Latin America and the Caribbean is stronger than ever, and nobody can deny that that's because of you.
Así es que a ustedes, a sus intervenciones, a sus participaciones, muchas gracias.
So for you, for your interventions and your participations, thank you very much.
Me permitiría preguntar a los compañeros y compañeras de la mesa si alguno de ustedes desea decir algunas palabras.
Anybody wants to speak?
Tenemos primero a la compañera Arlet.
Hola, buenas tardes. Bueno, es mi primera reunión acá como miembro del comité ejecutivo. Quería darles las gracias por la confianza que me han dado para este cargo de tanta importancia dentro del trabajo de la ITF.
Good afternoon. This is my first meeting as an executive member, and I would like to thank you all for the confidence in me to be at this role.
Y quería comprometerme con todos ustedes esencialmente a dos cosas. Si bien el cargo que se me asignó viene del Comité de la Mujer y obviamente eso genera un compromiso inmediato con las mujeres de la región y del mundo para seguir trabajando en eso.
And I want to express my commitment, and although I'm here on behalf of the Women's Committee and to represent the women in Latin America and the Caribbean and the works of the women around the world,
quería decirles que me consideren como una representante de todos los trabajadores de la región, independiente de si sean hombres, mujeres y de la sección que sean. Yo quiero representarlos a todos ustedes como la voz de Latinoamérica.
I would also like to say that you have to consider me as a representative for all the workers, no matter young, old, of the section, or if they are women or men.
Así que quedo dispuesta para trabajar con ustedes en cercanía, en comunicación constante, para lo que estimen conveniente. Muchas gracias.
So I'm willing to work with you and strengthen the bonds, and I'm here for you forever that you need.
Gracias, Antonio.
Quiero primeramente felicitar a Stephen Cotton por su designación ya oficial como secretario general de la Federación Internacional de Trabajadores del Transporte.
Excuse me. First of all, I would like to congratulate Stephen for his officially now the General Secretary of the ITF.
Y a la vez ser portador de un saludo combativo y fraternal de las organizaciones sindicales integrantes en la Federación.
And also a militant greeting to all the unions in the Federation.
Desde luego hablo de mi país, México.
Of course, I'm talking about my federations in Mexico.
A partir de que se clausure este 43 Congreso, iniciaremos una gran responsabilidad y un gran reto.
When this Congress is over, we will have a great responsibility and a great challenge.
En vista de que cada día avanzan más los retos, el golpe fuerte a las organizaciones sindicales, a los trabajadores, por la política neoliberal que se está imponiendo en el mundo.
Taking in mind that the challenges are every day bigger for the workers and the neoliberal policies are hitting hard on the workers and the unions.
Es por ello que más que nunca necesitamos la unidad, la fraternidad de todas las organizaciones de las diferentes regiones del mundo.
So we need unity and brotherhood more than ever from all the unions in the world.
Y llegar a los mejores acuerdos en bien de todos los trabajadores y de toda la sociedad de nuestros países.
To reach the better understanding for all the workers and the unions in our countries.
Y para concluir, un saludo a los países de Latinoamérica que están haciendo un cambio en la vida de su país con regímenes nuevos, con nuevas formas de lucha. Muchas gracias, compañeras y compañeros, por su apoyo.
And to conclude, to congratulate all the unions in the region for their works.
Gracias, Antonio. Yo voy a intentar ser muy corto. Yo voy a hablar en portuñol, de esta forma mis compañeros brasileños de otros países pueden muy bien me comprender, espero que sí. Y los compañeros de habla inglesa hay una competente traducción. Entonces, yo voy a continuar hablando en portuñol. Eu gostaria de empezar.
Eu vou passar para inglês.
First of all, I would like to talk in Spanish, in Portuñol, which is the mixture of Portuguese and Spanish. I will try to talk slow for all the delegates, and certainly we have a very good translation to English for my Caribbean brothers and sisters.
En primer lugar, me gustaría de hacer una colocación y felicitación al compañero Stephen Cotton por su asunción al cargo, desta vez no en funciones, mas efectivo secretario general de la ITF, el compañero Stephen Cotton.
First of all, I would like to...
First of all, I would like to congratulate Stephen Cotton for now being elected officially as the General Secretary of the ITF.
Stephen, y creo que muchos de ustedes, tal vez todos, saben muy bien de nuestras preocupaciones en los últimos años, de la dirección y sentido que la ITF estaba a tomar. Y muito me molestava o fato de haver uma grande influência, mais larga que necessário, da seção de marinos dentro da família ITF.
Many of you know that for the last years, we have concerns about the direction that the ITF was taking and this is because some influence from the maritime sections.
A pesar de comprender que la situación financiera de la ITF hasta ahora no está totalmente adecuada, aunque yo estoy seguro que en lo futuro estará bien mejor. El compañero Stephen Cotton ha demostrado una capacidad de administración, no solamente en la situación administrativa, pero también en las cuestiones políticas dentro de la familia ITF, que mucho me entusiasma y me da una cierta tranquilidad para que nosotros tenemos los 4 años a frente de nosotros de mucho suceso.
Although we know that maybe the financial situation of the ITS is not the better one, but we are confident that it will get better. Stephen has shown us that he's competent not only in managing the financial situation, but also the political situation. And that is why we are very happy for him to be the new General Secretary, and we are very confident that we will have a very good 4 years.
Entonces, con esto, Stephen, usted puede contar con nuestro apoyo y entusiasmo para el suceso de su administración, que sería o será un suceso de todos nosotros.
So, Stephen, you can count on our support for your administrations, and your success will be the success of all the ITF.
Y gostaria de hacer un registro que para nosotros es muy emocionante, que nosotros tenemos no solamente una mujer, dando la representación de las mujeres en la región, pero nos tenemos una mujer y joven para, si quiser, aprender un poco con nosotros que somos viejos. Pero es muy bueno tener la juventud junto de nosotros.
And we are very excited that not we only have a women's representative, we have a women representative in the youth committee, so we are very excited about that.
Y finalmente, siguiendo nuestro acuerdo que vamos a mantener por mucho tiempo, hay que tener una rotatividad en lo cargo de la vicepresidencia, y ahora será estará en cargo del compañero Julio Sosa, y que estoy seguro que todos nosotros estaremos muy bien representados. Y gostaria de desejar a usted, a Julio, todo el suceso en sus nuevas funciones como vicepresidente de nuestra región dentro de la familia ITF.
And as you know, we have a long time
Muchas gracias, es todo. Esto es todo.
We have a long time arrangement that the vice presidency will be rotating, so now it's Julio Sosa turns, and I'm confident that he will do an excellent job, so I wish you the best for you, Julio.
Gracias. Julio, por favor.
Sí, gracias, Antonio. Bueno, compañeras, compañeros, yo creo que lo primero que pasa por mi cabeza es el agradecimiento, ¿no? Debemos ser agradecidos. Primero a mi organización gremial y a mi secretario general Omar Maturano por la confianza en todos estos años de estar trabajando casi 20 en ITF dentro de la sección ferroviaria, y hoy me toca dentro del Ejecutivo. Dentro del Ejecutivo porque también tengo que agradecer la confianza depositada en mí en todos los sindicatos afiliados a la ITF del transporte argentino. Y cuando digo todos, porque fue por unanimidad, y mantenemos, gracias a Dios, una relación muy cordial entre todos.
Brothers and sisters, first of all, the first thing that comes to mind is to be grateful. And I need to be grateful with my union and with my General Secretary, Omar Maturano, because he has always supported me for more than 20 years that I've been working, and not only my union, La Fraternidad, but also all the unions in Argentina, because this election was unanimous. So thank you all.
Bueno, agradezco también a todos los compañeros de la región que ya depositaron su confianza al inicio del periodo anterior. Continuamos con esto y creo que en el devenir lamentable que nos está sucediendo en el mundo tenemos que enfrentar en este próximo periodo tareas con profundidad para la humanidad, no solo para los trabajadores, que es el tema del medio ambiente, las lamentables guerras que están sucediendo y el problema económico-social que pasa en todos los países del mundo.
And I would also like to thank all the unions in our region, and we have a very important job to do ahead of us because of the economic and social situation that we are suffering with wars, with the precarization of labor. And the suffering is not only the suffering of our workers, but it's the suffering of all humankind around the world.
Seguramente tenemos una agenda muy comprometida con todos los compañeros trabajadores del transporte por los puntos que acabo de marcar, y es cuanto más unidos vamos a tener que estar para poder sortear todos estos problemas.
We have a very strong agenda ahead of us, and if we want to tackle this agenda and succeed, we have to be united.
Después, obviamente, en el día de hoy quiero felicitar puntualmente a Stephen Cotton, ya secretario general de la ITF, por el apoyo que nos ha dado en la región. Como dijo ya Antonio, me precedió, primero fue David, pero él reafirmó todas aquellas cosas que se venían hablando con David Cockcroft. Él confirmó y concretó la posibilidad de tener nuestro propio edificio, nuestra propia Secretaría Regional en Río.
And I will also like to congratulate Stephen for now being elected as a General Secretary. And as Antonio said before, we had first the strong support from David, and Stephen has given us an even stronger support, and now we have our new offices in Rio for all the region.
Bueno, y debo resaltar, no puedo dejar de resaltar sin ninguna duda el trabajo que ha hecho Antonio Rodríguez Fritz en la región. Creo que es un hombre muy comprometido con el trabajo, con la ITF y con todos nosotros. Creo si cuando tiene un segundo de tiempo es porque ninguno lo estamos llamando, pero siempre está respondiendo a los llamados y viajando a cada uno de nuestros países a enterarse, a preocuparse él mismo de los problemas internos que hay dentro de cada país. O sea, podemos decir que hoy, gracias a Dios, tenemos un tipo, como así decimos en Argentina, un tipo de lo mejor, laburando para nosotros.
And I would like to stress the important job that Antonio has been doing for the region. He has very few minutes to spare, and that is if nobody is calling him, because we are calling him all the time, and he always has an answer for us. So, as we say in our country, Antonio is a great guy, and it's good to have a great guy in office.
Bueno, y por último, para finalizar, yo quiero hacerle un llamado a todos los compañeros de la región a acompañar ese trabajo que inició Antonio solo, con sus colaboradores desde Río de Janeiro, pero que está enfrascado en un tema de ampliar la cantidad de afiliados que tenemos en toda la región latinoamericana. Porque de hecho sabemos que somos muchísimos más los trabajadores del transporte en la región, pero también todos sabemos la cantidad de trabajo en negro que tenemos, la cantidad de sindicatos amarillos que tenemos y la cantidad de compañeros en algunos países todavía con temor a sindicalizarse por las épocas de la dictadura que vivieron los distintos países. O sea que esta misión que tiene la regional no la tiene solamente el secretario. Debemos de acompañarlos cada uno de los miembros del comité y debemos de acompañarlo cada uno de los representantes gremiales que están acá y cada uno de los trabajadores del transporte. Yo creo que dentro de nuestra misión es hacer crecer no solo la ITF en sí misma, porque ya es bastante grande, pero tenemos que demostrar que nuestra región puede lograr muchas cosas más de las que hemos logrado. Con esto termino, les agradezco a todos los compañeros nuevamente el apoyo brindado y lo mejor de los éxitos para todos en este periodo que acabamos de iniciar. Gracias.
I would like to call on you to join Antonio in the struggle to increase the number of affiliates for the region. We know that in the region we have precarious work, we have informal work, and we need, and also we have very fear of the workers to affiliates on the unions. So we have to work all together to increase our number of affiliates and to make our region stronger and stronger. And this is a job that we all have to do together, every union and us in the Secretariat. So that's the last thing I wanted to say. Thank you all and congratulations to all.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos y a cada uno de los miembros electos y reelectos del Comité Ejecutivo de la ITF.
Well, thank you to everyone in the committee of the ITF.
Les garantizo que tienen ustedes unos excelentes líderes, han hecho una muy buena elección.
You have great leaders here, you have done an excellent choice.
Y de parte de la oficina regional ratificar el compromiso de trabajar con todos y cada uno de los países de la región.
And on behalf of the regional office, the strong commitment to work with every union in this region.
Especialmente de la subregión del Caribe, donde ahora tenemos una coordinación nueva con la compañera Ann Anderson.
Especially in the Caribbean, where we have now a new coordinator, Ann Anderson.
Para lograr lo que mencionó Julio, llegar a la representación de todos y todas las trabajadoras del transporte.
To achieve what Julio said, to reach representation for every worker
que están en nuestros países sin la capacidad, sin el derecho de una representación sindical democrática.
To represent every transport worker that hasn't had a representation, a democratic representation.
Así es que muchas gracias a todos y todas, y para no alargar más la reunión,
so thank you to everyone, and to not make this even longer.
Nuevamente un fuerte abrazo a todos y a todas y continuemos en lo que nos queda del Congreso. Muchas gracias.
So thank you for all of us, a great hug for all of us.
Congratulations. Thanks, Evie.
See you.
Okay, okay.
Então eu vou lá, hein? Parabéns,
Tá.
por tudo. Eu vou trocar de roupa rápido.
Tá, te agradeço.
Los autobuses para la fiesta de cierre van a estar saliendo desde el lugar donde están las banderas, saliendo hacia la derecha del centro de conferencias.
¿Quieren